It is time for the weapon handling and taijutsu portion of the exam. Make your way to the targets outside and wait for my instructions. Naruto sighed deeply and raised his head from the table slowly, watching his nervous classmates start to file out of the classroom. It was better to wait until they had all left before he made a move. The last thing he needed today was to get shoved or tripped. He had to pass this exam. He couldn't afford any distractions. When the last person exited the room, he finally got to his feet and followed after them. He soon joined them in their loose lines in front of the targets. They were still whispering nervously to each other, and he rolled his eyes as they shot glares at him. They had never liked him, not that anyone else in the village did either. Apparently, having someone 3 years younger than them joining their class and actually doing better in some areas could be a blow to someone's confidence. They had spent the last 2 years trying to make him fail, so he would get moved back down. It had gotten worse when their parents had joined in, but Naruto was stubborn. He wasn't about to let anyone get in the way of this. He will pass today, and he will never have to deal with any of these morons again. 2 particular morons started pointing to him, hateful looks twisting their faces, and Naruto raised an eyebrow back at them. Rin and Kichiro were the worst of everyone, and no matter how many times Naruto beat them in taijutsu, they never left him alone. He secretly hoped they got on killed their first mission outside the village. That would solve a lot of his problems. Hideki-sensei tapped his clipboard to get their attention. You will each be given 5 kunai and 5 shuriken. The target in front of you has been divided into sections, so the closer to the center you hit, the more points you score. Your overall percentage will be added to the rest of your scores, so take this seriously. This could be the difference between you passing or not. Naruto clenched his fist tightly as the man's eyes swept over him at those last words. Hideki-sensei actually hadn't been that bad. There had been no active sabotage or intentional failings while Naruto had been his student, and there wasn't more he could ask for than that. He also didn't address the bullying or the stealing or the suicide baiting, but nobody ever did. Naruto knew better than to depend on an adult to help him anyway. He watched the rest of his classmates step up and launch their weapons at the target. Some did better than others, and he didn't bother to smother his grin as Rin fumbled a shuriken, missing the target entirely. Finally, it was his turn, and he walked up to face targets, trying to steady his breathing. Hideki marked off Kichiru's score on his sheet, keeping one eye on the rabble of children as he scanned their score. It was going to be a good batch this year. Daisuke was in line for Rookie of the Year, and Midori had already secured her spot as Kunoichi of the Year. Rin, Kichiru, and Keed were up there too, and Hideki would bet on seeing them in the Chunin exams sooner rather than later. His eyes fell to the final name on the list, and his eyes snapped to the tuft of blonde that stood slightly apart from the rest of his classmates. The boy appeared bored, a stark contrast to the excitable children around them. The Kyubi container. Hideki knew better than to doubt the Fuinjutsu of the late Yondaime, and Uzumaki had shown no signs of it while in his class. But Hideki couldn't help but try to stay away from him. There was only so much he could do as the boy's teacher, and while he knew he could have done worse, he also knew he could have done better. He just could not forget what lay within the body. The destruction that the beast left in its wake that horrible night still replaying in a loop in his head. Every time he told the boy to wake up in class or stop eating or pay attention, that orange fox appeared in his head. The boy was favored by Hokage-sama, and Hideki had heard endless gossip about him, especially about his training habits. He wasn't really interested in his students' lives outside the classroom, but when he heard Uzumaki's name in conversation, he couldn't help but listen in. From what he'd gathered, all the boy did was train, running, katas, weights, practice dummies. He was so tired and bored in his class that it was hard to imagine the blonde having enough energy to do all that every day. He was barely going to scrape by in his written exams as it was. The boy was the furthest thing from an academic, and Hideki doubted the boy even knew where the library was. Despite that, Hideki knew it wasn't from a lack of brains. The kid was clever when he wanted to be. His ninjutsu too. The boy wasn't lacking in chakra, quite the opposite. His Shinjankawarame were passable even if his Bunshin wasn't, but he always got the feeling that Uzumaki didn't want to apply himself if he didn't have to. It wasn't the lack of ability with the boy, he just did not engage with the academy curriculum like he should. There were always 2 areas, though, that Hideki could count on the boy to outshine all the other students in. Uzumaki Naruto. Hideki eyed him as the final student stepped forward, grabbing his weapons. Hopefully his future Jounin sensei would put him in something that couldn't be seen for miles. Most of it wasn't bad: black shorts, blank sandals, black t-shirt, with each of the sleeves tied down with tattered white bandages. Then there was the bright orange sleeveless hoodie that the boy left zipped open. The boy had actually sewn on orange stripes onto the sides of his shorts to match. The orange clashed horrible with his mess of short blonde hair, as it hung slightly over his sharp blue eyes. His gaze passed over the whisker-like scars on his cheek, but he abruptly looked away, setting his eyes on the target. Uzumaki twisted a kunai around his finger for a moment before he threw it, the other four following in quick succession. Hideki would always swear that the blonde's eye color flickered whenever he did that, but he knew it wasn't really possible. The container couldn't have a bloodline limit. He was a trick of the light. The kunai were removed, and Uzumaki weighed up the shuriken, his eyes focused. Hideki saw the rock out of the corner of his eye, but he did nothing to stop it, watching as it was flung towards the container's face. He tried to convince himself it was good awareness training for him, but he couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. He knew that was only an excuse. He did make a note of the student who had thrown it. Kichiru was an excellent student, even with his slightly cruel tendencies. The small blonde snapped his hand back and deflected the rock with his shuriken, his gaze never wavering from the target. "I'd just like to finish the exam, Kichi team," Naruto said quietly. "You can try to beat me down later." Uzumaki twisted the shuriken in his hand one more time before he let loose, firing the next four one after the other. Hideki noted down his score, frowning at the boy's full marks. He had no idea how the boy managed it every time. Even with excessive training, any 9-year-old would still miss at least one. We are now going to move on to the taijutsu portion of the exam. Make your way over to the taijutsu circle and do not enter it. You will be paired up randomly, and no, you may not change your partners. Remember, even if you lose, you still have a chance to get a decent score, but you should not be aiming to lose. Work hard, remember your training, and do your best. No weapons and no ninjutsu. That will result in an automatic fail for that portion. You will stop when I say so, not when you think so, he instructed, guiding the rabble over to the opposite side of the field. The next 2 hours were spent grading the students on their ability to beat each other up with their bare hands. It wasn't Hideki's favorite way to spend an afternoon, but some of the moves that they came up with were definitely worth a watch. His class fought dirty compared to others he'd had in the past. It wasn't a bad thing. There was no such thing as fighting dirty, only fighting to win. He was glad that they hadn't become stuck in the mentality of clean fights or honor, something that would get them killed once they graduated. He had to wince when Midori hooked her opponent by his nostrils, dragging him out of the ring. Excellent technique, as the nose was a vulnerable spot and could potentially restrict their breathing, but it was vicious. Overall, they had the Academy Taijutsu style down, with some variations from the clan kids. They all fought in similar ways that would soon branch out once they became genin. He looked down at his board and called the last pair up: Uzumaki Naruto and Ueda Kichiru. The two students stepped forward, already glaring hatefully at each other. They had some disagreements in the past, but Hideki could not show special treatment. They would just have to get over it. Uzumaki had to lift his head to stare down Kichiru, the 4 inches in height more obvious than ever. He was pretty sure Kichiru was a distant relation to the Akimichi, with his straight brown hair, stocky build, and plain green and brown clothing. Uzumaki, on the other hand, was already small for his age. There wasn't a lick of muscle on his frame, and Hideki was already mentally calling for the stretcher. He raised his arm and snapped it down, yelling, "Begin." The boys did not bow and just fell into their taijutsu stances. Kichiru's was an excellent example of the academy style. Uzumaki's was not. It did not look anything like any taijutsu style that Hideki had observed during his time at the academy. The boy bounced lightly on his toes, his frame loose and relaxed. There was a moment of silence as the boys just looked at each other. The other children had gone quiet. Uzumaki's eyes flickered again, but Hideki determinedly did not think of what that could mean. He was not there to figure out his students' lives. He was there to teach them the coursework and make sure they didn't die their first week as a genin. That was all. Uzumaki glanced down at Kichiru's feet for a moment before he smirked, bringing out a small, foam ball from his pocket and starting to throw it from one hand to the other. Hideki narrowed his eyes but allowed it. It technically wasn't a weapon, but he would be watching very closely. This move by Uzumaki threw Kichiru off for a few seconds, but the older student shook it off, moving forward to throw a punch to Uzumaki's face. Hideki couldn't help but notice Kichiru's eyes kept darting down to Uzumaki's hand, his eyes following the movement of the ball. He knew that was unavoidable. They were taught to take note and be aware of anything moving in a fight. He was just not sure what Uzumaki was aiming to achieve with this. Hideki was about to mark Kichiru the winner, the blonde doing nothing to avoid a punch that would surely flatten him, when the unexpected happened. Kichiru's right ankle gave way, and he dropped heavily to the floor. He barely had time to push himself up when Uzumaki kicked him right in the chest. Hideki's brush hovered over his clipboard as he watched Kichiru get shoved out of the ring. The large boy remained when he had landed, groaning dramatically as the kids around him stared. Uzumaki lowered his leg and looked at Hideki expectantly. Ueda Kichiru has been knocked out of the ring. Uzumaki Naruto wins. He motioned for the medic to attend to the still groaning boy. He had known that there would be medical assistance required, but he had thought of the wrong student. Really, he should have known. Naruto was nearly unbeatable in taijutsu. It was so easy to forget due to his size and attitude. He still wasn't sure how he'd managed to get Kichiru off balance using only a ball. As Uzumaki made his way out of the ring, Hideki leaned over. "You did not need to use a kick like that to finish the match. That was unnecessary violence against one of your future comrades," he admonished, taken aback slightly at the glare he received. "I won. That's all that matters," the boy replied shortly, walking in the direction of the classroom. Hideki sighed, motioning for the rest of the kids to follow him. He couldn't deny that Uzumaki was right. In their line of work, all that mattered was winning. It didn't particularly matter how. He followed behind his class, leaving the other teachers to finish up with the wounded students. "Congratulations to those whose names have been called. You have passed the final graduation exam and are now Genin of Konoha. Come back to the classroom at 8 tomorrow morning to be assigned your teams. Those who have failed, come back in 2 weeks for the beginning of the new school year. You are dismissed," Hideki-sensei announced from the front of the classroom. Naruto stared down at the Hitai-8 in his hands, running his fingers over the grooves in the metal. He abruptly shoved it into his pocket. As long as he had it on him as proof of his rank, he didn't need to wear it. He ignored the laughter and wails of his once fellow classmates, moving to the door. He did not want to hang around the academy any longer than he absolutely had to. "Uzumaki." He turned to the sound of his teacher's voice. "You are to report to Hokage-sama's office tomorrow, not here." He nodded once and continued his way out of the room, not bothering to speak to anyone else. He didn't have friends, and he wasn't happy for any of them. He hoped he never had to see most of them ever again. Sure, he would be stuck with 2 as teammates, but that was only until the Chunin exams. He walked down the corridor, turning over Hideki-sensei's words in his head. Why would Gigi want to see him for team assignments? He weaved his way through the hordes of waiting parents, ignoring the glares and whispers directed his way. The occasional demon, Kyubi brat, and monster floated over to him, but he brushed them away, shoving his hands deep into his pockets and gripping his headband tightly. It was hardly his fault that he got stuck with the giant demon fox that destroyed the village. It wasn't as if the yondaime stopped and asked for his consent to be discriminated against and tormented for the rest of his life. He had barely drawn his first breath when the Kyubi attacked the village, and yet somehow, he was solely responsible for the ordeal. If he really was as bad as they all said he was, this village wouldn't be standing. Somehow he couldn't bring himself to be sad about that thought. Now he was Genin, though. It would be much easier to avoid people. He didn't have to be around other kids, and he could avoid going into the village until absolutely necessary. They might even get missions outside the village. There was nothing that he wanted more. It was a good thing that Gigi gave him the option of graduating early. If he was stuck in that academy until he was 12, he might have started maiming people, starting with Kichi Team and Renbaka. But honestly, he wasn't picky. Now he just had to hope that he would get a Jounin sensei that didn't care about his tenant. He wasn't expecting them to be nice or pay attention or anything, just the same neutral attitude that Hideki sensei treated him with. That was all he needed. Gigi would probably put him with a taijutsu specialist, and he hoped Gigi was aware enough to pick a good one. He needed to work on his bloodline limit, and improving his taijutsu was a good way to do that. No matter who he ended up with, he could just continue his solo training anyway. The real issue would be who his teammates were. He would actually be expected to work with them and be civil, and Naruto could not think of anything worse. He had ended up dead last in the class, so he would probably end up with Daisuke and Midori, the top in the class. They did not go out of their way to be horrible, but he would still be uncomfortable working with them. He could never trust them. The only reason he was even dead last were his academic scores. He just didn't see the point of learning useless stuff. Which dead man fought? Which dead man centuries ago would not help him survive a bandit attack? Shaking his head of those thoughts, he finally arrived at his destination. It wasn't quite time for the dinner rush, so it was pretty empty, which suited Naruto just fine. He walked up to the counter and hopped on one of the seats, grinning at the pair behind the counter. "Tuchi-jizan, I am Nichin. For miso ramen, please." "Naruto-kun." Tuchi smiled right back at him. "How did it go?" Naruto dug out the hitayate from his pocket, dumping it on the counter. Tuchi laughed and ruffled his hair before going to start on his order. "I never doubted you." The owner of Ichiraku and his daughter were two of the three people that Naruto cared for in this village. Ever since Tuchi gave that free bowl of ramen to a starving orphan hiding from the rain, he had gained Naruto's everlasting loyalty. He had been coming back ever since. A girl of 12 stuck her hand out, and Naruto gave her a high five before she started making her way to the back. "You showed them." "I am Nichin," called behind her. Tuchi placed the first bowl in front of him, and Naruto took a moment to inhale the delicious scent. "I bet you blew them all out of the water, huh?" Tuchi said, turning to continue cooking. "My taijutsu saved my ass." Naruto dug into his meal. "Though I finally got that ankle break move to work and now I'm free of those bastards, I can finally work on making some real progress in my training." A flicker of sorrow crossed Tuchi's face for only a second, but Naruto caught it. He was far too used to seeing it. "Tuchi-jizan, I'm fine. I've made it this far without people my age, and I don't need them. I can do everything myself." Tuchi handed him the second bowl, but Naruto twirled his chopsticks in his hands. It was an old argument between them. Tuchi was adamant that Naruto needed friends and needed to learn to work with other shinobi. Naruto was convinced he didn't need them, that he would be fine on his own. Neither would budge on the issue, and now that he'd graduated, he knew Tuchi was banking on his new teammates opening him up. Naruto knew better. He ate the next 3 bowls, an uncomfortable silence hanging over the ramen stand. He stood and brought out Gamachan, counting out the coins carefully. He flinched as a hand came towards him, but forced himself to relax as he realized it was Tuchi. The man retracted his hand, a troubled look on his face. "No need to pay." He forced a smile. "It's on the house. Consider it a gift for you passing the exam and making jinin. I know it's something you've been wanting for a long time." Naruto forced a smile of his own, although it wasn't as hard as he thought it would be. He knew Tuchi cared and wanted the best for him. They just disagreed on what that best was. "Thanks, Tuchi-jizan." He shoved Gamachan and his headband back into his pocket and left the ramen stand, hand once again resting in his pockets as he walked the long way home. He weaved his way through the bustling streets of Konoha, pulling on his hoodie as he held an apple in his mouth. Barely avoiding a shouting villager, he ducked beneath 2 haggling women and took a bite, switching the apple to his hand. Naruto didn't like being in the village streets. He would have been more than happy to take every dark, isolated alleyway all the way to the tower. He couldn't wait for the moment he could take to the rooftops. As an academy student, he'd been heavily discouraged from that route. After the 5th ANBU found him, he'd taken the hint. Glaring back at an old woman who seemed particularly annoyed at him, he finally reached the tower. He ignored the Chunin guards as he started taking the steps 2 at a time. Perhaps he shouldn't have fallen asleep at the training grounds, but it was too late to change that now. Gigi should be used to him turning up late. He still had no idea why the old man wanted to see him. It had to have something to do with his team assignments, as the rest of his classmates were being assigned to theirs right at this moment. He finally reached the top of the stairs, making his way down the short corridor to the large double doors. Most who entered the Hokage's tower would stop and take a moment to admire the carefully crafted interior. It was certainly worthy of the wealth and power that Konoha had as the strongest hidden village. Naruto had been in and out of this place his whole life, so he was immune to the intimidation factor that the place conveyed onto outsiders. Since he was around so much, though, he was more perceptive to changes. A change such as the Chunin that worked in the tower actively avoiding the door of the Hokage's office. Some were annoyed, some were defeated, and some were scared. Naruto threw those ones a strange look. What could they possibly be scared of here? As he drew closer to the door, he thought he heard something, but as he reached for the handle, it was silent. He poked his head in and tried to find what was putting off the Chunin. The office looked the same as it always did. Scrolls adorning the walls, books stacked neatly on the shelves, the pile of paperwork threatening to topple off the Hokage's desk. His eyes were drawn to the Yandame's picture on the wall, but he shook it off. He switched his gaze to the Hokage himself, but his eyes snapped to the man's left. A man stood there in a tight green spandex bodysuit and woolen orange leg warmers, a bright red hitai tied around his waist. He was the most colorful man Naruto had ever set eyes on. The academy teachers used to tell him off for wearing orange, but had they ever seen this man? He winced as he took in the man's shiny bowl cut and massive bushy eyebrows. Did he own a mirror? The tightness of the bodysuit did give Naruto a chance to scope out the insane expanse of muscle that lay beneath. His lack of self-awareness over his appearance apparently did not affect his ability as a shinobi. The man's dark eyes looked right back at him, probably doing the same assessment that Naruto had just done. "Should I wait outside, Gigi?" he announced himself. No, Naruto-kun," Gigi smiled at him. "We were just waiting for you. Congratulations on passing the exams, with the highest taijutsu and weaponry scores no less." Naruto grinned, fully stepping into the room and shoving his hands into his pockets as he stood in front of the desk. "No sweat, Gigi. It would take more than that to keep me down." "Now," said Gigi firmly, "I summoned you here because you will not be put into a three-man genin team like the rest of your classmates. Instead, you will operate as an apprentice, which is slightly different from your average genin." Naruto frowned in confusion as the Hokage continued. "This is Mado Guy, an elite jounin of Konoha and a master of taijutsu. He will be your master and teacher until you pass the Chunin exams." Before Naruto could say anything in reply, Guy bounced forward. "Greetings, my youthful pupil, I low dash. Volume, Guy-kun. My most sincere apologies, Hokage-sama." Guy beamed, his voice only slightly quieter at the old man's words. "Naruto-kun, I look forward to training you, and I'm sure we will reach the pinnacle of our springtime of youth." Naruto blinked in the face of Guy's sparkling teeth and enthusiastic thumbs up. He redirected his incredulous gaze towards his grandfather figure. "What the actual fuck, Gigi? Guy is very energetic, but he is still the most qualified instructor available," the Hokage chuckled. "He will be able to aid you in both improving your weak points and in developing your bloodline limit." "Wait, so I just have to deal with him?" Naruto asked eagerly. "I don't have teammates." "For now, no, you will not be placed on a team. You will complete D ranks on your own, but may work with other genin teams if Gaikuen wills it. You will be placed on teams for any C ranks you undertake in the future." There were an odd number of students graduating this year, and due to the rarity and specificity of your bloodline, it was decided that you need to focus on developing it, and so would be the odd man out, as it were. Naruto nodded along to the Hokage's explanation, but he could not hide his delight at the news. Gigi frowned at him, and Naruto tried to school his features in something more neutral. "You will have to work with other Konoha shinobi in the future, Naruto-kun," he stated firmly. "Now, go get your picture taken for your identification and registration, and then meet Gaikuen at Training Ground 17 in 2 hours." A grin fell easily onto Naruto's face as he raced out of the room, slamming the door closed behind him. "Well, his taijutsu and weapon handling are very impressive, Hokage-sama. If he could harness the incredible volume of chakra within him and apply it to his ninjutsu, he would be a most formidable shinobi in the future. His age, too, has not hindered him. Despite being 3 years younger than his peers, his work ethic and focus is up there with shinobi twice his age. I have no doubt that with some guidance that he will be able to fully embrace the springtime of his youth Go on. I know there is something else, Gaikuen. His mindset may pose a problem. He has not only been unable to connect to anyone his own age, but he seems like he actively ensures it. His happiness at the news that he would not be placed in a team is a red flag for a Konoha shinobi. He also does not engage in anything that does not interest him. He skated through the academy on almost the bare minimum on most subjects, if he turned up at all. The issue is not his ability or his skills, but his attitude and dismissal of his fellow shinobi and villagers. Naruto-kun has not had it easy, but I believe you will be able to help him, Gaikuen. Of course, Hokage-sama. I will aid Naruto-kun to the best of my ability in embracing the best days of his youth. Dismissed, Gaikuen. Go and meet up with your new apprentice. Naruto scanned the empty training ground, trying to spot his new teacher. He didn't know if he'd ever manage to miss him. The man was loud in every sense of the word. Gai-sensei. Naruto-kun. He flinched and snapped his head round, coming face to face with the grinning visage of his new sensei. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He hadn't been there earlier. Surely a man with his volume wouldn't be any use for stealth. It is time to test your capabilities, Naruto-kun. Before Naruto could process this statement, Guy leapt forward with a punch aimed directly to his face. Only pure instinct allowed Naruto to duck, and he snapped out his own fist into Guy's stomach. The man easily dodged, and they engaged in a spar. Naruto activated his bloodline limit as a kick from Guy shoved him back. He rolled with the momentum to displace the force and sprung to his feet. He scanned the jounin and grinned. He could see every muscle, every breath, where Guy's center of gravity, where he placed his weight. Guy's elbow and bicep twitched, and Naruto threw himself to the ground, avoiding Guy's grab and returning it with a sweep of his legs. Guy stepped over the sweep and aimed his own leg at Naruto's chest. He rolled to the side and rose to his feet, his forearm taking the next blow. He was taking much less hits, but as the seconds passed, it became obvious that Naruto's bloodline worked faster than his body could keep up with. Even as his brain supplied the information and told him exactly what was going to happen, Naruto's limbs would not cooperate. It was only made more frustrating by the fact he knew Guy was holding back. He could see it. Every time he blocked Guy's limbs with one of his own, or had to take the blow he couldn't dodge, his anger grew. His fists swung wider, sweat poured into his eyes, and he grew more concerned with landing a blow than watching Guy's movements. As he swung his fist one more time, determined to wipe off that stupid grin from the man's face, he felt a sharp pain in his ribs. He blinked, and when he next opened his eyes, he was staring at the clear blue sky above. He blinked once more, unsure of what point in the fight that his bloodline limit had deactivated itself. His befuddled brain kept trying to make sense of what had just happened as he became keenly aware of his lack of oxygen. That was excellent, Naruto-kun. Truly showing the fire of youth is burning brightly within you. Naruto ignored the voice as he desperately heaved air into his lungs, his head light and skin tingling. Every breath burned, and only now did he notice that his limbs had turned to jelly from exertion. How long had they fought? It hadn't felt that long. Guy's face appeared above him, and Naruto felt his annoyance return. The man didn't even look winded. The obnoxious man looked as fresh and lively as when they had first met in the Hokage's office only hours ago. The man waved a water bottle at him, and Naruto sighed, hauling himself upright and regretting the motion immediately. The water bottle was dumped in his lap, and he just stared at it. He would drink it after his lungs stopped screaming. Your taijutsu is wonderful, Naruto-kun. Closer to a chunin than a genin. Next you shall demonstrate the ninjutsu and jinjutsu you know so I can get the full scope of your abilities. Naruto grunted, finally taking a swig of water. He didn't really want to do that. He didn't like ninjutsu, and he hated jinjutsu. Do I have to? He groaned. It's just the basic academy stuff. Not anything I'm planning on using if I can help it. Guy's smile remained unchanged. Of course, you can never have too many tools in your pouch, Naruto-kun. You can incorporate any of the skills you have learned into your fighting style. Naruto just poured the rest of the water down his throat. This happy, loud attitude was going to grate after a while. He stood slowly, shaking out his limbs to help regain the feeling. He threw the bottle to one side and flipped through the hand seals, producing a puff of smoke. Naruto raised his own bushy eyebrow as he stared deadpan back at Guy, refusing to look down at the green spandex that now covered his body. His illusion disappeared in another puff of smoke as he switched with a log, letting it sit for a moment before swapping back. Happy. What about Bunshin? Or Jinjutsu? I can't do Bunshin, Naruto shrugged. I only passed because they didn't choose it as one of the exam jutsu. Guy's broad smile finally dropped into a serious expression. Show me. Naruto rolled his eyes, but made the appropriate hand seals. Two puffs appeared beside him, and he didn't need to look to know what would be there. His clones always turned out looking like they'd just been poisoned. At least they weren't missing any body parts this time. He allowed them to vanish as Guy raised a hand to his chin. And Jinjutsu? I'm really good at breaking out of them, Naruto offered. Haven't met one I couldn't break out of yet. Can't cast one though. Never been able to. Guy was silent for a moment, a thoughtful look on his face. Naruto began to stretch out his muscles. He had to take advantage of the calm where he could with this jounin. I will investigate that for you. Guy suddenly spoke up, his grin back in place. For now, we must address your weaknesses. Naruto flopped back onto the ground. You are excellent at taijutsu, but I know you can improve. The main issue is your body cannot keep up with your bloodline limit. I saw you trying to react, but your body did not cooperate. Naruto nodded along. He already knew that. Your mind works at a much greater speed that your body can keep up with, Guy continued. You cannot utilize the advantage that your bloodline limit grants you. Fortunately, this can easily be remedied by training. This is what Naruto wanted. He wanted some guidance on how to get stronger. His bloodline limit had so much potential, but he knew he couldn't make it work on his own. There was only so far he could go by watching other shinobi from afar and trying to recreate it on his own. He needed a real teacher, one that would take him seriously and could give him some structure. He needed to get stronger, or he might never escape this village. Guy was certainly unconventional, but he might be the teacher Naruto needed. Guy watched his genin from beneath the shade, taking a rare moment to sit still and take things in. Naruto struggled with the box, his legs shaking as he dumped it heavily into the cart. The boy took a moment to breathe before he walked back to pick up another. They had gone to the mission assignment desk after their short training session to pick up Naruto's first D rank. There had been another genin team picking up their own D rank, and Guy had offered to let Naruto tag onto their team rather than tackle a mission on his own. The kid had vehemently denied it, snatching up the first scroll offered and stomping out of the room like he was afraid Guy wouldn't give him a choice on the matter. The mission had been one of the more heavy-going D ranks available. A merchant was sending his stock to another village in the Land of Fire and required his cart to be packed. Guy knew this task really required a full genin team, but he admired Naruto's burning determination to get it done himself. The springtime of youth had a chance to blossom beautifully within his young pupil, but the boy was so closed off. A part of him had hoped that Naruto would work with that team. He hoped that Naruto would realize that it's better to have a team to back you up, especially on missions. He should have known his apprentice would share the same desire to push himself to his limits that Guy had. It would be a slow process, fanning and building Naruto's will of fire, but he knew the boy had it in him. He had noticed that Naruto did not wear his Hitaiate. When he had asked the kid where it was, he had pulled it out of his pocket. He had tried to explain to the boy that he needed to wear it, proudly display it as a shinobi of Konoha, but Naruto had only asked if it was compulsory. Technically, it wasn't a rule that a shinobi should display it visibly. It was just something that was expected. Naruto had immediately shoved it back in his pocket, stating that he would have it on him as proof of his rank and that he didn't see the need to put it on his clothing. It was a bit concerning that Naruto had so little pride in his village, going so far as to dismiss what should be a proud display of allegiance completely, but Guy hoped he could show him that the village would have his back. It was going to be an uphill battle. Naruto heaved the last box onto the cart and turned to stare down Guy triumphantly. Another thing he had noticed with his new pupil, he was always ready to fight. Every time he had looked at Guy today, it was with a grumpy, challenging look that conveyed all the disdain he had for the world. The only time he had seen him smile and let his guard down was with Hokage-sama, and even then it was brief. Guy knew Hokage-sama was hoping that Guy could get him to relax a bit, to start letting people in. From what Guy had observed, That would be a more difficult challenge than the Sandaime expected. Guy grinned back brightly at his pupil, ignoring the obvious sigh and eye roll that emerged whenever he did so. It was only day one. He had time to break through Naruto's shell. He walked up to him, throwing him an earnest thumbs up before he met up with the client. He shook the man's hand vigorously, wishing him a wonderful day and thanking him for the opportunity. The client didn't return his enthusiasm, but that had never deterred Guy. He would always lead by example. He gestured for Naruto to follow him back towards the mission assignment desk to report in and collect their mission pay. The blonde trudged behind him, grumbling beneath his breath as they reached the village proper. Guy grinned brightly at anyone who looked their way, but their attention was taken by his pupil next to him. Naruto glared back at the villagers, and Guy's smile faltered as he watched the exchange. Naruto-kun, how is your chakra control? We did not have time to go over the exercises earlier. Naruto looked up at him, the glare fading into consideration. The distraction was working. Shit. Guy blinked. Your honesty is a shining example to all those who wish to pursue the epitome of their youth. Sure, Guy-sensei. The kid's answer did help to fit another piece of the puzzle to the picture Guy was building. This might be the root of his issues with Bunshin and Jinjutsu. He would have to investigate it first before he suggested anything to his pupil, but he had a good feeling about it. Naruto was the first student that Guy had ever taken under his wing. He had been inspired by Kakashi to take a student. He couldn't let his rival pass on his wisdom alone. It hadn't been what he expected. Naruto hadn't been what he expected, but Guy was looking forward to what the future had in store. He already had so many youthful ideas about how Naruto-kun could improve, and his taijutsu was only the beginning. He was only 9, 2 years older than Guy himself had been when he graduated. He wasn't set in his ways. There was still time for Guy to show him that it was for his benefit that he positively engaged with the rest of the village. A team could be as close as family if he was just willing to let other people in. Guy would just have to do his utmost to help Naruto bring out the very best of his youth. Kakashi flipped a page in his book, walking idly down the village streets. The Genin team Hokage-sama had shoved onto him had been disappointing, no teamwork or independent thought to be found. He had sent them straight back to the academy, and now he was free of that obligation for another year. Speaking of obligations, he could already hear the familiar footsteps bouncing in his direction. He briefly considered disappearing, unsure if he was up for Guy's antics today, but ultimately just stayed where he was. He hadn't actually seen Guy in a few weeks, a rarity when the older Jounin was not on a mission away from the village. My eternal rival. Kakashi flipped another page in his book, his eyes scanning the words he'd already read numerous times. Sorry, did you say something? You're so hip, Kakashi. Tears streamed down Guy's face as he held up a fist in mock frustration. Kakashi finally looked up to see Guy pointing at him. I challenge you, Kakashi. We must see which of us can do the most one-handed push-ups. Kakashi turned that over in his head for a moment. Could he be bothered with that right now? He was physically capable, but did he really want to? Guy, can we not just see who can do the most blinks in a minute? His friend considered it before he grinned widely, his teeth sparkling. Of course, my eternal rival. What a unique challenge. Kakashi shoved his book into a pocket and turned his full attention to Guy. He stared into dark eyes as they waited. Go. Kakashi closed his eyes, opened them, and then rapidly repeated the process. As much as he liked to act like he didn't care about these challenges, he really did. It was just funny to watch Guy's reaction when he pretended otherwise. He would give each one his all when he did end up roped into them. He wasn't just going to let the older man win. Time. I achieved 157. Kakashi scowled beneath his mask. Maybe he should have agreed to the one-handed push-ups after all. 152, he reluctantly admitted. That is 27 to 28 then, Kakashi. Guy laughed. One more challenge, and we will have tied. Kakashi whipped his book back out and put it pointedly in front of his face, resuming his walk. Guy fell and stepped next to him and began to talk at his usual volume. I'm glad I was able to catch you, Kakashi. My new apprentice has taken up much of my time, but I did not want my fellow Jounin to think I had vanished. Trust me, Guy. Kakashi turned a page. No one would ever think you vanished. We can hear you coming a mile away. Guy let out a booming laugh, heavily patting Kakashi on the back. Kakashi caught himself as the force shoved him forward, and he shot Guy an annoyed look that the other Jounin did not register. A thought occurred to him. Wait, an apprentice? He lowered his book. Is that why we haven't seen you in the past couple of weeks? It is nice to know you missed me. Guy beamed. I could not let you tackle mentorship alone. So I put myself forward as a Jounin sensei this year. I did not get a full team, but the pupil I have is excellent, and in the springtime of his youth. How is your team? Oh, I failed them on the first day. Kakashi waved a hand dismissively. Kakashi, was that really necessary? Guy's smile dimmed for the first time since they'd met up. I'm sure they weren't that bad. They really were that bad, he shrugged. The academy isn't like it used to be. Is yours actually good, or are you just being positive about him like you are with everything? Guy's grin returned in full force. Naruto-kun is indeed brilliant. His work ethic rivals my own, and his taijutsu is going to be the best in the village one day. He has my full and complete faith. The name registered, and Kakashi stopped in the middle of the street. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, Guy confirmed. He graduated this year and was assigned to me. Huh, Kakashi frowned. I didn't know he was graduating this year. Not that he knew anything about Minato-sensei's son. To his shame, he had avoided the boy. He just didn't want to be reminded of his loss. He knew he was letting Minato-sensei down, but the more time that passed, the easier it was to ignore the dark pit of guilt that grew each year. He had appeased it slightly when the body was a baby by watching over him in ANBU, but he hadn't seen the kid since. A lot could happen in the 5 years. He glared weakly at Guy's look of pity. You know, Kakashi, his friend said at a normal volume. It's never too late to build a relationship with him. I know you were his ENBU guard when he was a toddler. You do care about him. Just leave it, Guy. Kakashi brought his book back up, eyes scanning the page, but none of it sinking in. It sounds like he's doing fine without me. Kakashi. Oh, who is that calling me? Kakashi said, walking briskly away. I'll see you later, Guy. He was grateful when the other Jounin did not follow. Thoughts of Minato-sensei's son circled around his head, long-buried regrets surfacing and the guilt choking him. He needed to go to the memorial stone. Naruto gasped for breath as he lay spread-eagled in the grass. It had been almost 2 weeks since he'd been assigned to Guy, and every day, they had a taijutsu spar. He had gotten no closer to even winding the Jounin than he had the first day. It always ended the same way. Naruto collapsed on the ground, staring at the sky and struggling to get enough oxygen into his lungs. He healed quickly, but he was forming new bruises quicker than they were able to disappear. One good thing about Guy, the man didn't know how to hold back. He was more than happy to throw Naruto around like a rag doll, and he was delighted. He wouldn't get any stronger if the Jounin took it easy on him. He was already a bit faster than he'd been when he sat the graduation exam. If he kept going like this, he might actually make Chunin in a couple years. On the other hand, while all the muscle training and taijutsu was great, Guy hadn't mentioned Naruto's bloodline limit once. He thought that when he finally got a Jounin sensei, he would be able to make some real progress with it. He had figured some aspects of it out himself through trial and error, but he knew there was more to it. Guy-sensei, he sat up slowly. When are we going to work on my bloodline limit? It's been 2 weeks. Like we discussed before, Naruto-kun, we need to get your body up to speed before we can bring out its full potential. Guy grinned, hands on his hips as he stared down at him. We've barely begun your training. There is much more work to be done. I know I'm not there yet, but that could take months, Naruto frowned. Surely I should be developing it at the same time. All we've done this week is spar and D-ranks. Naruto-kun, you are only 9, Guy's smile faded. Jumping straight into developing everything at once will not help you in the future. We need to develop your skills gradually, starting at the basics to give you a strong foundation. You need solid taijutsu to even begin utilizing your bloodline limit to its full potential. What Guy was saying did make sense. Naruto understood where the man was coming from. He had seen it in the very first spar. His body was nowhere close to keeping up with the information that his bloodline limit granted him. He just had this burning desire to improve. He had to get strong as quickly as possible. He had such expectations when imagining what kind of training he would be doing with his Jounin sensei. Thinking about it had helped pass the time in his history lessons. This had been both everything he had wanted and nothing at all what he expected. He didn't think he ever could have predicted Guy, but even with the early starts and late finishes, there was still that itching feeling that he wasn't improving quickly enough. He had never had guidance before, especially with his bloodline limit. He just needed some direction, and he could continue with it on his own. He had read up on other dojutsu when he couldn't find anything about his own, and had tried exercises for the Sharingan and Byakugan. He knew that the library wouldn't have any of the good stuff. They were kept within the clan compounds. But it was a start. He didn't get very far on his own. That's why he needed Guy. Yeah, but I don't think we should be ignoring it completely just because of that, Naruto pointed out. It's all well and good working on my power and speed, but then I won't know how to incorporate my bloodline limit into my fighting style. Guy's face sank into a thoughtful expression and he raised his hand to his chin, stroking it thoughtfully. You raise an excellent point, Guy nodded. I will look into it. It is called the Emperor's Eye, correct? Something uncoiled in Naruto's gut as he accepted Guy's words. Guy was already more dependable than any other adult that Naruto had encountered in his life so far. He still held some reservations. He had been let down enough in his life, but Guy hadn't done anything to prove otherwise. It had only been 2 weeks, though. There was plenty of time for Guy to fuck him over. Yeah. Naruto took a sip of his water. There isn't anything about it in the library or the archives, but Gigi knew someone who had the same one. That's what he called it. Guy threw him an odd look and Naruto sighed, more than familiar with it from his former teachers. Yes, I do go to the library and no, it does not mean that I like reading or studying or any of that rubbish. I just go when I need pointers on my training or when something doesn't make sense. I still stand by the fact that the book stuff in the academy is useless out in the field. This answer seemed to satisfy Guy as the man threw him thumbs up. He liked doing hat way too much. Leave it with me, Naruto-kun, Guy announced, back at full volume. I shall find the most youthful training exercises for you. Naruto just continued to drink his water. 2 weeks in, and the whole youth thing made no more sense than it had when Guy had first mentioned it. He'd learned to just roll with it. He was immune to much of Guy's eccentricities through sheer exposure. Now, Naruto-kun, Guy clapped his hands together. Today we are going to work on your chakra control. Naruto sank back into the grass and groaned. He knew his chakra control sucked. The leaf exercise in the academy had been his worst enemy. He always ended up shooting the leaf far away from his forehead, which he had later figured out was due to him putting too much chakra into it. That knowledge hadn't helped him. He just couldn't get the right amount of chakra. It sometimes felt like he was trying to fill a teacup with a bathtub. That's not a very youthful approach to your training. Guy hovered over him. This will help you with your E-rank jutsu. You cannot complete out of village missions without them. Naruto blinked and snapped upright, bouncing to his feet. Guy had a point. The sooner he learnt these jutsu, the sooner he could leave the village. He hadn't managed to get a handle on any of them yet, but maybe chakra control would help. He was willing to put himself through anything if it meant escaping this hellhole, even just for a mission. Guy watched him in amusement. Naruto crossed his arms in response. Have you heard of the tree-walking exercise? Nope. Then observe, Naruto-kun. Guy led him to the edge of the training ground and stopped in front of one of the trees. Naruto raised an eyebrow as Guy continued walking to the base, as if he was going to walk directly into the trunk. His eyes widened as Guy started to walk up the tree. How was he doing that? He was just walking up the tree as if gravity wasn't a thing. Guy walked along one of the thick branches and turned to face Naruto, upside down with his hands on his hips as he grinned down at him. You have to teach me how to do that, said Naruto breathlessly. Right now. This is the key to the rooftops. He wouldn't have to walk in the streets and suffer the ire of the villagers. He could just use the window of his ratty apartment as his new door. He would be able to go weeks without seeing a civilian. The AMBU wouldn't be able to stop him either. He could just shove his Hitai 8 in their face. That is what we are here to do. Guy bellowed down from his branch. He watched his teacher walk back down the trunk, a grin forming on his own face. Maybe chakra control wasn't that bad. Guy landed lightly in front of him. So in order to do this, you must channel chakra to the bottom of your feet and keep it up at a consistent level with each step. Too little, and you will slide off. Too much, and you will destroy the bark beneath your feet. Do you understand? Naruto nodded eagerly. He bounced past Guy and faced the tree, channeling his chakra through his legs. He placed his right foot onto the tree and the wood immediately exploded, throwing him away from the trunk. He stumbled back, swearing loudly as Guy watched him intently from the side. He regained his footing and eyed the trunk, his smile dropping, so he would need even less. He pushed chakra to his feet, trying to make it the smallest amount he physically could. He placed his foot back on the tree and felt his foot sliding. He tried to gently increase the level of chakra, grinning as his foot stuck. He lifted his other foot, his weight supported off the ground for a brief second. He tried to channel chakra to his suspended foot while maintaining the level of the foot stuck to the tree, but he lost control. The wood beneath his foot shattered, and he was thrown to the ground, landing on his ass. "It will take time to master this," Guy spoke up. "It will be especially hard for you, but I have faith in your abilities." "Why is it hard for me?" Naruto scowled. "Is it 'cause I'm dead last? Or am I less capable than normal kids?" The lines on Guy's face deepened as his brow furrowed. "Of course not, Naruto-kun," he said sincerely. "You have more chakra than the average genin. It's why you struggled with Bunshin and the other E-rank jutsu. You just put too much chakra into the technique. This will make you more aware of your chakra supply and how much you are using." Naruto was taken aback. He hadn't been expecting that answer. He was so used to people putting him down for the QB or his grades or his financial situation. The thought that Guy wasn't trying to be negative hadn't even crossed his mind. His answer also made a lot of sense. He hadn't realized that he was using so much chakra. It didn't feel like too much to him. "Oh." Guy's face softened. "It's okay, Naruto-kun. We can just keep trying until you get it. I will be right here with you." Naruto resisted the urge to smile back at the jounin. He turned back to the tree, conflicting thoughts crowding his head. He wanted to believe Guy, but deep down, he knew the only person he could really count on was himself. Guy followed Naruto through the streets, the evening sun casting a warmth over the village and bathing each surface with a soft orange glow. Guy really did love Konoha, and he had never doubted anything he did in service. He would live and die for this village. The more he trained Naruto and got to know his student, the more questions he had. There were so many red flags popping up around the boy, and Guy did not like it. That comment he made about being less. He had automatically jumped to the defensive, had expected to be put down and disregarded. What kind of schooling did he receive to think like that? There was also the surprise that appeared on his face every time Guy encouraged him to learn and expand on things that were not immediately useful. Naruto could be very intense in his training, pushing himself like his very life depended on it. Other times, like when he mentioned ninjutsu or jinjutsu, Naruto rolled his eyes and didn't even try to pretend he was interested. It was as if the genin thought that he was alone, thinking Guy was only there temporarily, so he had to fit the pieces together by himself. Guy looked forward to showing his student that he was there for him. He was there to help him reach his potential and flourish in the springtime of his youth. There was a burning passion beneath the surface, and Guy wanted to help Naruto realize it was okay to embrace it. He caught a few villagers looking their way, and he beamed cheerfully at them in greeting. But they weren't looking at him. Their eyes were latched onto the small blonde boy just in front of him, and Guy was surprised at the venom. People who usually smiled when he saw them were twisted up in hatred, their faces almost unrecognizable. He shot a glance at Naruto and found a matching glare as he gave as good as he got. Guy had always overheard talk of Naruto. It was hard not to in a village like this. He hadn't really taken it seriously. He didn't agree with the negative comments, and he was not about to think the worst of a boy he had never met. Now he had gotten to know Naruto. He was even less inclined to agree. His student was a hard worker, and while he was on the grumpy side, his youth and passion was clear for anyone to see. He hadn't stopped to consider what kind of effect those comments would have on the kid himself. Naruto tore his gaze away from the villagers as he spotted their destination in the distance. A smile almost broke across the genin's face as he picked up the pace, almost skipping to the ramen stand. Guy followed, taking a seat next to his pupil and smiling at the ramen stand owner. "Naruto," the man grinned. "Who do you have with you today?" Guy hid his surprise as Naruto smiled openly, his blue eyes sparkling. "This is Guy-sensei," he easily replied. "He's treating me to ramen today." The ramen chef turned to Guy in mock sympathy. I hope you have a deep pocket, Gai-san, he said. This kid can really pack it away. I'm pretty sure his blood is part ramen broth at this point. Guy beamed at the chef as Naruto threw out an embarrassed Tsuchijizan. This was the most animated Naruto had been in the 2 weeks they had been training together. It was a nice change to see his student smiling rather than sporting the usual scowl he wore while completing missions. What would you like, Gai-san? Tsuchi turned to start cooking. Naruto always gets miso ramen, so I just need your order. Vegetable ramen, please, Tsuchi-san. Tsuchi nodded to them and focused on what he was doing. Guy glanced over at Naruto and decided to ask a question that had been on his mind since he learned that Naruto did not wear his hitayate. Naruto-kun, why do you want to be a shinobi? Naruto's smile fell and his brow furrowed. I owe it to Gigi. He helped me when I was younger, and I want to repay him. I want to get to the point where I don't have to debate whether I can afford an apple. I want to master my bloodline limit. I don't want it to go to waste. Guy listened quietly. There was something else. Naruto kept throwing nervous glances at him, so Guy kept his body relaxed, trying to project acceptance and patience. It wasn't often that he tried to be quiet and tone himself down, but this felt important. He wanted Naruto to know he could trust him. I want to leave the village, Naruto admitted quietly. I want to get to the level where I can just leave and not get hunted down for it. The Sannin can do whatever they want. If I can get strong enough, I can do it too. Naruto stared down at his hands, twisting his fingers together. Guy could understand his nervousness. Shinobi generally did not have that goal. Guy himself could not imagine ever leaving Konoha except for missions. It was his home. It was where his heart and soul lived. For someone to say they wished to leave without the intent to return, it bordered on treason. He already knew that Naruto held no loyalty towards Konoha. That was obvious within the first hour of meeting him, but he could understand why. That's an admirable goal, Naruto-kun, to aim for that level of strength. Guy patted his shoulder gently. I will support you however I can. As Naruto snapped round to stare at him, his blue eyes wide in shock, Guy grinned at him. He meant what he said. Guy would help Naruto reach the epitome of his youth and accomplish all his goals. That was what he was here to do as a Jounin sensei. He hoped Naruto would change his mind, that by the time he reached the level of the Sannin, he would find a reason to stay. Naruto walked out of the administration building, finished for the day after a gardening D-rank. He may have been done with Guy for the day, but he had every intention of going straight to the training grounds. In the months since he was shown the tree-walking exercise, he had only made it halfway up the trunk. Guy had been nothing but accepting and encouraging, but it was really starting to annoy Naruto. He would get to the top of that tree if it killed him. Guy had really surprised him. He had taken a chance telling the Jounin the real reason he became a shinobi. He knew that it was practically treason. The only thing worse was leaving and becoming a missing nin. Naruto had considered that when he was younger, but he knew it was wishful thinking. They would never let him go. The hunter nin would find him within a day, and then he'd be even more restricted. By conforming to the system, he at least would be able to leave on missions. He would take anything at this point. His sensei had just accepted it like it was no big deal. Beneath the spandex in youth, Guy was a lot more thoughtful than he let on. It was so easy to be fooled into thinking he was just a cheerful, loud, obnoxious character who yells about youth and challenges himself all the time. Guy was all of those things, but there was a brain beneath that bowl cut. Well, if it isn't the dead last. Haven't been sent back to the academy yet. Naruto closed his eyes, heaving a deep sigh. 6 weeks, 6 glorious weeks, of avoiding his former classmates. He hadn't seen a single genin from his class, and it had been fantastic. There had almost been a weight lifted. He could through his day without being insulted and put down. The villagers threw him dirty looks, but at least they kept to themselves. He opened his eyes and turned to face them, folding his arms. Kichi team, don't tell me you passed, he goaded. Don't you need brains to be a genin? Or did they just pass you to use as a grunt? They didn't even waste a team on you, scoffed Rin. They must not think you're going to last that long. Or maybe they knew that anyone from the academy would only hold me back, Naruto smirked. He always enjoyed that shade of purple on Kichi team's face. Midori hung back a few steps from the two boys. She had never given him trouble, but she also ignored him completely. She refused to look at him even now. He wondered how she was managing on a team with those two terrors. She was probably getting what she deserved. Please, like anyone could stand to be around a demon, Rin jeered. If I really was a demon, Naruto rolled his eyes. Do you think you would still be breathing? His grin was all teeth as he watched a flicker of fear pass over their faces. You, you can't touch us? Rin swallowed, failing to put on a brave face. You're just talking shit. You can't do anything here. Naruto shrugged. True, he agreed casually. I can't touch a hair on your heads while we're in the village. On a mission, though, those enemy shinobi are tricky. You make one mistake and you're dead before you even realize what happened. He watched the dawning realization on their faces, and he turned, waving a hand before shoving them into his pockets. He stopped as Kichiru called out behind him. You talk a big game dead last, but you're the one no one will miss when you are killed on your first mission. Your own parents killed themselves just so they could get away from you. The words struck his heart with the force of a kunai. The anger washed over him, leaving a hollow feeling in his gut. He whipped around in fury, watching them laugh as they walked into the Hokage's tower. That had always been the worst insult they could throw at him. They had done it once before in the academy, and Naruto had almost maimed one of them. After narrowly escaping expulsion, they had made the same comment. They knew he couldn't attack them again. He couldn't risk getting thrown out of the academy, so he responded with pranks. While frowned upon, there was no serious punishment for those. After the third shaved head, the class had learned not to bring up his parents. It seemed that they thought they were safe since they weren't in the academy anymore. Naruto turned back around, his steps fueled with hatred and fury as he began to think up ideas for revenge. They thought they were safe now. He would just have to remind them exactly who they were dealing with. Guy scanned the mostly empty Jounin standby station. He finally spotted the man he'd been looking for, sitting by one of the windows and slumping into the red sofa. Kakashi had been avoiding him since he found out Naruto was Guy's apprentice, and Guy had given him his space. He knew how hard Kakashi took the loss of his team, and he had all but vanished into ANBU when Yondaime-sama died. It had taken almost a decade to get him back, and he knew that was only because the Sandaime hadn't given him a choice. However, he'd given his friend enough time to wallow. His rival needed to pick himself back up and face things head-on. Guy had just the thing to help him do that. My eternal rival. He made it a point to ignore the way Kakashi shrunk into himself at the sound of his voice. His rival was simply having a bad day. I'm glad to have found you, he grinned. I have a favor I need to ask of you. Kakashi lowered his book slightly as he stared deadpan back at Guy. To the outside observer, Kakashi looked as relaxed and unaffected as he always did. Guy knew better. Kakashi obviously hadn't been sleeping. The lines of his frame were tense, and he knew there was a deep frown hidden beneath that mask. Hopefully Guy's proposition would help him out of his own head. Guy, said Kakashi with a flat voice. I'm kinda busy right now. Can I take a rain check? Kakashi, you need to engage with life. Reach the springtime of your youth. You cannot hide in your book forever. Watch me, Kakashi mumbled under his breath. I need your help with my young pupil. Guy continued. He wishes to work on his dojutsu, and with your experience with the Sharingan, I know you would be the perfect mentor to help him to achieve the prime of his youth. Kakashi dropped the book into his lap, leaning forward to actively stare at Guy. He inherited the Emperor's Eye? Indeed, although I was not aware it was named as such. Yondaime-sama kept it close to his chest. Most of Konoha do not know he even had a bloodline limit. Does Naruto know? He does not speak of his personal life, but he is smart. I do not doubt that he has figured it out. Kakashi slumped back in his seat. Shit. Kakashi, you are the best person in the village to help him harness it, Guy insisted. You have your own experience and skill with your own bloodline limit, and you saw the Emperor's Eye up close when you trained under the Yondaime. He could feel his rival wavering, and he grinned. This would be a fantastic partnership not only for the Genin, but Kakashi too. Before the other Jounin could answer, a voice called out from behind them. Guy. He turned to see one of the other Jounin sensei approaching, his expression thunderous as he stomped over to them. You need to tighten your leash on the QB brat. Guy's grin fell. I'm not sure what you mean, Hayama. I do not have Naruto on a leash. Obviously, Hayama scoffed. You fucking need one. That brat needs some sort of fucking discipline, and if you don't give it to him, someone else will. The threat registered and Guy narrowed his eyes, his usual cheerful demeanor absent. Naruto is my apprentice, Hayama, and he is my responsibility. He does not deserve this kind of treatment, and I assure you, if you place a finger on him, I will take my own decisive action. Shirakumo Hayama was an excellent jounin, and Guy had worked well with him in the past. The man was usually calm and collected. He was the one who carefully assessed the situations on missions and decided on the appropriate course of action. He had never seen the man lose his temper like this. His gray hair was falling out of his high ponytail, and his uniform was rumpled. What did Naruto do? Kakashi spoke up, breaking their impromptu staring contest. He traumatized my genin is what he did. Hayama threw up his arms in frustration. Midori won't leave her house, and Rin and Kichiru won't talk to me. They won't talk to anyone. How do you know Naruto was responsible? Someone mentioned his name around Kichiru, and the kid flinched so hard he fell off his bed. I did the same with the other two, and they had the same reaction. That isn't a coincidence. Do you know what he did? Guy asked quietly. I think it was some sort of prank gone wrong. Hayama ran a hand through his hair, loosening his ponytail further. Naruto did plenty of them while he was in the academy, but he's a genin now. It's unacceptable, Guy. What did they do to him? They both turned to Kakashi as he rose to his feet. I don't know, Hayama sighed. They really don't like him, but I can't imagine them doing anything to warrant this level of retaliation. This is my first team, and now I have to spend the next few days picking up the pieces. Guy considered his words. There was something missing. Naruto would not do anything like this unless he was provoked. The kid kept to himself. He hated speaking to other people. Guy had witnessed the genin go to extreme lengths to avoid any sort of conversation. If these kids already had a history, then whatever happened must be worse than Hayama was imagining. He knew Naruto was better than this. Hayama also had a point. This kind of behavior may have been tolerable at the academy, where they could assign extra work or detentions, but Naruto was legally an adult. The moment he had been handed that headband, he was judged by the same standard that all Konoha shinobi were. He could not prank other shinobi out of revenge or malice. There were other ways of resolving conflict. I will speak to Naruto, Guy said gravely, earning twin looks of surprise from his colleagues. I will ensure this does not happen again. Hayama nodded, the anger leaving his frame and weariness replacing it. You also need to speak to your own students, Guy continued. Naruto would not do this unprovoked. They did or said something that I am sure was just as unprofessional. My student is not the only one at fault. Hayama rested his hands on his hips as he tilted his head back, taking a deep breath and releasing it slowly. I know, he admitted. I'm not naive enough to think that they're innocent. I'll speak to them. He shot them a weak grin and turned, waving goodbye as he exited the building. Guy turned over the conversation in his head, trying to think of the best way to approach this. He had only had his student for 2 months. There was still a lot of work to do in bringing him to the full bloom of his youth. This might set them back. I'll do it. He glanced over at Kakashi, the man's eye still fixed on where Hayama had left. I'll teach him. Guy clasped Kakashi on the shoulder in thanks, before he began walking to the exit himself. The joy from his rival accepting his proposition warred with the concern and sadness that resulted from his talk with Hayama. He needed to find Naruto. Naruto punched the wooden target, following it up with a kick and another punch. Sweat ran down his back as he continued the pattern, the dull ache in his fists beginning to travel up his forearms. He'd been at it for 3 hours now, and his mind had zoned out. This was his favorite training exercise, just him and a wooden training post, going through the same movements over and over again. He loved the freedom of it, as all other thoughts emptied from his mind. He could forget the village and the anger and frustration that came with it. The warmth of his muscles and the stretch and strain from the katas kept his mind from wandering completely, so he felt like he was floating. He threw a particularly hard punch, smiling as the pain thrummed up his arm. Naruto-kun. He swung a wide kick into the side of the post, hoping they would go away. Naruto. He threw one final punch, feeling the sharp pain through his fingers as he stepped back from the post. He turned to look at Guy, his chest heaving and the sweat dripping into his eyes. What, Guy-sensei? Guy was uncharacteristically grim, his bright smile missing and his exuberant energy subdued. His thick brows were furrowed into a frown and his arms were crossed. We must discuss your recent actions towards Team 5. Naruto racked his brains. Who were Team 5? He hadn't been present at the team assignments, and he hadn't bothered to find out after. The team under Shirakumo Hayama, Guy elaborated. Naruto hoped his blank expression would clue his sensei in. He had no idea who these people were. Guy was unimpressed. Midori, Kichiro, and Ren. It clicked. So they're Team 5, he said. I had no idea. It wasn't as if I was there when the teams were assigned. Guy sighed deeply and Naruto eyed him strangely. It was weird dealing with a guy that wasn't smiling and bouncing around and yelling about youth at the top of his lungs. He had found the whole charade annoying until now. Maybe the enthusiasm was better than the stone-faced jounin he was faced with now. Naruto-kun, you cannot prank your fellow shinobi. I understand it was something you engaged in during your time at the academy, but you are a genin now. It is not youthful to treat your fellow shinobi this way. Who said I pranked them? Naruto asked, feigning surprise. Guy just looked at him and Naruto gave up the innocent act, grumbling about snitches beneath his breath. He should have known one of those cowards would go crawling to one of the adults. I was just letting off some steam, Guy-sensei. I didn't do any harm. Midori will not leave her home, and the boys are similarly traumatized. Then maybe they shouldn't be shinobi, Naruto shot back, frustrated. Guy uncrossed his arms. What did you do, Naruto-kun? I just surprised them. Naruto retorted defensively. They were in one of the forests for some team training exercise, and their jounin wasn't around, so I ambushed them hinged as IWA Ning. Guy looked at him for a long moment, one of his bushy brows raised. Naruto huffed, expanding on his explanation. I hinged myself and a few clones and dropped on them from above. I let off a few explosion tags and stuff, but I didn't actually hurt them. It's nothing that they wouldn't face on a real mission. Guy remained silent, and Naruto kept talking, trying to fill the empty air that his sensei would normally fill. It was unsettling. Naruto knew he would not normally spill so much information, but Guy's silent treatment was more effective than he would have thought. For some reason, the thought of Guy being disappointed in him sat heavily in his gut. He would take the angry yelling of the rest of his teachers any day. Okay, so maybe I threatened to torture and kill them, and one of my clones was hinged as their sensei and was disemboweled and stuff. You said you did not know who Hayama was. I didn't know his name, Naruto huffed. I just knew what he looked like. I saw him running them through katas last week. And the clones? Guy said. I spent the last 2 weeks learning Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu. Specifically for this prank. Naruto was the silent one now. He didn't think admitting that he snuck into the Chunin section of the library and stole a scroll to learn a clone technique only for the purpose of a prank would go down well. He also decided not to mention the red food dye he had added to the water that made up his clones. It had worked surprisingly well as blood. Guy let out a heavy sigh, the stone facade finally breaking into exasperation. Naruto-kun, while it is impressive that you taught yourself a clone jutsu, you cannot do this again. If you have grievances to bring against your fellow shinobi, you must follow the proper procedures. Raise it with me, and I will handle it, escalating it if need be. Okay. Naruto raised his hands in surrender. I'll do that next time. It's not as if I knew I could do that. Guy's frown returned. As far as I am aware, they have this system in place at the academy. Yeah, but not for me. Naruto shrugged, looking away. No one would do anything if people picked on me or wrecked my stuff, so I had to create a deterrent. After the 5th kid ended up with nails in their chair, they started to leave me alone. I'm the QB brat. The rules have never applied to me. Guy nodded, his expression softening. I promise on the springtime of youth, Naruto-kun, that I will not be like your former instructors. I will be here for you, and I will support you. I only ask for your trust. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the jounin. Guy had been better than any of his other teachers combined, and it had only been 2 months. He was also the most genuine person Naruto had ever met. Once he got past the spandex in youth, Guy was reliable and kind. Okay, he nodded slowly. I'll trust you. Something loosened in Naruto's gut as Guy's smile returned, his teeth shining, and his demeanor brightening. The man began to talk loudly about his water clones, and Naruto relaxed as things went back to normal. Maybe adding one more person to his small circle of precious people wouldn't be so bad. Kakashi loitered at the edge of the training ground, watching Minato-sensei's son scream expletives at a scuffed and damaged tree. He may have inherited Minato-sensei's bloodline limit, but that temper was all Kushina. He was trying to do the tree-walking exercise, and he appeared close to reaching the top. My eternal rival. Guy bounced up behind him, throwing an arm around Kakashi's shoulders. I am so happy you could come. You asked me to be here. Kakashi replied quietly, still watching the genin. He has far too much chakra for his age. Guy answered his unspoken question, his volume lowered. He has been attempting this exercise for 2 months. Kakashi looked at him in surprise. 2 months? Really? He had no chakra control at all when he was first apprenticed to me. Guy removed his arm from Kakashi's shoulders. He has no interest in ninjutsu or jinjutsu. That said, he learned the water clone technique in less than 2 weeks. Kakashi was going to ask about that, but Guy shoved him forward without warning. Naruto-kun. The blonde turned to them, blue eyes narrowed and face like thunder. It is time to train your bloodline limit. Like the flick of a switch, the anger vanished and he grinned brightly. Kakashi's heart hurt at the sight. He was too much like his parents. Finally, he ran over to meet them. Is this a new teacher or something? Kakashi is one of the finest jounin in the village. Guy laughed. He is my eternal rival. He also has a dojutsu, so he is well equipped to aid you in developing yours. Naruto looked at him with no recognition in his gaze. Kakashi hid his wince and waved a hand half-heartedly. Yo! Naruto looked at him for a long moment before he turned back to Guy. Are you sure? Guy laughed. Of course, Naruto-kun. There is no one I trust more with your dojutsu training. Naruto shrugged. If you say so, Guy-sensei. Kakashi shook off his thoughts, switching into his professional persona. It might make it easier to deal with Minato-sensei's son. Why don't you tell me what you have figured out? It's all observational as far as I can tell. Naruto began to list. It's great for dodging, keeping track of projectiles, covering blind spots, reading taijutsu moves, and people's body language. I can see the smallest movements in muscles, breathing, and expressions, so I know when people are lying. My taijutsu is good. I can see moves before they've been made, and feints don't work on me. Kakashi considered the genin's words. That lined up with what Minato-sensei could do. It was one of the reasons he was capable of the Hiraishin. Most could not keep up with the processing speed and reaction times of the technique. Minato-sensei's bloodline limit eliminated the difficulties and drawbacks of the technique. So it's mainly taijutsu-orientated, Kakashi mused, pretending that he had no knowledge of the Emperor's Eye. No chakra involved. Pretty much, Naruto shrugged. It's basically a shitter, taijutsu-based version of the Sharingan. It has some similarities to the Byakugan too as far as the field of vision is concerned. Kakashi frowned. While it did seem like a lesser version of the Sharingan, there was a lot more to the Emperor's Eye. He had seen Minato-sensei use it to its full potential, and it was an incredible weapon. He hadn't ever seen Minato-sensei taken by surprise or successfully fooled. It always seemed like he was seeing something no one else could, not even Kakashi with Obito's Sharingan. That was without taking into account the zone component of the bloodline limit. It seems like there is more to it, Kakashi started. It also sounds like the stronger the user, the more you will be able to bring out the full strengths of the bloodline limit. Have you tried copying taijutsu moves yet? What, like the Sharingan? Essentially, yes, but you need to stop comparing your dojutsu to the Sharingan. While similar, they are not the same. The Sharingan is capable of a lot, yes, but there are things that only the Emperor's Eye can do. How do you know what it's called? Naruto asked suspiciously. I didn't tell you, and Guy wouldn't have told you. I asked him not to tell anyone. Guy let it slip when he asked for my help. Kakashi lied quickly, before he cursed at the sight of Naruto's eye flashing silver. Sure, Naruto deadpanned. So what are we doing now? Kakashi let out a breath as Naruto appeared to let the lie go. He definitely caught it. He should probably expect an interrogation sometime in the future. For now, copy Guy's katas as closely as you can. We'll start there. Naruto watched the Genin teams file out of the village from his vantage point on a nearby rooftop. The Chunin exams were being held in Kusagakure this year, and he had been asking Guy all week to take him. His sensei had refused. He had only been a Genin for 6 months, and he was nowhere near ready for something like the Chunin exams. He also had to complete at least one C-rank mission, and Guy had given no indication that he would be taking Naruto on one anytime soon. The only reason Naruto had let it go was because nobody else from his graduating class was allowed to go either. There was also something about only being allowed to compete in teams, but Naruto was ignoring that bit for now. He would cross that bridge when he came to it. As the last team left through the village gates, Naruto stood and stretched out his limbs. He turned and began to bounce across the rooftops, making his way towards his usual training ground. The village was only beginning to wake up and the streets were deserted, but Naruto didn't want to take any chances. Since he had mastered the tree-walking technique 2 months ago, he hadn't stepped a foot into the village proper. The closest he got was these rooftops. He sent a water clone to get his groceries while he waited close by. He had learned the hard way that the water clones couldn't stray too far away from his real body. He leapt down and broke the fall with a roll, walking away from the buildings and into the trees. Guy liked to start training at 5 in the morning. It had taken some getting used to, but Naruto loved training. He would get stronger even faster this way. They had settled into a consistent training schedule. Physical conditioning first thing, moving on to chakra control and weapon handling before lunchtime. After lunch, it was D ranks, usually 1 or 2. Dinner and taijutsu training followed, and while Guy let him go at 6, Naruto always stayed much longer, stumbling into bed around 10. Kakashi sometimes joined them, running him through drills designed to improve his ability to wield the Emperor's Eye. It was hard. If it wasn't for the advanced healing he got from the Kyuubi, he was sure he wouldn't be coping as well as he was. As it was, there was always some part of him that hurt. Guy went all in for every aspect of his training. It was what Naruto wanted, but sometimes he wished that his face wasn't being shoved into the ground daily. Even with the small progress he'd made with his bloodline limit, he couldn't put a scratch on the Jounin. The man was now talking about adding weights, and Naruto's limbs already felt heavy at the thought. He broke through the tree line to see Guy already in the middle of push-ups. Naruto-kun. His sensei jumped to his feet. We are going to do something different today. Follow me. Naruto picked up the pace as the Jounin ran out of the training ground. The last time Guy had said that, Naruto had ended up walking around the edge of the village on his hands. His arms were jelly even into the next day. He had no doubt he would be grateful for the training, but in the moment, Naruto just wanted death to take him there and then. He was driven, not insane. He hurried after Guy, following the bright green back until they reached the base of the Hokage mountain. He took a moment to stare up at the yondaime. He didn't really feel anything particularly positive about his father. He'd figured out that he got his bloodline limit from the man, but he had also stuck him with the Kyuubi. He had no doubt that it had been the only choice at the time, but Naruto was the one who had to live with the consequences. His father wasn't the one condemned and scorned by the village. He was dead and free of any repercussions from his decisions. Guy turned to him, placing his hands on his hips proudly. Today we are going to climb the Hokage mountain. Naruto stared at him before switching his gaze to the vertical cliff face. He looked back down at Guy incredulously, and the Jounin continued. Since it is your first time, you may use all 4 of your limbs. He announced like that it was some kind of great help to him. I will only be using one hand. We will do this once a month until you are about to climb this with only one of your limbs. Do not use your chakra to grip the surface. He couldn't be serious. He would struggle with all of his limbs. He couldn't imagine only using one. Without chakra, it was going to be even harder. When Naruto graduated from the academy, he was expecting to go much harder on his training than his sensei. He was hoping for some direction and a relatively neutral attitude. He knew he couldn't ask for more than that. He was fully prepared to push himself and train on his own terms. He had gotten the exact opposite. Guy pushed him further than Naruto had ever imagined for himself, and the Jounin led by example. He was happy with the way it turned out. It was tough being Guy's apprentice, and he wouldn't have it any other way. He watched Guy turn to face the mountainside. He gripped a crevice and hauled himself up, crossing his legs and locking them into place while he placed one hand behind his back. Naruto stared with wide eyes as Guy continued his way up, only using one hand. The Jounin appeared to be hopping between handholds, swinging to reach them, and still grinning madly. Naruto placed his own hand on the mountain's surface, finding a firm handhold. He looked up and spotted the next one, jumping to grip it tightly. He hauled himself up and shoved his feet into the first crevices he could find. He let out a sigh. There was a long way to go. He took a deep breath in and looked up once again, careful beginning to make his way up. Determination fueled every step as he lost track of the world around him, his entire being focused on the next crevice, the next handhold. He could do this. If he wanted to get to the Sannin level someday, if he ever wanted to leave this village, he just had to complete every challenge set before him. He may get tired and fed up at times, but his burning desire to reach his goal kept him going longer after he should have stopped. He cursed as the moss on his current handhold gave way, and he dug his other hand more firmly into the rock face. He tried again and found a more secure lip. He moved his leg, yanking it out the crack in the rock to shove it into another one further up. His arms were starting to shake from the effort, and he was pretty sure he had damaged one of his toes from thrusting it into the rock face too quickly. The sweat dripped down his back as he hauled himself up, his muscles burning and his breathing speeding up. He finally reached up for the next hold and felt a flat, grassy surface. His head snapped up, and he grinned victoriously as he pulled himself up. His upper body flopped onto the grass as his legs hung over the cliff edge. He rolled over, so he was sitting up, panting harshly as he looked back down to see how far he had come. The trees they had come from looked like a speck in the distance. "Well done, Naruto-kun." Guy stood next to him, looking unaffected by his own climb. "You were much faster than I was on my first excursion up the mountain." "Thank, Guy-sensei." Naruto smiled tiredly up at him. "It is not only an excellent training exercise for discipline and physical conditioning, but I have always been fond of the view." Naruto joined him in looking out at the village below. It was picturesque, with the quiet village surrounded by trees rustling gently in the breeze. Birds flew overhead, and the sunrise cast a warm glow over the colorful buildings. "This view always reminds me of what I am fighting for," Guy said quietly, his grin much softer. Naruto frowned as he looked out at the village. He didn't think he was seeing the same thing Guy was. Up here, he could imagine that he was separate from those down below, that he was observing the sleeping village as an outsider. He decided that he liked it up here too. It did remind him of what he was fighting for. It wasn't Konoha. Gunma rolled his sunbon between his teeth as he leaned against the soft sofa behind him. It was a slow day, and most of the Jounin were out on missions. Reito had left yesterday. Iruka was busy at the academy at this time of day, and Izumo and Kotetsu were bickering at the front gate the last he saw them. He wasn't required to be anywhere for the next 3 hours, so he was passing the time at the Jounin standby station. It was better than being bored at home. Someone entered, and Gunma sat up with a grin. Ebisu, his former Genin teammate, looked over at him, changing direction. "You're not normally around at this time." "I have just come from the Hokage's office," Ebisu said proudly, sitting across from Gunma. "He wants me to train his grandson." "That's great." Gunma started before a thought occurred to him. "Isn't the kid only, like, 4? He won't be in the academy for years yet. Never mind graduating." Ebisu scoffed. "It is never too early to start training, Gunma," he proclaimed. "The honorable grandson represents not only the Hokage himself, but Konoha. He must be trained in the correct etiquette and techniques worthy of a member of the Hokage's family." "If you say so," Gunma shrugged. Ebisu had always been a bit uptight. During their Genin days, he couldn't count the number of times he and Guy got scolded by the other shinobi for improper conduct. Gunma would always bring up Ebisu's conduct around the bathhouses. That quickly shut him up. "Do you not have somewhere to be?" Ebisu pushed his sunglasses a bit further up his nose. "Mission, but that's not for 3 hours," Gunma sighed dramatically. "Everyone is either busy or on a mission. There wasn't even anyone at the bar last night. Usually I can count on Anko, but she's been busy with Ibiki in the T&I department." "Gunma, you are a Jounin of Konoha," Ebisu said disapprovingly. "You should really stop going to the bar every night. There are too many stories going around about your antics, and it's not fitting for a shinobi of Konoha." Gunma waved a hand dismissively. "If it's the one involving a cat and a melon, I spread that story myself." I refuse to let a feat like that go unnoticed. He could see Ebisu gearing up for one of his lectures when his other teammate entered the building. He tried to hide his sigh of relief at the distraction. "Guy, over here." The elite Jounin turned and smiled widely at the sight of them. "My most youthful teammates. How are you on this most wonderful day?" "All the better for seeing you, Guy," Gunma grinned, moving over to let his other teammates sit down. "Where have you been? I haven't seen you at the mission assignment desk or challenging Kakashi around the village." "My Jinin is keeping me busy," Guy laughed boisterously, patting Gunma on the back. Gunma just managed to save his Sanban as he was jolted forward from the force. "His youth and passion are unparalleled, and he encourages me to reach greater heights with my own training." "You have a Genin team?" Ebisu spoke up, leaning forward intently. "I have one Genin," Guy answered. "He is my apprentice." "How'd you manage to only get one?" Gama asked. Usually an apprenticeship happens after they make Chunin, or one Genin in the team is apprenticed while the others still train with them. It's unusual for one Genin to be apprenticed right off the bat. "The last one was Kakashi," Ebisu nodded, "when he was apprenticed to the Yondaime, before he got Obito and Rin. This is indeed a special case." Guy said at full volume. "He will be specializing in taijutsu, and Hokage-sama decided that I was the best to teach him. I have no doubts he will one day surpass me if his youth continues to bloom so brightly." "Who is it?" "Guy-sensei." Gunma watched the QB container trek into the station, mud trailing behind him and a deep scowl on his face. A black sleeveless shirt was tucked into slim black trousers, ending in white bandage that went into the top of his black shinobi sandals. His black fingerless gloves went into black bracers that went all the way up to his elbow. A sleeveless hoodie that was more brown than orange at this point hung loosely around him. His blonde, spiky hair hung slightly into his eyes, and the whisker marks were as obvious as ever. He couldn't spot his Hitaiate. He had nothing against the kid. He knew the Yondaime's sealing worked better than that. It saddened him to see how the village treated the kid. He tried to make sure Uzumaki would at least be safe. Any drunkards at the bar who even suggested physical violence against the Uzumaki got a fist in their face. He couldn't really do more than that. He hadn't actually seen the kid in a while. Talk of the Uzumaki had really died down over the past 2 months. He watched Ebisu's feathers ruffle and braced himself for the tirade. "You should not be in here," he huffed, standing and folding his arms. "Genin and Chunin are barred entry from this building. Only Jounin may enter the Jounin standby station. You must remove yourself at once." Before Guy could speak up, Uzumaki retaliated first. "I'm just here to see Guy-sensei," he glared. "What was I supposed to do? Just yell outside for him? You would have told me off for doing that too." Gama had to agree. Ebisu would have gone out to reprimand him if he had done that. Ebisu blustered, shoving his sunglasses harshly up his nose in annoyance. "That is no way to speak to your superior." "Good thing you aren't my superior then." Uzumaki rolled his eyes before he turned to look at Guy. "I can't make it to training tomorrow morning. My landlady is trying to kick me out again, and being homeless doesn't agree with me. I need to go to the office first thing to sort it all out. I'll meet you at the desk at the usual time for the D-ranks." Gunma couldn't hold in his chuckle at Ebisu's face. He had never really bothered with formalities like Ebisu did. It was concerning that Uzumaki was having issues with his accommodation. He was, what, 9? Was he living alone? Guy threw the Genin 2 thumbs up and a loud confirmation, but Gunma knew him better than that. He was worried too. Uzumaki threw a sarcastic salute at Ebisu and sauntered back out the station, still trailing mud behind him. Ebisu was almost purple in the face by this point, and he whirled around to face Guy. "You need to control him," Ebisu demanded. "That boy is insubordinate and a liability. He should never have graduated." "Wow. Hey, there's no need for that," Gunma interjected. "Sure, he's a bit rebellious, but I'm sure he's a good shinobi." "He's a worthless nuisance," Ebisu exploded. At the academy, all he did was sleep or play pranks or skip entirely. He had openly stated disdain for the people of Konoha, and his dislike of teamwork is well known. He isn't worthy of that Hitaiate. That is not for you to decide. Gunma and Ebisu looked over and Gunma gulped at the look on his face. There weren't many times that Gunma had seen Guy angry. He could probably count them on one hand. The Jounin was happy and boisterous and always looked on the bright side. He had been the same as a Genin and a Chunin. That made the times where Guy was truly furious even worse. I will not sit here and listen to you slander my student, Guy said as he rose from his seat. Naruto-kun is the most hard-working and earnest Genin I have ever had the pleasure of teaching. He has good reason for being the way he is, and attitudes like that are what is hindering him from reaching the prime of his youth. The next time I see you will be for an apology to Naruto-kun. Guy stomped out of the Jounin standby station, the young Jounin entering scrambling out of the way. Silence hung over the room for a long moment. Who the fuck pissed off Guy? Genma looked pointedly at Ebisu as the man stared after their Genin teammate, the shock and indignation still clear across his face. He himself also stood and followed in the direction of Guy. He needed to get out of there. Genma had a feeling that this wouldn't be the last time Guy and Ebisu would clash over Uzumaki. Naruto stomped away from the office, unable to feel any satisfaction from his victory. He wasn't being kicked out, and he'd even managed to get his hot water finally fixed, but dealing with her always left a bad taste in his mouth. She couldn't raise the rent on him, as it was the orphan fund paying for it, until recently. She knew that he would report her in a heartbeat to the Hokage if she tried anything, but it didn't stop her from trying to make him miserable. He had lost the hot water 5 months ago, and she wouldn't replace the fridge that had broken due to its sheer age. He felt bad, but he had stolen one from the old Uchiha compound. They were all dead and wouldn't need it anymore. He felt slightly ill at the thought of stealing from a dead clan, but that was outweighed by his desire to keep his milk and vegetables from expiring early. He couldn't afford more than one shop a week, and he needed everything he bought to keep as long as possible. He couldn't afford to buy even a second-hand one. He shot a burning glare at some woman who was staring at him, and she actually flinched, her head snapping round to look back at the vegetables on the nearby stand. He sighed heavily and cast his eyes up, trying to find the best route to escape to the rooftops. His gaze was brought back down by the sounds of murmuring. It wasn't even about him this time. He watched Uchiha Sasuke walk up the street, his shoulders hunched and hands shoved into his pockets. The villagers around them whispered to one another, and Naruto was pretty sure he could spot at least 3 girls their age following him. He was the only other kid that was talked about as much as Naruto was, although it was in a very different tone of voice. Naruto was spoken about with disgust, hatred, or indifference, Sasuke with reverence, excitement, or pity. It was pretty obvious that Sasuke didn't like it, and Naruto couldn't blame him. He was only a topic of discussion because his whole family had been killed by his brother. Naruto didn't know what that was like, but he imagined it sucked, especially being reminded of it every day. He didn't know what it was like to have a family, people he could fall back on and depend on for support, but to be left completely alone in this world wasn't a nice feeling. He knew that at least. He looked between the rooftop and the Uchiha, hesitating. He didn't know the other kid anything, and he would probably just get yelled at for getting involved. But as he watched the Uchiha sink into himself further with each word from the villagers, his decision was made. He walked forward, holding his head high and meeting each person's gaze with a defiant glare. Sasuke looked up at his approach, his delicate features set in a deep scowl. The kid was pale with dark eyes, and Naruto thought his hair kind of looked like the tail of a duck. If you want to get away from these assholes, come with me. Sasuke's scowl remained in place, although Naruto could see the confusion in his eyes. Who are you? I'm the only other person in Konoha talked about as much as you are, Naruto shrugged, feeling the glares around him intensify. I hate listening to them too, so I take a route through the village they can't reach. I can show you, but it's a one-time offer. Sasuke looked around, noticing that many of his admirers had switched their attention to Naruto, and not in a good way. He took a long moment to stare silently at Naruto. Naruto sighed, giving up and turning to leave. Wait. He peered back over his shoulder. Show me. Naruto waved him forward and walked to one of the side alleys. He stopped, a bit surprised to see Sasuke right behind him. You'll need to get on my back. Sasuke crossed his arms, affronted. Why would I do that? Naruto rolled his eyes, placing a foot on the wall and taking a couple of steps. He looked back down at Sasuke, satisfied to see the Uchiha scowl absent. He stared up at him with a slightly open mouth, and Naruto grinned at him. Unless the academy is different from what I remember, you don't know how to walk up walls yet. Sasuke seemed to catch himself, and his frown returned. Naruto held out a hand, and Sasuke reached out reluctantly. He pulled the other boy up and onto his back, shocked at how easy it was. Maybe all those early morning physical conditioning sessions were actually paying off. He walked steadily up the wall and climbed over the lip of the building, dumping Sasuke down the moment they hit the flat surface. I'm late for something, so I'll leave you to make your own way. Just don't fall. They would have my ass if they knew I brought an academy student up here. Aren't you an academy student? Asked Sasuke. You can't be older than me. I'm probably younger, Naruto shrugged. I have a late birthday. That doesn't answer my question. I guess it doesn't, huh? Naruto prepared to jump to the next roof, but Sasuke spoke up again. Why did you do this? Naruto paused. I know what it's like. Not the losing your family part. I've never had one to lose, but the rumors and whispering behind your back. It sucks, and now you've got no one to have your back. He backtracked quickly as he realized what he said. Not that I have your back. This is a one-time thing, understand? You've got to figure things out on your own. I don't need anyone's help, Sasuke scoffed, rolling his own eyes. Good, Naruto nodded. Because no one is going to give it, not without wanting something in return. You're on your own in Konoha. So what do you want? Naruto opened his mouth, but then closed it. He didn't want anything, but that completely contradicted what he had just said. Shit, he had to think of something. I want you to never mention this again, he blurted out. He leapt to the next rooftop, not daring to look back as he made his way to the mission assignment desk to meet up with Guy. He didn't need to help Sasuke. It's just he understood what it was like. He wanted nothing more than to escape when he was in Sasuke's position. He didn't want to be forced to listen to people talk about him, no matter what was being said. He also still felt guilty about the fridge. That's all it was. Guy watched Naruto argue with the merchant, waving around the shopping list and baring his teeth. He always struggled on the shopping D ranks. Guy knew he hated them more than even the babysitting missions. It was part of the reason Guy still gave them to his genin. It would be good for Naruto to grow and learn from these interactions with the villagers. He had noticed the genin using the rooftops more and more, and he couldn't recall the last time he had seen him in the village outside of these missions. It was not healthy for Naruto to completely withdraw from the village. He understood there were difficulties, but the only way for the villagers to learn what a hardworking and wonderful genin he is was to show them. Hopefully Naruto could also learn from the experience, that he could get along with the villagers. There were reasons to stay. I don't remember struggling this much with D ranks. Guy turned to greet his rival, but Kakashi slapped a hand over his mouth. We don't want to disturb little Naruto. He seems like he needs to concentrate right now. Guy nodded behind his friend's hand, and Kakashi slowly lifted it. Guy beamed brightly at him before turning back to continue watching his genin. The argument was getting more heated. Guy could see Naruto's hand twitching towards his kunai pouch, but he was proud to see he was resisting. He remembered their talk about not pulling weapons on civilians. Indeed, Guy replied, making sure to keep his voice quiet. The bloom of his youth is apparent more than ever, but the villagers continue to be blind to it. There is hope, though. This is the longest he has spoken to a civilian in 2 months. He missed Kakashi's incredulous look. I don't know if that's a good thing, Guy. It doesn't seem like it's going well. It is still better than his avoidance, Guy said firmly. At least he is communicating. This will open up the possibility for positive interactions along with the negative. He stubbornly kept his grin on his face as he watched his student grab the bag of rice and shove the yen into the chest of the civilian, almost causing the man to lose his balance. The merchant screamed obscenities at his student as Naruto hauled the bag over his shoulder, throwing a middle finger behind him. He could feel Kakashi's stare. This is still an improvement, he insisted. His first week he stole the items and dropped the money on the ground in front of them. This time he spoke to the seller directly. His youth blooms more beautifully every day. Soon the village shall see it too. Your optimism is as stubborn as ever. Guy began walking, following his student at a distance. Most did not think he had the capacity to pass through the village unnoticed, but when occasion called, he was willing to dim his youth, if only briefly. It was a necessary sacrifice so he could support his student. How's it going with him with everything else? Kakashi shoved his hands in his pocket as he fell and stepped next to him. I only see him once a week or so for his dojutsu training. He is making great progress towards the springtime of his youth. Guy began, his voice rising until he noticed Naruto looking around. A bit quieter, he continued. His taijutsu improves every day and he pushes himself to the limit every morning during his physical conditioning. He has been resistant to ninjutsu since he taught himself the water clone technique, but he has learned the required E-rank jutsu. He's very particular, isn't he? Kakashi watched the genin stomp through the village. I don't know many genin that could manage Mizu Bunshin in less than 2 weeks, much less on their own. Yet despite his obvious ability and capacity to be a ninjutsu expert, he shows no interest and prefers punching a wooden post for hours. He focuses when it interests him, but if it does not actively avoids it, Guy agreed. It is an attitude that we are working on. Naruto-kun does listen to me more than he did when he first became my student, Guy said proudly. Are you making any progress on the teamwork thing? Guy paused. I'll take your silence as a no, said Kakashi, amused. Next time I want to shut you up, I'll bring it up again. It'll be a very convenient way for me to avoid your challenges. While he trusts me and listens to my training suggestions, I have not been able to make any headway with his reluctance to work with his fellow comrades. It is a difficult mindset to break. Kakashi actually stopped, staring at him. Guy turned with a raised eyebrow, wondering what his rival was thinking. There was a strange look in his eye. I don't think I've ever heard you doubt yourself before, he said slowly. Or be even vaguely negative at all. It's not like you. I am not being negative. Guy dismissed him, turning round to continue following after his student. It is not a youthful mentality to have. I also do not have doubts. Naruto-kun is a shining example of the best Konoha has to offer, and I am very lucky to be his sensei. Kakashi watched after him, that strange look still present in his gaze. Sure, Guy. His rival fell back in a step, and they walked along in silence for a few minutes. Guy took a moment to think on Kakashi's words. Was he acting differently? He had to admit that taking on a student was a bit different to what he had imagined when he had signed up for it back in December. He was grateful for Naruto, and he truly believed that the genin was improving in most areas. He would proudly proclaim to the entire village that he was Naruto's sensei. He just didn't know how to mend the rift between Naruto and the rest of the village. His student's upbringing was a barrier that Guy had never encountered before. He loved the village and would do anything to protect it. His student was very much the opposite. He grinned brightly as Naruto spoke to the woman running the lychee stand civilly, procuring a bunch without raising his voice or physical aggression. Guy turned to beam at Kakashi pointedly. His rival looked away from him in response. His smile dimmed slightly as Naruto proceeded to pull a kunai on the next stall, his loud voice echoing over the village. There was still more work to be done. Naruto let out a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Frustration did not help him with the tree-walking exercise. It would not help here. When Guy had suggested the next step in chakra control training, he had been eager to learn. The satisfaction he had from completing the tree-walking still lingered, and foolishly, he had thought that since he managed that one, the next one would be easier. 3 weeks and 3 damp sets of clothes later, he was ready to scream. He had taken to wearing shorts to training now, and paired with his usual black sleeveless shirt, it was much easier to rinse out his clothes now. He was still resentful of the fact that he hadn't really been dry since he had started learning the exercise. At least it wasn't winter. The heating in his apartment was bad enough without being soaked. The small lake beside the training ground was still cold on the best of days. You are doing magnificently, Naruto-kun. He sighed, although a small smile did escape. He could always count on Guy-sensei for unwarranted praise. He hadn't done anything to earn it yet, but it was nice to have someone on his side. I can only take 2 steps, Guy-sensei. Guy bounced up to him, his bowl cut flopping over his bushy eyebrows as he beamed widely, his white teeth sparkling. He was still wearing the tight green spandex and the orange leg warmers. Naruto would have thought he owned some sort of other clothes, but apparently not. His sensei was still trying to convince Naruto to wear his Heidi 8. He had taken to accidentally leaving it at home now to avoid the conversation. It sometimes made his D ranks more difficult since the village didn't want to believe he was a qualified genin, but he had to pick his battles. That is one more step than you were able to take yesterday. Guy laughed boisterously. His sensei hadn't decreased in volume either. Nothing about Guy had changed in the time he had been his sensei, but Naruto liked that about him. He was consistent, and Naruto was more willing to believe his earnestness this way. I guess so, he reluctantly agreed. Are you ready for your D-rank? Naruto cursed silently. He would have said it out loud, but last time he had used that kind of language in front of Guy-sensei, he'd ended up with an hour-long lecture on the power of words and on how some would hamper his youth. It was just easier to say it out of his teacher's hearing range. I may have forgotten I was doing one today, he sighed. He reached down to grab his sandals and reluctantly pulled them on along with his kunai pouch and hoodie. He hated putting his dry clothes over his soaked ones, but he didn't have time to dry out in the sun. Usually, he would move on to physical conditioning straight after practicing water walking, and that dried him off. We shall go to your apartment first, Naruto-kun, Guy announced, taking in his still dripping form. It would not be youthful of me to allow my student to catch a cold. I can't get colds, Guy-sensei. He was drowned out by the man herding him out of the training ground and towards the village. He managed to break out of the man's grip as they reached the first buildings, and he channeled chakra to his feet, running up the side. Landing on the roof, he waited for Guy-sensei to join him before he began to jump across the rooftops. He knew his sensei didn't like it when he used this route. He didn't think it was healthy for him to avoid the villagers. Guy meant well, but he didn't know what Naruto had been through. It was for the good of everyone that Naruto stayed away from them. He headed towards the most run-down area of the village. As much as Konoha wanted to believe otherwise, there were poorer and more dangerous areas that the lowest in the social ladder called their home, far away from the splendor of the clan compounds. He was considered below even these people, but it was the only place he could keep an apartment. It still wasn't easy as his landlady occasionally tried to boot him out, but he had mastered the art of thwarting her. He came to his building and raised the window, deactivating the security seal on the frame. It was one of the most expensive things he had ever bought, but it was worth every yen. There weren't many civilians who tried his window, but he preferred to be safe. He climbed through and popped his head back out as he noticed Guy didn't follow him. Do you not own a door, Naruto-kun? Not one that I use, he shrugged, ducking back in. He threw his hoodie on the bed as he listened to Guy enter his apartment. It was a good thing that he kept it reasonably clean. It's not as if there was enough room for anything else. Everything was in a single large room other than the tiny bathroom, the door of which was in the left wall. His front door was sealed shut with the wood and metal covering it, and there was a small fridge and limited number of kitchen counters on the wall beside it. He had a single couch shoved against the wall to the right of the window, and a small coffee table that he also used to eat on sat in the middle of the space between the kitchen counters and sofa. His bed was pushed against the opposite wall, and the bathroom door was at the end of it. The paint was chipping off the walls, and there were chunks missing from the wooden floorboards. One of his cupboards was missing a door, and the cardboard box he used as a wardrobe was getting to the point where he would need to replace it. Naruto knew it wasn't much, but he liked to think he'd managed to make it his own. Posters for ramen decorated the dull walls, and his small supply of books and much more extensive supply of weapons had been stacked haphazardly against the far left corner, opposite the kitchen. He would have liked a bookcase or chest to keep them in, but they were expensive, and it was working well enough as it was. He had plants of various sizes dotted around the room in no particular arrangement. He had just shoved them where they would fit. He had even found a circular, beige rug that he threw under the coffee table after cleaning it extensively. It was amazing what could be found in the right alleyways. I'll be 2 seconds, he called to Guy as he grabbed some dry clothes and headed into the bathroom. He didn't listen to Guy's reply as he stripped, throwing the wet clothes into the bath. He pulled on the dry clothes and opened the door, pulling on his spare orange hoodie as he re-entered the main room. Guy was looking around his apartment with a frown, and Naruto sighed. At the noise, Guy looked over at him and suddenly beamed. Thank you for bringing me here, Naruto-kun. He boomed. Your home is full of the same youthful spirit that you yourself exhibit. The plants are wonderful. Trust Guy to try and highlight the positives. I must ask why you have bolted your door in such a manner, he continued. It's safer, he shrugged, trying to be as casual as possible. It's a rough neighborhood. I don't have much they can steal, but I've been collecting those weapons for a while. I don't want to have to start again. While that was true, Naruto did not mention the more pertinent reason. Disgruntled villagers couldn't take revenge on the QB brat if they couldn't reach the QB brat. How are people meant to visit you if the door is barred? Guy asked, and Naruto chuckled to himself. It was nice that Guy was always looking for the best in him, even if he had a habit of disappointing the man. I don't get visitors, Guy-sensei. He was still smiling slightly. You're the first person I've ever had in this apartment. It didn't bother him. Naruto had never wanted anyone to visit his apartment before. He tried hard enough to avoid people outside his home. Bringing them here would defeat the purpose. Guy smiled brightly at him. I am honored, Naruto-kun. What's the D rank, Guy-sensei? Naruto changed the subject before his teacher could try making a big thing out of nothing. He was his sensei. It was kind of inevitable that he would come here eventually. Do you have your Hide on you? Naruto blinked at the question. Why? You will need it for this mission. Naruto stared up at the building in fury, vowing to do something horrible to Guy the first chance he got. He knew Guy liked to give him the missions he knew Naruto would hate in order for Naruto to grow and learn from the experience. This was taking it a step too far. The academy loomed over him, mocking his promise to never set foot on the premises again. He remained in place, as if the mission would go away if he waited long enough. He had to collect each Academy Chunin's annual report on the curriculum and bring it back to the administrative offices for them to process. He had been told that it was to see how effective the courses were in creating decent shinobi, but Naruto was suspicious. The curriculum hadn't changed in the slightest in the time he was there, and he could have written a book about everything wrong with it. He hadn't been there very long in fairness, but his point stood. He took a deep breath and stepped over the threshold. He wasn't a student anymore. Once he collected these papers, he could leave and go hit a wooden post for the rest of the day to relieve the stress of being back here. Guy couldn't stop him either, not after doing this to him. He made his way down the corridor, popping his head into the first classroom he saw. A sea of faces only slightly younger than him turned to stare. The woman at the front of the class turned her stern gaze onto him. I'm here to collect your annual report, he explained shortly, bristling under the attention. Where's your Hide? He sighed as he pulled it out, cursing Guy once again. The man had known. The woman scanned the piece of metal before thrusting the pages into his hand, slamming the door shut behind him. He had to repeat this process with every single Chunin he spoke to. The annoyance just continued to build with every interaction. They all knew he graduated. He hadn't exactly been invisible when he was a student here, and between the altercations with the other students and his status, he knew these people knew who he was. They had to have known he graduated. Hideki-sensei had barely looked at him when he turned up at his classroom. He came to the final door, and he slammed it open. He was done with being polite and respectful. He wanted to leave and never come back. If Guy ever gave him another mission like this one, he would tell his teacher to shove it. There was a bad memory around every corner, and every sensei reminded him of the days where he was helpless to defend himself. He hadn't realized just how spoiled he was with Guy until he came back here and was reminded of how much worse his life had been. That is no way to enter a classroom, the sensei exclaimed, especially when arriving late. Naruto eyed the man. Brown hair pulled up into a spiky hairstyle similar to the Nara and a long horizontal scar across his nose. He seemed a bit younger than the other teachers. His warm brown eyes were annoyed but not malicious. I'm not late, Naruto huffed. I'm not a student. I'm just here to get your annual report. He held out his Hide, already anticipating resistance. The man scanned the object before his eyes were drawn back to Naruto's face. Naruto could pinpoint the exact moment the man realized who he was because he actually took a step back, his eyes widening. Naruto rolled his eyes as he looked over to the students. They all looked back to him with varying levels of confusion. He was about to look away when he caught the gaze of the Uchiha. He prayed that he would keep his mouth shut. It was hoping for too much. You. The boy stood, pointing at him. A pink-haired girl looked back and forth between him and Sasuke with a scowl. How do you know Sasuke-kun? She demanded. I don't, Naruto shot back quickly. Who even are you? The platinum blonde next to her raised an eyebrow. Why aren't you in our class? Naruto shook the Hide in her direction, mentally urging the teacher to hurry up with the report. The man had been spurred into action by his students' voices, and he was rummaging around his desk, throwing Naruto nervous glances the entire time. "That doesn't tell us who you are," the blonde said haughtily. "That's not my problem." He internally cried out in victory as he snatched the papers out of the teacher's hand and left, abandoning the door as he walked quickly to the exit. He never wanted to do this again. Sasuke heaved himself onto the rooftop, checking to see if anyone had spotted him. He'd been climbing up every chance he could get to find that blonde boy again. He had to use his hands unlike the other boy who had managed to walk up it, but he was getting faster every time. He needed to find that guy and get him to teach him how to do that. He had to get strong, and the other kids at the academy were only holding him back. He was reluctant to even ask this boy, but he also wasn't dumb enough to turn down an opportunity to get stronger. If only he could find him. All he knew was that he was a shinobi. He didn't know his name, and judging from his answers in the classroom, being vague and unhelpful with his answers was a theme with him. He shouldn't be hard to find. How many other kids were there with whisker marks on their cheeks and an orange hoodie? Irika-sensei had acted like he had no idea who the other boy was when Sasuke had asked him after class, but he had seen the man's reaction to the blonde. There was something his teacher wasn't telling him. He looked around the deserted rooftop and picked a direction to run in. He leapt across the gap between the buildings and rolled to break the fall. He rose to his feet and prepared himself to repeat the process. A voice stopped him. "What are you doing up here?" He snapped his head towards the voice to see the blonde standing on the rooftop he had just jumped from, with an eyebrow raised and his arms crossed. "You know the ENBU will personally shove you off the roof if they catch you," the boy continued before he paused. "Or maybe that was just me." "What's your name?" Sasuke demanded before he had a chance to leave. The blonde just looked at him. "Why do you want to know?" Sasuke gritted his teeth in frustration and took a running leap back across. He stood and faced the shorter boy. "It's not a hard question." "Naruto," the other boy offered. "Are we done here?" "I want you to teach me how to walk up walls," Sasuke said firmly, holding the boy's blue gaze. "No fucking way." Sasuke jolted in surprise as the boy turned to leave. He grabbed onto his sleeve, but was shaken off as Naruto flinched. "I need to get stronger," Sasuke growled, trying to get his point across. "And I need 1,000,000 yen and a painkiller that works on me, but we can't always have what we want," Naruto shot back. "Then fight me," Sasuke yelled hotly. "If I win, you teach me that technique." Naruto just shot him an incredulous look that only served to make Sasuke angrier. "I can't fight you. Do you know how much trouble I would be in for that? You're an academy student." "Are you looking down on me?" Sasuke hissed, his fist trembling. He was taken aback for a second at the confused look Naruto was sporting. "I can't look down on you," he said slowly, a stark contrast to the fury bubbling up within Sasuke. "You're taller than me." Sasuke almost hit him, but he refrained. He didn't remember the last time someone had managed to get under his skin like this, and the worst part was that he wasn't even trying. No one at the academy was worth thinking about, and yet when he found someone that he could use, he wasn't interested. The blonde didn't understand. Sasuke needed to get stronger. "You have to teach me," Sasuke said intently. "I don't have to do shit," Naruto frowned back at him. "I don't owe you anything, and just telling me I have to teach you is not a way to get on my good side." "You're strong," Sasuke insisted, trying to make him understand. "Well, duh," Naruto rolled his eyes. "Now I'm going to leave and you are going to forget I ever existed, okay? Last thing I need is the last Uchiha following me around." Sasuke hated that name. He heard it in whispers around the village. All it did was remind him of what he had lost. He wasn't even the last Uchiha. His brother was still out there, and while one day, he would be the last Uchiha after he killed Itachi. Hearing it now just made him think of how far he had to go. "Hey, I'm sorry." His eyes darted back to the blonde. "You apparently don't like that name, so I won't use it again. Seriously though, leave me alone." He watched the blonde leave and didn't attempt to follow. He did this last time, acted cold and vague, and then turned round and did something considerate for no apparent reason. No one else had bothered to notice how much he hated that name, yet the blonde had actually apologized for using it. No one had ever done that before. It strengthened Sasuke's resolve to get the other boy to fight. He would just have to find a reason to convince Naruto. He would start by finding as much information as he could on the genin. Naruto activated his bloodline limit, staring intently at the form of Kakashi in front of him. The Jounin began to move. Naruto focused on his minute muscle contractions and followed the almost imperceptible beat of his arteries. The world around him faded away until all he could see was what lay beneath Kakashi's skin and tiny, undisputable movements that rippled down the Jounin's arms. Rock. Kakashi completed the action and was holding out a curled fist. "You're getting the hang of this," Hiei smiled. "Is predicting your moves in Jankenpa really the best way for me to improve my bloodline limit?" Naruto asked dubiously. "One of the Emperor's Eye's best attributes is the ability to discern the smallest details in a person's movement," Kakashi responded. "Breathing, heartbeat, muscle contractions, sweat. You can see it all, and that means you can predict the enemy's movement perfectly. Your timing will mean you will always have the advantage. You just need to hone it. What better way to do that than Jankenpa? And it's not so we can just sit here instead of working on using it with taijutsu." Kakashi waved a hand dismissively. "We'll build our way up to taijutsu." Naruto rolled his eyes. While Kakashi did seem to know what he was talking about, and he was getting better at predicting the Jounin's movements, he could be very blasé about things. Naruto was just as likely to find him reading his orange book in a random tree as he was to find him waiting in the right training ground. It was a stark contrast to Guy's way of teaching, but Naruto found that he liked it that way. The mix of the two teaching styles made sure that he didn't get too used to one way of learning, even if he spent the most time with Guy. He needed some time away from Guy anyway. The D ranks were getting unbearable, and despite the fact he knew Guy meant well, it felt like he was being punished for the villagers' behavior, like it was up to him to fix their horrible opinions of him despite the fact he had done nothing to earn them. He didn't want anything to do with them, and he knew the feeling was mutual. He just didn't know how to make Guy see it. The man was so joyful and optimistic, and he loved Konoha. Naruto didn't know if it was even possible for the man to understand where he was coming from. "A Rio for your thoughts?" Naruto looked up from where his gaze had dropped to the grass beneath them. He opened his mouth, but quickly closed it again. Kakashi was Guy's friend first, his teacher second. He probably wouldn't appreciate Naruto's thoughts on Guy's current teaching methods. "D-rank's getting you down, huh?" Naruto snapped wide eyes towards the Jounin. He couldn't see much beneath the mask and the tilted headband, but his gray eye was soft with understanding. "I get it," Kakashi began, looking up at the overcast sky. "I wasn't exactly popular with the village myself when I was younger. I was already a chunin by then, but I hated doing missions in the village. My sensei tried exactly the same tactics as Guy did, and it didn't work." "When did the village change their minds about you?" "When I fought in the Third Shinobi War," Kakashi's posture sank slightly. "I think it mostly had to do with people forgetting my father existed, though." "Did people hate you because of your dad?" Naruto asked hesitantly. "Pretty much," Kakashi shrugged. "He screwed up a mission that cost a lot of lives, and when he died, I had to shoulder the burden since he wasn't around to do it." "That sucks," Naruto muttered in understanding. "Yep," Kakashi said, his countenance abruptly switching to cheerfulness. "But it did get better. You know that Guy just wants the best for you, right? He means well." "I know," Naruto reluctantly admitted. "It doesn't make the missions any easier." "Have you thought about talking to him? Explaining how you feel and what you think would be the best way forward?" "It's hard to talk to Guy," Naruto admitted, constantly monitoring the Jounin for signs of retaliation against the negative comments about his friend. There was nothing, so Naruto continued hesitantly. "He's so happy and enthusiastic, and he just loves this village so much. I don't want to be the one to upset him, especially for something I know he can't understand. He's so positive it feels like there's no room for negativity." Even if that negativity would be better for all those involved, Kakashi nodded knowingly. "You know, Guy might understand better than you think." Naruto tilted his head in confusion. Guy's father, Dai, was known as the Eternal Genin. Guy used to get into all sorts of fights trying to defend him from what the villagers were saying. The approach he's trying with you is one he was taught by his father. He just hasn't realized that it won't work with you. Naruto sat back in his place on the grass. It was hard to imagine Guy as a kid, picking fights with villagers. He would have thought the man would have just yelled at them about youth, or tried to show them the folly of their ways through a dramatic reenactment or something. "Maybe I'll talk to him," he reluctantly agreed, although he still had doubts about how effective it would be. Kakashi ruffled his hair, and Naruto squawked indignantly, swatting away the offending limb. They didn't notice the rustle of the nearby bushes as someone turned and walked away, his green spandex standing out against the dull background. Guy sat in his chair outside the Hokage's office, his leg bouncing erratically as he frowned in thought. He missed the strange looks thrown at him from passing shinobi, a somber air surrounding him. The nearby guards kept glancing at him. They were almost confused by his uncharacteristic behavior. Guy was oblivious to all this as he continued to think deeply about what he'd overheard in the training ground. He had gone to meet up with the pair, maybe surprise Kakashi into taking up a challenge, but he couldn't bring himself to speak to them right now. Not with what he'd heard. Was he really failing so badly as a Jounin sensei that his only student felt like he couldn't talk to him? That he felt like he had no say in his training? He knew that the boy was having trouble with the villagers, but he'd been blind to the extent. Was he just making everything worse for his pupil? Guy. He looked up into the expressionless mask of the ANBU guard. The man had obviously been repeating his name. How had Guy not heard him? Hokage-sama is ready for you. Guy nodded and silently made his way into the office, bowing low in greeting to the village leader. The Hokage looked back at him with warm eyes, but the smile dropped off his face as Guy continued to be quiet. Is everything okay, Gaikuin? Yes, Hokage-sama. Guy shook himself. It's something I need to work on myself. The Hokage considered him for a long moment. If you say so, he allowed. You may begin your report on your student. Guy gathered himself and stood straight. Naruto is continuing to improve immensely with his taijutsu and overall physical conditioning. His chakra control also continues to improve daily, and he proves less resistant to learning ninjutsu, although he only prefers the ones that can cause extensive damage. His dojutsu is developing under the guidance of Kakashi, and he handles tasks with a determination and integrity that magnificently showcases his blossoming youth. The Sandaime nodded along to his words as Guy continued in a serious tone. Jinjutsu is still a struggle, and his mindset is much the same as it was when he graduated 7 months ago. He had accepted Kakashi's and my guidance, but he continues to isolate himself from the village and his peers. His attitude towards the villagers on D ranks still requires much improvement, but… Guy stopped, thinking back to what he'd overheard. But that is not necessarily Naruto-kun's fault. I have been trying to help Naruto-kun's relationship with the village by showing them how hardworking and earnest Naruto-kun is, but I do not believe this is working. They are not willing to engage with him, so I believe his D ranks are ending up more of a punishment than a benefit. The Hokage sat back in his chair, his hand clasped together as he looked back at Guy thoughtfully. Guy waited for his leader's verdict. He had not been able to see how much his student was suffering. He was a failure as a Jounin sensei. So why not use D ranks as punishment? Guy's head snapped up. Hokage-sama. You can stop putting him on regular D ranks, the man elaborated. He's ready for something like guard duty, which involves no interaction with civilians, and while he will be working with other shinobi, I believe this is unavoidable. We'll keep him on guard duty until we move him on to C ranks. Guy's brow furrowed as he considered the Hokage's words. However, Naruto is still prone to acting in ways that are not acceptable for a shinobi, the Sandaime continued. So if he does things like openly threatening civilians or pranking his comrades or such, then assign him a D rank. It will give him incentive to behave himself. D ranks as a punishment, but intentionally? That had never even occurred to Guy. The moment he'd found out how much those missions were hurting his student, he'd decided to stop them entirely and find an alternative. Hokage-sama. He's young, but he is still a shinobi of Konoha. It may be detrimental to treat him like a child being grounded for bad behavior. Naruto-kun has always been a unique case. The Hokage shook his head. He hadn't had parents or guardians to shape his sense of right and wrong, and his academy teachers punished him for doing both. Naruto will break the rules as he does not see them as applying to him, but we need to teach him otherwise. Before he breaks a law he cannot come back from. Behavior like this was ignorable when he was an academy student, but I cannot ignore complaints from my shinobi. Guy wanted to argue that this was still technically special treatment, but he kept his mouth shut. No other genin was being assigned D ranks as a method of discipline, but Guy knew something had to change. He could not keep failing his apprentice. Yes, Hokage-sama. He bowed low, his mind swirling. He needed to speak to his pupil. Naruto grinned evilly as he watched the ANBU land on the roof. He and Kuma had had a particularly contentious relationship in the past, and he could not think of a better test subject to try out his new traps on. He figured that if it worked on an ANBU, then anyone ranked Jounin and below would fall for it. That was the excuse if he got caught anyway. He hadn't forgotten how Kuma had thrown him off the roof and into a dumpster when he was an academy student twice. He loosened his grip on the wires, but before he could spring his trap, a hand came out of nowhere to grab them out of his hand. He looked back at Guy sheepishly, scratching the back of his neck nervously. "Hi, Guy-sensei," he said. "I was just trying out some new traps, and I thought if they would work on an ANBU, they'd work on anyone and—" "Naruto-kun, you cannot prank the ANBU." They had drawn the attention of Kuma, and Naruto glared at the bear mask. He would get him back one day. The man vanished from the rooftop, and Naruto was forced to dismantle his beautiful network of wires. He genuinely felt sad about it, too. It was some of his best work yet. Enemy Nin wouldn't stand a chance. He finished up only for Guy to order him to follow him. He walked behind his teacher, a bit confused. What was he going to do? They finally reached a training ground, and Naruto stopped, his guard up and hackles raised. He did not like this. Guy was better than the rest of the adults that Naruto had encountered in his life, but he was still an adult. He could turn on Naruto at any time. A part of him didn't want to believe it. It had been months since he'd been assigned to Guy, and he felt like he could trust the man. With the way he was acting now, Naruto wasn't so sure. The Jounin stopped in the middle of the training ground, and Naruto halted a few steps away from him. Guy turned, and Naruto didn't have the chance to spiral further as Guy bowed so low his forehead slammed into the ground. "I am so sorry, Naruto-kun. I have failed you as your sensei and have been blind to your struggles. I swear on the power of youth that I will be better and support my precious pupil to the best of my abilities." Naruto opened his mouth. He then closed it. He had no words. This hadn't been what he'd been expecting. Guy lifted his head back up, and Naruto's eyes widened at the bright red patch beneath the man's bangs. There was no reason for him to go that far. What? That was all he was able to manage right now. He'd never had someone apologize to him before. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to do in this situation. "Naruto-kun, I apologize for forcing D ranks upon you." Guy continued a bit quieter. "I did not understand your aversion and was under the impression that the villagers would warm up to you through exposure to your brilliant youth. I wanted to show the village how wonderful you are. You are hardworking and earnest, and I could not ask for a better pupil. I now realize that I am in fact making things worse, and I hope you can forgive my foolishness." He'd been planning on bringing up the D rank issue with his sensei, but he hadn't expected the man to get to it first. "Thanks, Guy-sensei," he said faintly, still in shock from the whole conversation. "Are you all right, Naruto-kun?" Guy frowned. "I understand if you need time to find forgiveness." "No," Naruto blurted out before wincing. "No, Guy-sensei, I really appreciate it. No one's ever apologized to me before, so it means a lot." He tilted his head in confusion at Guy's horrified expression. "So I don't have to do D ranks anymore?" He changed the subject to try and get that look off of Guy's face. He didn't know why the man was reacting like that, but he didn't like it. Guy was supposed to be happy and smiling and yelling dumb stuff about youth. Guy appeared to shake himself out of it and grinned, his white teeth sparkling in the afternoon sun. "Not quite, Naruto-kun. We will cease doing D ranks regularly, and Hokage-sama has assigned us to guard duty instead. You will need to work with fellow comrades, but it will keep you away from the village populace. We will also start C ranks soon, which will take us out of the village. You have trained hard and earned trust in your capabilities." Naruto felt a grin spread across his own face. He could leave the village soon. Sure, under supervision and probably not for very long, but it was something. Guard duty didn't sound too bad either. Anything was better than D ranks. Guy's wording caught his attention before he could get too swept up in the excitement. "What do you mean, not quite?" "Naruto-kun, you were attempting to prank an ANBU." Guy raised one bushy brow at him. "That is not youthful behavior for a genin of Konoha. You will be assigned D ranks as punishment for behavior like that, so you must cease your pranks and antagonist behavior when possible." That didn't sound like Guy's idea. He knew the man better than that. Whose idea was that? Hokage-sama's. Naruto scowled. This had Gigi's fingers all over it. He loved the man, but he had very particular ideas about Naruto's behavior and how it should be addressed. He was probably thinking the threat of D-ranks would force Naruto to try and get along with his peers and villagers. Naruto had no desire to get along with anyone, and everyone he pranked deserved it. He avoided everyone as a general rule anyway, so hopefully it would be a non-issue. We will go and get a D-rank, but unless you act unyouthfully in the future, this should be your last. Guy threw him a thumbs up. Naruto shoved his hands into his pockets, but allowed the Jounin a small smile. It probably wouldn't be his last since he wasn't about to roll over and take the village's abuse when it inevitably came back to haunt him, but the fact he wouldn't be subjected to them daily did raise his spirits. Guy really was one of the good ones. Shikamaru stomped away from his house, grumbling beneath his breath as he hunched his shoulders. Troublesome woman. His mother hadn't stopped nagging him about his latest scores at the academy, and he couldn't take it anymore. He just wanted to nap in peace. She was now tearing into his father, claiming that they were too much alike and that his father needed to set a better example for him. It was all such a drag. It was the early evening, so there were still clouds in the sky, so Shikamaru had decided to go look at them instead. His favorite spot was just outside the Nara forest where they kept the deer, and he knew there wouldn't be anyone around at this time. What was so bad about being mediocre? He would pass with middling scores and get placed on a decent team and eventually settle down with a family. He just wanted a normal, easy life. Aiming high and trying hard was just so much trouble. They couldn't all be the Jounin commander. He came to the small hill and flopped down, resting his hands behind his head as he watched the red and gold-lined clouds float away from the sunset. His thoughts began to empty and he relaxed, melting entirely into the soft grass beneath him. This is what he wanted. Peace and quiet, and nothing in his head other than the sight of gently floating clouds. Come on, don't do this to me. Shikamaru frowned as an unfamiliar voice cut through the quiet evening air. That didn't sound like any of his clan, but they were the only ones allowed this close to the deer. He reluctantly hauled himself upright to see a boy around his age trying to unsuccessfully herd 3 fawns back towards the tree line. The kid was blonde, with short spiky hair, and he didn't look tall. He was probably shorter than Shikamaru. He wore black shinobi trousers tied with bandages at the bottom above his black sandals and a sleeveless black shirt. Black fingerless gloves and black bracers to his elbow covered his thin, defined arms, and a loose sleeveless orange hoodie was wrapped around his waist. He had 3 whisker marks on each cheek, and they jogged Shikamaru's memory. This was the kid who came to their classroom a month or 2 ago. He'd been told off by Irakis-sensei, but had then presented a hitayate. So he was a genin? He didn't see the rest of his team, and he'd been alone when he'd come to the academy. The boy hadn't exactly seemed pleased to be there, and he hadn't answered Ino's questions which had driven the girl nuts. Come on, little fawns, go back to the trees, the boy begged. You're the last ones, and I want to go home. Shikamaru watched him struggle for a long moment before he heaved a heavy sigh, rising to his feet. Wary blue eyes flickered over to him. D-rank. The genin didn't answer, as one of the fawns came over to nibble on Shikamaru's shirt. He brushed a hand over its soft coat. You a Nara? Yes, Shikamaru frowned at him. Why do you have a D-rank with the deer? The boy grumbled something beneath his breath that Shikamaru didn't catch, but he spoke the next few words a bit louder. I have to get the herd within the pen at the bottom of this field, he answered carefully. Apparently they're being checked over by the vet first thing tomorrow. Shikamaru nodded as he stroked the fawn. That made sense. They checked over the herd's health every few months or so. He hadn't realized that time had come around so soon. If you're a genin, where's the rest of your team? He asked curiously. I don't have a team, the boy answered shortly. I'm an apprentice. Huh. Shikamaru had heard of those, but they weren't common. He hadn't known genin could become apprentices. As far as he knew, they all had to spend time on a genin team first. He didn't know what this guy had done to avoid that, but it wasn't really any of Shikamaru's business anyway. It would be too troublesome. He'd leave all the information gathering and gossip to Ino. Do you want some help? He offered reluctantly. He didn't particularly want to walk around chasing deer, but it would be easier with him there. He was a Nara. The deer listened to his clan. The sooner this genin finished with his deer rank, the sooner Shikamaru could get back to his hill and his clouds. He just wanted some quiet, and he wouldn't get that until this boy left. I don't need help, the boy snapped. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow as one of the fawns around the genin escaped his grasp and trotted over to Shikamaru. Blue eyes narrowed as the genin appeared to consider his choices. Fucking fine, but I don't owe you shit, he finally grumbled. Shikamaru rolled his eyes as he walked to the genin, the two fawns walking in his wake. He ran a hand through the third fawn's fur, and it turned to push its head into Shikamaru's hand. He rubbed the fawn between the eyes for a short moment. How do you do that? The genin spoke up again. Why do they listen to you? They're Nara deer, Shikamaru explained as he began to walk beside the tree line, the fawns in his wake. My clan has always had a connection with them. They don't like outsiders much. I could have told you that, the genin griped. This kid could rival Sasuke in the grumpy and unapproachable department. Shikamaru didn't speak to the Uchiha, but he'd observed his behavior in class. Although Shikamaru couldn't really blame him. If he had that many girls screaming into his ear every day, he was pretty sure he wouldn't act any better. He didn't know why this genin was so hostile, but it was really none of Shikamaru's business. Do I at least get a name? He drawled as he followed the tree line, the wooden pin appearing in the near distance. I'm Nara Shikamaru. The boy was silent for a long moment before he muttered, Naruto. Shikamaru nodded as he continued to lead the fawns to their destination. He opened the gate and ushered the fawns in, their mothers coming to greet them. He closed it and turned to Naruto. I'll see you around then. Naruto shrugged and began to walk off. He paused mid-step and hunched his shoulders. Thanks, he said, the words sounding like it pained him to say. He continued to walk away, and Shikamaru watched him go. He hadn't seen him around the village other than that time in the academy. He wondered who his Jounin sensei was. He abruptly shook those thoughts off. He didn't need to know. It was too much of a drag to be curious about someone that obviously did not want anything to do with him. He started to trek back to his cloud-watching spot, banishing thoughts about the genin. He had his own problems to deal with right now. His mother would notice he was missing soon. Today we are going to learn ninjutsu. Naruto huffed, rolling his eyes. This is bullying, he said without heat. You and Gai-sensei are ganging up on me. I don't think trying to teach you techniques that will make you a stronger and more effective shinobi counts as bullying. Kakashi smiled, long used to Naruto's opinions on the topic. Yeah. Naruto waved off his words. He stretched his arms over his head, feeling the pleasant pulling on his back muscles. Things had gotten much better since he'd been switched to guard duty with Gai-sensei. They'd kept most of their already established routine, although they'd had to switch things around a bit depending on the time of the shifts. They still started at 5 in the morning unless they had night shift, and Guy made sure they fit physical conditioning, chakra control, and weapon handling into their day somewhere. He'd been talking about ninjutsu since Naruto first started learning chakra control, and he should have known better than to think Gai-sensei would give up on something. Naruto knew they had a point about the whole thing, but he just didn't feel as involved with the fight when using techniques. There was a lack of accomplishment and satisfaction to watch the opponent fall from some flood or a ball of earth. I think Doton would slow you down. Kakashi drew his attention back to him. Suiton depends too much on a water supply, and Futon is the most difficult if there is no affinity for it. Katon or Raiton then? Naruto perked up a bit. I vote for Katon. He just looked innocently back at Kakashi as the Jounin scrutinized him. He knows that he'd been pretty resistant to this, but the thought of setting fire to stuff made him smile in a way he hadn't expected. It'd be probably best if he didn't give that as a reason to Gai-sensei and Kakashi, though. Katon it is then. Kakashi nodded, planting his feet firmly to face Naruto and motioning for him to do the same. Naruto faced the Jounin and watched him with determined eyes. Snake, ram, monkey, tiger, dragon, ox, dog, dragon. Kakashi ran through the seals slowly and Naruto copied him. I want you to keep going through those without chakra until you can do it without thinking. What's the point of practicing without chakra? Naruto asked as he ran through the seals again to commit them to memory. What's the point of learning the jutsu if you're too slow to use it in a fight? Kakashi countered and Naruto grumbled to himself. The man had a point. Hand seals weren't his strong point, and it would take time for him to get used to them. This jutsu is called Katon, Injiki, and it'll coat your fists in fire, Kakashi continued. It'll cover your opponent in fire if you land a hit, but if you mess up the seals, that flame will be turned towards you. Fine, you've made your point, Naruto admitted. I'll practice. You're such a good little genin. Kakashi stepped forward and ruffled his hair. Naruto whacked his hand away and sent him a warning look. He liked Kakashi, but it was a matter of principle. He continued to run through the seals, pointedly ignoring Kakashi's dark eye observing him. So I've heard a little rumor going around the village. Naruto rolled his eyes, but continued to remain silent. The last Uchiha has been asking around about you, Kakashi said, amused. Did you make a friend? Naruto resisted the instinct to tell the Jounin not to use that title. He could still remember how Sasuke had flinched when he'd said it to his face, and although he was not trying to do anyone any favors, Naruto wasn't that fond of some of his own titles that the village had bestowed upon him. However, that would give Kakashi the wrong idea. He'd been managing to avoid the academy student since their last meeting on the rooftop, and he would not have Kakashi's tendency to metal break that streak. I've never heard of him. He looked up and met Kakashi's eye, refusing to blink or twitch. Kakashi watched him, tilting his head. Really? The Jounin asked, not even trying to conceal the amusement in his tone. You haven't heard of the only other kid in the village as infamous as you? Nope. Naruto looked back down at his hands as he ran through the seals once again. He didn't need friends, no matter how much the adults in his life liked to tell him otherwise. I'm going to try it out, he announced suddenly, hoping Kakashi would take the bait and quite bugging him about this. Katon, Injiki. His fists lit up in a burst of flames, and he grinned. Okay, so maybe when Guy-sensei brought up learning more ninjutsu in the future, he wouldn't be so quick to argue. He waved his hands around a bit, watching the orange flames trail after them. Punching someone in the face was going to be so much more effective this way. Naruto, what did I just say about practicing? Kakashi's exasperated voice broke Naruto out of his fascination. I did practice and now I'm doing it, he grinned cheekily. He heard Kakashi's quiet sigh and his grin widened. He may like the Jounin, but it wasn't going to stop him from annoying the hell out of the man. It didn't work on Guy-sensei. The man was way too cheerful and dense to appreciate Naruto's wit. He had to keep someone on their toes. Guy knocked on the window of his student's apartment, sliding it open a second later. He hopped into the room, dumping his full backpack onto the worn wooden floor. Good morning, Naruto-kun. A groan emerged from the lump on the bed. A blonde head popped out of the mess of orange blankets, blue eyes blearily glaring at him. What the fuck, Guy-sensei? His student swore, his voice thick with sleep. Now, Naruto-kun, there is no need for such unyouthful words on this bright and wonderful morning. Guy grinned, which only prompted another groan from his student. Guy-sensei. Naruto finally emerged, sitting up to stare deadpan at Guy. We finished a 12-hour patrol. He paused to grab the old alarm clock sitting on the floor next to the bed, 3 hours and 47 minutes ago. We are supposed to be meeting in. Naruto's face scrunched as he ran the numbers. His student's mathematical ability tended to suffer in the mornings. It was only in times like this where Guy could actually see how young his student really was, before he had a chance to put on his mask for the village. He was so mature and serious with a dry wit beyond his years. Guy admired that in his student. It was so much like his rival, but a part of him didn't like that he'd been forced to grow up so quickly. Guy was here for him, though. He would help his student reconnect with his youth so he could live as bright and happy as Guy knew he could. Naruto was in the springtime of his youth, and it was Guy's job to make sure that he blossomed into the best version of himself. 7 hours and 13 minutes. Why are you here? Guy excitedly grabbed his bag from the floor and moved it onto the coffee table. It's your birthday, Naruto-kun. I could not wait to give you your gift. Something other than tired annoyance broke through his student's expression, and Guy saw a hint of surprise before it was quickly covered up. You got me something? He asked, swinging his bare feet off the bed. Of course, Guy grinned as Naruto finally stood, his loose orange shirt hanging over his loose black shorts. It is not every year that you turn 10. Your birthday deserves to be celebrated. Naruto walked over slowly, peering down at the green bag suspiciously. The bag is for you too, Guy told him brightly, bouncing in place as he stopped himself from shoving the bag towards him. I noticed that yours sustained some damage on our last mission. The rest of your gift is inside. A small smile appeared on Naruto's face as he carefully opened the flap on the bag. He reached in and lifted one of the weights out, examining it curiously. Weights. There is a variety, and I will go through each of them with you. Guy gushed excitedly. Some of them you will need to grow into, as we do not want to stunt your growth by going too heavy too soon. But you can apply them to your physical conditioning and your taijutsu. It will improve your speed immensely and add power to your attacks, which are the areas we are focusing on. Naruto turned over the wrist weights in his hands, his expression the most unguarded that Guy had ever seen. Thanks, Guy-sensei, he said quietly. I've never had a present before. I mean, Tochijizan gives me free ramen, but he does that when it's not my birthday. Guy's grin dropped slightly at the admission, but he quickly gathered himself. Well, Naruto-kun, you will have to get used to it as my student. Naruto reverently placed the weight back in the bag, closing it over delicately. I also came to tell you to take the rest of the day off. Guy continued brightly. You should enjoy your birthday. There should be a lot for you to do with the festival on. Naruto's demeanor quickly dropped at his words. I'd rather just train, Guy-sensei. Nonsense, Naruto-kun. You should explore the springtime of your youth and partake in the festivities. Naruto crossed his arms, looking away from Guy. I don't go to the festival, he said shortly. Guy wanted to push his student, but in the 10 months since the young blonde had become his apprentice, he had learned to recognize certain cues. Kakashi would say that Guy had finally learned some restraint, but Guy knew Naruto was not like other genin. He needed patience, and while even Guy would admit it was not his strong suit, he had to be better for Naruto's sake. Taking on a student had changed Guy more than he thought it ever would, and through his mistakes, he'd learned that sometimes taking a step back was the best decision to support his student. However much it made him uncomfortable with how much he wanted to do the opposite. I will see you at the training ground at the appointed time then. He threw thumbs up at his student, smiling brightly. If you bring the blue weights, we can get started on your new taijutsu training. Naruto nodded gratefully, and Guy clambered back out the window, waving energetically before making his way to the ground. He had not made much progress in getting his student to unbolt his front door, but he felt that they were still taking steps forward. They were smaller than he imagined when he had first been assigned Naruto as an apprentice, but forward nonetheless. His student would be flourishing in his youth soon enough, and Guy was excited to go on that journey with him. In the meantime, he should find Kakashi and see if his rival was up for a challenge. Naruto hefted the wooden cabinet further up into his arms to prevent it slipping. The festival had finally ended in the early hours of the morning, so he'd taken the opportunity to go shopping while the streets were mostly empty. By shopping, he meant dumpster diving and scavenging perfectly good pieces of furniture people were stupidly throwing away. Most of the villagers were still hungover, so they wouldn't be awake to bother him for another couple of hours. Guy had surprised him. He'd never expected a present from his teacher. No one ever got him gifts. He hadn't even known that's what it was until Guy had said it. It made him feel warm in a way he'd never quite felt before, and he didn't know what to do with that feeling. He'd managed to avoid thinking too deeply about it by throwing himself wholeheartedly into his new weight training, but the warmth crept up on him every time he looked at the collection of shiny weights sitting neatly in the corner of his room. And now he had a place to store them. Someone had thrown away an oak cabinet, and Naruto hadn't hesitated to start dragging it home. It had 5 shelves and stood just a bit taller than Naruto himself. 2 of the shelves were a bit wonky, and he was pretty sure it was supposed to have doors, but it was good enough for him. He could even fit his clothes on one of the shelves with his weapons and weights occupying the rest. The only issue had been taking it back to his apartment. He'd done enough physical conditioning with Guy for the weight of the thing to not be a problem, but it was the size that was causing Naruto some trouble. He knew he was pretty short for his age, and the cabinet was taller than him and wider than his wingspan. It had taken some adjusting, and he'd had to forego the rooftops, but he was almost there. Do you need any help? Naruto scowled as he continued walking. People were supposed to be asleep, not out here bothering him. Here, I can help. Naruto was forced to stop as a boy stepped in front of him. He placed the cabinet on the ground as he glared at the obstacle in his path. He was taller than Naruto by a fair bit, with long black hair tied back into a braid. A short tin kimono was wrapped around him and round. Dark eyes looked back at him eagerly. He couldn't have been much older than Naruto, and he could see signs of training. An academy student then. No, he said shortly, hoping the boy would pick up the hint. Oh, his expression dropped a bit. Naruto took that as his cue to leave and grabbed the cabinet. He didn't even have the chance to pick it up when a chunk of wood fell off, causing him to lose his grip on the whole thing. It clattered to the ground and dislodged the two dodgy shelves. Naruto had to take a minute to breathe. Yelling swears might wake the rest of the village up. Are you sure you don't need help? Shouldn't you be training or something rather than hanging about here bothering me? He snapped. The boy actually took a step back before he looked away. I'm not going to pass anyway, he said quietly, and Naruto rolled his eyes. That sounds like a you problem, he retorted. Go and train or something instead of moping about it. You don't understand. The boy cried. I can't use chakra. I'll never pass the exam. Naruto resisted the urge to facepalm. You were never going to pass anyway with that shitty attitude, he snapped, patience wearing thin. The only thing stopping you from passing is you. So you need to take your finger out of your ass and figure it out. So what if you don't have chakra? That ain't no reason to give up. Learn weapons or taijutsu or something that doesn't use chakra. Fuck sake. He scooped up the fallen pieces of wood and grabbed the cabinet with his other arm. Annoyance and the urge to get far away from this moping idiot fueling his strength. Naruto had to work 3 times harder than everyone else, but he did it. He graduated and showed everyone who didn't think he could do it where to shove it. This boy probably didn't even having people trying to sabotage him, and he wanted to complain about how hard it was. He stomped down the street, completely missing the way the other boy's eyes followed him with wonder. Sasuke sat in the training ground, legs crossed and chin propped up on one hand. He was supposed to be training, but the puzzle that was one Uzumaki Naruto was occupying too much of his thoughts for him to concentrate. He hadn't anticipated much resistance when he'd started his investigation. Since he'd lost his family, everyone in the village had fallen over themselves to offer what empty promises and pointless assistance they thought would get them into his good books. He'd never accepted any of it. None of it would change what happened, and Sasuke knew that they didn't really do it for him. Anyone who would have survived Itachi would have probably gotten the same treatment. No one cared about Sasuke. They only cared about the Uchiha. That was why it had been almost refreshing to encounter someone like Naruto. He looked at him and saw Sasuke. It was infuriating in equal measures as the other boy refused to take him seriously. Naruto had a way of getting under his skin in a way no one else in the village had, and they'd only met a few times. They would probably end up fighting when Sasuke tracked him down again, but that only made him want to find him faster. No one brushed off Sasuke. So he'd begun his quest to find out more about the blonde, and had almost immediately encountered a wall. No one would talk, and Sasuke knew for a damn fact that they knew what he was talking about. It was like no one wanted to acknowledge Naruto existed, but Sasuke had seen the way they would talk about him when they thought he had left the vicinity. They knew who Naruto was, and what's more, they hated him. Sasuke had then started just eavesdropping, since asking them directly was getting him nowhere. Demon was the most common insult, although Sasuke heard plenty more. The venom with which the villagers talked about the boy was startling, and yet not a single one had outright said the reason why they all hated him. He'd found out about some of the pranks the blonde had played, but that shouldn't have been enough to prompt this level of anger. The shinobi population were a lot more ambivalent, but Sasuke suspected they knew he was there, so who knows what they actually thought. He had managed to find out that he was apprenticed to some jounin named Mado Guy. Sasuke had never heard of him, but he did know how weird it was for a newly graduated genin to get apprenticed rather than put into the usual team of 3. The genin from his graduating class were more than happy to tell Sasuke about how Naruto had been the dead last and terrible at anything chakra-related. When he'd pressed to find out how he'd passed, they'd suddenly clammed up. Apparently saying anything remotely positive about Naruto was too much for them to handle. Sasuke scoffed and rose to his feet, brushing off his pants. He'd only managed to find more questions than answers about the genin. He understood the comment he'd made about knowing what it was like to be gossiped about a lot better, But Sasuke still didn't know why the village talked about Naruto like that. He couldn't think of anything Naruto could do to make a whole village turn against him so strongly. It didn't seem fair. He still wanted to fight the other boy. Whatever the villager wanted to think wasn't Sasuke's problem. Someone who graduated early was exactly the sort of rival Sasuke needed to get stronger. Itachi was still out there, and he was only falling further behind. The academy didn't challenge him, but he knew Naruto would. He had one mission in life, and that was to kill his brother. He didn't care what it took to get there. He would find Naruto again and make him fight so Sasuke could get stronger. He had to get stronger. Guy stood next to his student before the Hokage, trying not to give away his excitement to his observant apprentice. Naruto would be delighted, and Guy knew he was ready. His Genin had truly blossomed since his graduation, and his youth was shining bright. "We're just waiting on the other team," the Hokage said calmly, shuffling scrolls on his desk. So maybe Naruto would not be delighted, but the prospect of leaving the village should outweigh his feelings about this Genin team. It was agreed between himself, the Hokage, and the other Jounin sensei that this would be good for all their students. Konoha was not a place where animosity could exist between fellow shinobi. This mission may help to break down the barriers between Naruto and his former classmates. His student had to be prepared to work with anyone, and the same applied for the other Genin. That was what made the will of fire so strong. "Sorry for keeping you waiting, Hokage-sama." A voice spoke up from the door behind them, and Guy turned to smile brightly at Hayama. He watched the other Jounin shuffled his 3 Genin into a line next to them, and he could physically feel Naruto tense up at his side. He resisted the urge to clap his Genin on his shoulder in comfort. He also could not help but note that the 3 Genin looked as unhappy at this as his own. "Now we are all here. We can get started," the Hokage announced, handing a scroll over to Hayama. "This is your first C rank for both teams, so in the interest of safety, we are combining your teams for this mission. I understand there has been some tension between your teams in the past, but that is irrelevant now. You are shinobi of Konoha, and I expect you to uphold that standard. Do you understand?" There was a chorus of "Yes, Hokage-sama" from Team 5, but Naruto just nodded. "You are to deliver that letter to the Daimo's palace," the Sandaime continued. "It is a standard delivery mission. Hand it to a member of the administrative team at the palace and return with their reply. There is no truly sensitive information enclosed. However, if you are ambushed and feel that you cannot defend it, destroy the letter. I do not expect you to run into this problem on a C rank." Guy nodded at the underlying message. "Your sensei will report on your conduct and efficiency during this mission," the Hokage added with a stern glint in his dark eyes. "How this mission goes will weigh heavily in future assignments." There was a weighted silence before the man sat back in his chair. "You are free to go." Guy bowed and left the office, Naruto trailing close behind. The minute the door shut, Naruto turned to him, arms crossed and expression sour. "Is he serious?" Before Guy could reply, one of the other Genin spoke up. "If you can't control yourself, then maybe you should stay in the village," the taller male Genin said snidely. "Like you're ready, Kichi team." Naruto smirked with a cruel twist Guy had never seen from his student. "Last I recall, you pissed yourself when you thought you were under attack." The other Genin turned a shade of purple, but before they could continue, Hayama stepped in. "Kichiru, that's enough. This is exactly what cannot happen when we leave the village," he said sternly. "Run, Midori, I also expect better of you. You are shinobi of Konoha and need to act like it whoever you're working with." Guy grinned brightly. "I could not have said it better myself, Hayama-kun," he proclaimed cheerfully, patting Naruto heavily on the back. "This is a wonderful opportunity for the Genin to allow the springtime of their youth to blossom for all the world to see. The bonds between comrades will strengthen and the will of fire will burn brighter than ever." "If you say so, Guy," Hayama grinned weakly back at him. "Should we meet at the front gate in an hour?" Guy threw double thumbs up in response, and Team 5 left, leaving Guy with his apprentice. "You finally get to leave the village, Naruto-kun. You can see the world," Guy pointed out brightly, and the tension in Naruto's shoulder that had been present since they saw Team 5 finally started to dissipate. "Yeah, I guess I do." It was not quite a smile, but Guy knew by now how to read his apprentice. "So gate in 30? We have an hour, Naruto-kun. I am not taking the chance that they'll leave without us and say we were late. Naruto scoffed, starting to walk down the hall. I'll work with them, Guy-sensei, but Gigi didn't say I had to trust them. Guy followed after his student. Naruto's youth really was blossoming wonderfully. 6 months ago, he would not have even considered working with Team 5. He was making progress, and Guy could barely keep himself from telling the whole village how proud he was. His student was ready for this. Naruto bounced along the road, the looming walls of the capital inching closer with every step. It had been an uneventful journey so far, and his former classmates were just as happy to avoid him as he was them. Naruto opted to take up a position at the back of their formation, and he hadn't allowed them out of his sight. They were probably scheming something, and while he had faith in his ability to deal with whatever feeble attempt they may make, he was outnumbered. He didn't like being outnumbered. He'd handled his own meals and had refused the offer from their Jounin sensei to join them for dinner. Guy had tried to encourage him, but Naruto had managed to get away by offering to take the first watch. He hadn't exactly slept when the other genin had been on watch, but he had never needed much sleep. One of the perks of the damn fox, he supposed. The most important thing was that he was out of the village. He breathed in deeply. Somehow the air felt different here. Better, fresher. He didn't have to keep watch for disgruntled civilians. The people they had seen on their journey here had looked at them, but not at him. No one cared who he was out here. He had imagining what the world was like outside of Konoha almost his whole life, and he had to say that it was better than he imagined, mainly because he hadn't really had a reference to imagine from, but still. This was great. Not even Team 5 could ruin this for him. The walls of the capital loomed ever closer, and Naruto let his eyes trail over the high stone walls. He could see what must be the palace peeking over the top of it in the distance somewhere. The trees on either side of the road that led to the city gates had started to thin out, but were still thick enough that Naruto sometimes felt like they should have been named the Land of Trees rather than the Land of Fire. Traffic had picked up and civilians bustled around them, some alone, some with a group, and a lot with various animals. They finally reached the gates, and Naruto hung back as Guy and Hayama spoke to the guards. He threw a filthy look at Kichi team as the other genin muttered, "I'll be surprised if they let the demon in." They were all ushered in soon enough, and Naruto coughed as a wall of unfamiliar smells slammed into his sensitive nose. Some were familiar. He'd encountered them at the markets back in Konoha, but there were many that weren't. There were a lot more people and stands and color and noise, and Naruto just stood there, taking it all in. This was amazing. He knew there was more out there, but to be confronted with it, to realize just how much there could be, he never wanted to go back. If this place was this cool, then what would he see if he actually left the country? Not only that, but no one knew who he was. Not a single person in the street in front of them turned to look in their direction. As they started to walk further into the city, the people that did catch his eye didn't give him a second glance. Was this what it was like to be normal? Did other kids his age get to feel like this all the time? "I miss Konoha already," Rin muttered beneath his breath. "There are way too many people here." "Yeah, it feels like it would be so easy to get lost here," Midori added quietly. Naruto threw them an incredulous look. That was the best part. He turned to Guy and smiled wide, genuine in a way that he hadn't felt in years. "Thank for this mission, Guy-sensei," he beamed. His blue eyes were immediately drawn back to the bustling crowds, so he missed Guy's look of surprise. "No problem, Naruto-kun." His teacher clapped him on the shoulder. "It is wonderful to see your youth shine so brightly in a new place." Naruto was so busy taking in his surroundings, he didn't acknowledge his sensei's words. He also ignored Team 5's unimpressed looks in his direction. They'd walked a far bit into the city, heading in the direction of the massive palace in the distance, when Naruto's sensitive ears picked up a commotion. He wandered off in that direction until he found the source. He frowned as he spotted 3 teenagers hassling an elderly vendor. The crowd around them was happy to just walk by and ignore the situation. At least this was familiar. There had been many a time that the villagers of Konoha would look away from his own mistreatment, oftentimes at the hands of people that looked exactly like these boys. The sight boiled his blood and popped his happy bubble. People were still shit no matter where he was then. He couldn't stop himself from moving forward to stop one of the boys' fists from smashing more of the vendor's stuff. "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" The boy snarled, dark eyes glaring down at Naruto. It isn't your place to intervene. Do you know who I am? Naruto hated that phrase. His place. Everyone seemed to be of the opinion that his fucking place was below theirs, and apparently there was nothing he could do about it. He personally thought they could shove that idea up their entitled asses. A shithead. He answered the boy's question and shoved him back, forcing the older teen to stumble. He crossed his arms as he glared at the trio. Fuck off and leave the old man alone. Haven't you got anything better to do? He was pretty sure they were civilians, so he wasn't allowed to do any real damage to them. But fortunately, they were easy to scare. This is one of those times wearing his Hitayate would have been handy. Naruto-kun. Guy came around the corner, and Naruto smirked at the trio of dickheads as they spotted the Hitayate around his teacher's waist. He watched the leader debate within himself before taking the coward's route. This isn't over, he snarled. I am going to tell my father all about the abuse I suffered at the hands of Konoha Shinobi. He shoved his two accomplices back, and they soon disappeared into the crowd. Guy walked over to join him with a big bushy eyebrow raised. Naruto feigned ignorance and turned back to the vendor, picking up his wares from where they had been scattered. Thank you, young shinobi, the man smiled at him. They like to cause trouble around this neighborhood. Their fathers are nobility, so there is little we can do about it. You have a kind heart. Naruto smiled weakly, unsure whether he should tell the man the real reason he came to help. It was more that he wanted to spite the bullies rather than help the victim. He would not be making a habit of helping strangers. He had too many problems of his own. My wonderful apprentice has a heart of gold. Guy grinned brightly, holding out a thumbs up. He is a wonderful example of youth, and he is blooming majestically for the whole world to see. Naruto resisted the urge to facepalm. He translated that statement to know that Guy was happy with his actions by why couldn't the Jounin ever just say things without using the word youth? I am Arata Taichi. The vendor introduced himself, bowing his head. I am Mato Guy, Konoha's sublime green beast of prey. His teacher posed proudly. This is my young apprentice, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto rolled his eyes and shoved the last of the stuff onto the table before hooking his teacher's elbow. Come on, Guy-sensei. The daimyo is expecting us and Team 5 is totally going to ditch us. Later, Arata-san. He threw a half-hearted wave behind him, missing the man's reaction to the name Uzumaki. Naruto tried not to fidget as they waited for the daimyo to arrive. Guy kept looking at him with proud tears in his eyes, and he wasn't sure how much longer he could take it. He had half a mind to go out and kick a puppy or something to make his teacher stop looking at him like that. Welcome, Konoha, a man said as he entered from a side door, moving to take a seat on the daimyo's seat. I believe you have something for me. Hayama stepped forward to hand over the letter, head bowed. Naruto observed the leader of their country. He wasn't much. He was old like Gigi with small, hooded eyes and a thin mouth. The rest of his head was covered with a black cloth, with a white fan resting on top of his head pointing towards the ceiling. Naruto wondered how they stopped that from falling off. What if he bent over to pick something up? Did the daimyo even pick things up from the floor? His trail of thought had apparently caused him to miss the daimyo actually reading the letter. The man folded it up carefully. Tell the Hokage, I agree. Naruto blinked. Was that it? What was even the question? He hadn't expected anything too important since it was only a C-rank mission, but they came all the way here for just a yes? Naruto shrugged off those thoughts easily enough. Any reason to leave Konoha was a good reason in his book. He followed Hayama's and Guy's example and bowed low to the man, making their way back to door behind them. Apparently, it was rude to turn your back on the daimyo. Naruto thought it was a dumb rule, but adults had loads of dumb rules. What was one more? The massive doors closed, and they were lead to the entrance of the palace. We'll head back tomorrow morning, but you have the afternoon to explore the city a bit, Hayama said. I trust you to stay safe and make good decisions. I don't want any incidents. For some reason, he looked directly at Naruto when he said that. The capital should be relatively safe for you, but keep an eye out anyway. I expect you back at these gates at sundown, okay? Team 5 chorused their understanding while Naruto looked Guy. His Jounin-sensei gave him a thumbs up. You have earned this, Naruto-kun. He grinned. Enjoy the full potential of your youth and live with no regrets. Naruto rolled his eyes but couldn't help the fond smile as he turned away from his sensei to head into the city. Team 5 walked along with them, and Naruto resisted the urge to fuck off. He could stand their presence until they were out of Guy's sight. He could do this for Guy. Hey, why is your Jounin-sensei so fucking trashy? They had just turned out of sight of their teachers, and Kichi Team opens his big fucking mouth. What the fuck are you talking about? Naruto narrows his eyes. I mean, I knew your Jounin-sensei had to be garbage, sneered the older boy. Why else would they give him you after all? But seriously, is he sick in the head or something? Guy-sensei is one of the best Jounin in the whole village, Naruto hissed venomously. Yeah, but that spandex, the haircut, the whole spiel's about youth. There is something wrong with him, Rin added gleefully. He's perfect for you. No other student could stand him long enough to learn anything. Naruto stopped, feeling his nails dig into his palms. He could take them talking shit about him. Well, maybe not take it, as he had proven before with his pranks, but he knew how to deal with it. It was expected. He had not expected them to go after Guy-sensei. Guy didn't deserve for people to talk shit about him. He liked Naruto. He was proud of Naruto. He didn't try to change him or get at him for being a little brat, he just accepted him. No one had ever done that before. You really think that putting people down is going to get you anywhere? He said quietly, drawing the attention of the genin. He continued before Kichi Team could interrupt him. You really think you're going to be anything? He glared at them, the words spilling past his lips like poison. Yeah, I am the demon brat, but guess what? I fucking matter. He took a step forward. I am going to be remembered. I am going to be someone. Not because things were handed to me, but because I grabbed them with my own 2 hands. I am going to build my future into one that I can be proud of. What the fuck are you going to be? None of you are going to make it past Chunin. The best you can hope for is to become one of the hundreds of faceless Chunins, and either die for the village or fade into obscurity. His volume rose. You don't even work hard. You will never be Jounin because that would mean stepping outside your fucking comfort zone. You are going to go through the rest of your life being only good enough. You are never going to matter. You are going to live your little lives and pass from this world with nothing more than a whimper. He hadn't noticed when he'd stepped into their faces. He didn't notice how pale they had become. All he could feel was the indignation, the rage. So yeah, you can make fun of me. You can make fun of Guy-sensei. You can feel really fucking good about yourselves because that is only for right now. You know, deep fucking down, that I am going to leave you and the rest of our godforsaken class in the fucking dirt. You know that we were never the fucking same. I was born to be great, and you were born to be my fucking backstory. He turned on his heel, unable to look at their faces for a second longer. He stomped his way through the city street, the crowd parting for him. He didn't even know where he was going, just away from them. Why did it have to be so hard just to be himself? Why couldn't people just leave him alone? All he wanted was to just live without people feeling like they had to shit on him to make themselves feel good. Why was that so hard? You're the Uzumaki. He stopped short as he looked up from the road to see the vendor from earlier that day. Arata-san. The man's green eyes sparkled as he ushered Naruto to follow him. Naruto was too surprised to anything but follow. I have been waiting around the daimyo's residence for you, the man said, his cane clacking against the stone below them. I couldn't allow you to leave the capital without speaking to you first. Arata-san, you don't have to. I didn't really help you. Naruto tried to tell him, but the old man wasn't having it. Hush now, child, and just follow me. You are an Uzumaki, correct? Which parent? My mom. Naruto answered hesitantly. Excellent, excellent, Arata said as they finally came back to his stall. I have something that belongs to you. Naruto had no idea what this man was talking about. He didn't lose anything in the capital for it to be returned to him. His green backpack had been firmly closed the entire time he's been in the city. Many years ago, shortly after the fall of Uzushio, I met a man named Uzumaki Ashina. He said he was named for a past Uzukage. He was wounded and I took him in, helped him heal, and hid him from the like of Kumo and Iwa. His eyes grew soft. I fell very much in love with him, and he with me. We couldn't continue the clan line, and he died almost 10 years ago now. He left me these and I promised that I would pass them on to the next Uzumaki I met. He was not optimistic, believing his clan to be gone. He finally hauled a duffel bag from the cart behind his stall and dumped it on the table, gesturing for Naruto to come look. Naruto walked forward slowly, spotting a couple of swords and some scrolls. Naruto picked up one and offered it to him. They were masters of Fuinjutsu, you know. Place a drop of your blood onto that seal there. Naruto just looked at the man incredulously before playing along. There was no fucking way. He bit his finger and watched the blood fall onto the seal. There was a burst of light before the thing unfurled, revealing different Kenjutsu katas. You really are an Uzumaki, Naruto whispered with tears in his eyes. Take it all. It is yours. Naruto-san, I can't. You will. These are heirlooms of the Uzumaki clan. They need to be with a member of that clan. He smiled sadly. I believe our meeting today was fate. Maybe it was my Ashina allowing me to fulfill my promise or the gods themselves, but you were meant to have these. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto struggled for words. He'd never had an heirloom before. He wasn't allowed any of his parents' stuff since it was a big secret and all. He belonged to a clan, a real clan, one he'd resigned himself to having lost before he was even born. Thank you, Naruto-san. He bowed in a rare moment of complete sincerity. I will treasure these for the rest of my life. Sasuke stomped into the training ground, his target sitting innocently in the middle reading scrolls. Wearing that obnoxious orange, it was a wonder Sasuke had taken so long to find him. You. Naruto looked up and he rolled his eyes. Rolled his eyes at Sasuke, as if he was the problem. Where the fuck have you been? What do you mean, where have I been? Naruto lowered his scroll. Why were you even looking? You are going to be my training partner, Sasuke stated, pointing right into the dobe's stupid face. Oh man, this again? Naruto fell back into the grass. Sasuke scowled and walked so was standing directly above him. You have to train with me, he restated, holding eye contact with the genin. Teach me how to walk up walls. Why me? Naruto raised a blonde eyebrow up at him. I am literally the last choice for pretty much every person in this village. Everyone else is dumb, Sasuke said firmly, and this caused Naruto to sit up. The blonde stared at him for a long moment before patting the grass beside him. Sasuke sat down gracefully, crossing his arms. You graduated 3 years early. You are the only person my age who could probably keep up with me. I'm the only person your age who could beat you is what you mean, Naruto grinned. Sasuke just glared at him. Naruto sighed heavily. Fine, but I have conditions. HN. You can get into place I can't, he began. You can also get the good prices, so you're going to buy my groceries and weapons. I'll give you the money. I'm not going to be your fucking errand boy. Naruto held up a hand. I would do it myself, but it costs like double, and they're starting to catch on to my hinge. That didn't make any sense to Sasuke, but the blonde continued before he could ask. Also, I want to make it clear that we are not friends, got it? So if a guy with silver hair or one in green spandex asks, we don't know each other, got it? They absolutely cannot find out about this. They would never let me live it down. Sasuke scoffed. He didn't need friends, and it wasn't like he was going to be admitting to training with Naruto with anyone. If anything, Naruto should be the one bragging. This is a business arrangement at most. You don't have seniority on me, so demanding isn't going to do shit. Just ask like a normal human being, cause if you come in ordering me, odds are I am going to do the opposite. I can walk away at any time, so demanding ain't going to do shit. Got it. Sasuke rolled his eyes but nodded. He would take it. Getting stronger was the only thing that mattered, and if he had to put up with this blonde idiot to do it, he would. He blinked at the outstretched hand, taking it after a moment. Looks like we have a deal, partner. Naruto grinned and Sasuke rolled his eyes even harder. This better be worth it. Naruto breathed in the biting night air, watching the lanterns rise above the village into the night sky. The end of another year. It was a pretty good year, he would say. He graduated from the academy, met Gai-sensei, left the village for the first time. Even Kakashi and Sasuke weren't so bad. He pulled the black duffel closer. He had spent many nights just looking at his family's swords, trying to imagine his relatives swinging them around. He wanted to learn. He had the katas, but something made him hesitate. He wanted to do it right. He wanted to honor his family. He didn't want to screw this up. He already had so little from his ancestors. Kenjutsu would work so well with his bloodline limit. He had mentioned the swords to Guy when they'd met back up in the capital. The man had said that the blooming of his youth had been rewarded. Naruto had just rolled his eyes. He would talk to Guy tomorrow about starting sword training. This was a new year, one step closer to his goals. He'd had a taste of freedom and was more determined than ever to make it more permanent. He had a lot to do this year. Naruto ran across the rooftops of Konoha, feeling as though he was flying. This was his favorite time of day. Early morning, the village hadn't quite woken up yet, so it was just him, the crisp morning air, and the occasional shinobi. He slid down the slope of a roof, leaping to the next with a wide grin on his face. It had been 2 years since he had been apprenticed to Guy, and his life had started to change for the better. He still didn't have a great relationship with the village, and he was as determined as ever to leave, but he liked the life he had built at present. He didn't even have to talk to the civilians with the way things were now. Sasuke was still very reluctantly getting his groceries for him, making sure to voice his displeasure at the task every single time, and Naruto pretty much lived on the rooftops at this point. He could barely remember the last time he'd had to walk through the streets themselves without Guy accompanying him. They hadn't tried to force a team on him yet either. He was aware he would need one to be allowed to participate in the Chunin exams, but Guy had insisted he wait and build his skills first. Naruto wasn't thrilled about the delay, but he knew there were teams that would need an extra body to attend the exams this year. This was going to be his year. He could feel it. He was already pretty much a Chunin anyway. He was on exclusively C-rank missions, and while he only rarely got to leave the village, it was worlds better than the D ranks. He knew the village and the surrounding lands like the back of his hand at this point with how many patrols he had done. He had even managed to avoid doing too many D ranks. He'd had maybe 5 in the past year, and it had been totally worth it. He wasn't about to let people talk shit about Guy. It gave him time to work on his kenjutsu. He had started working with his clan's swords last January, and he felt like he had a pretty good handle on them now. He still had a long way to go, but they no longer felt wrong in his hands. He'd read that the best swordsmen always said their weapon felt like an extension of their arm rather than something they wield in their hand. He had also discovered that the swords were meant to be used as a duo. That was a steep learning curve. Learning to use one was enough of a challenge, but he was determined to master this style. He owed to his clan. His taijutsu and physical conditioning had come a long way too, but that was no surprise with Guy as a teacher. Kakashi had given him a couple more ninjutsu, but it still wasn't Naruto's favorite speciality. He had been trying to talk the Jounin into teaching him ninjutsu he could use with his swords. The man had insisted that he learned how to use the swords first. Naruto was forced to agree after he managed to slice open his own leg during practice. His bloodline limit hadn't evolved very much, but Kakashi said that it would grow with him. Naruto knew that his eyes were only as useful as the rest of his skills, so he tried not to bother himself about his lack of progress. Another development over the past year was Sasuke. He had kept up his end of the deal and had taught the Uchiha how to tree walk. To Naruto's annoyance, the academy student had picked it up a lot quicker than he had. He felt a little better after showing him water walking. Something about Sasuke looking like a drowned, disgruntled cat was enough to make him smile. He had also managed to learn some things from the Uchiha which he hadn't expected. The Uchiha taijutsu style was very interesting and very different than what he was learning from Guy. He hopped off the edge of a building, landing lightly onto the dirt beneath him. Guy had said to meet him at the Hokage's office, and he hoped it was for the reason he was thinking. He was overdue to go to the Chunin exams. Guy hadn't changed in the slightest in the last year, and Naruto liked that about him. He was still in the same outfit, still making dumb poses, still yelling at the top of his lungs about the power of youth, still challenging himself in the weirdest ways. Naruto honestly thought he was the best Jounin sensei in Konoha. The man still tried to talk Naruto into matching his outfit though, and he was not having that. He may adore his teacher, but he could also acknowledge that he was a super fucking weirdo. He says that in the fondest way possible. Only he and Kakashi were allowed to say that about Guy too. He will, and has fought people that have insulted his teacher's quirks. He still hadn't been able to figure out Guy and Kakashi's whole rivalry thing. He'd had front row seats to most of their challenges, and some of them couldn't even be qualified as challenges as far as he could see. They were keeping score, but the one and only time Naruto had asked what the prize at the end was, he'd gotten 2 blank looks back. He just decided to leave them to it. It made Guy happy at the very least. He nodded at the Chunin guards as he passed them into the building. The shinobi population have always been a bit more dismissive than outright hostile, with some exceptions. Something had changed since he'd graduated the academy though. Instead of the demon brat or little shit or any of the names he had been bestowed over the years, they all just referred to him as Guy's student. That was a huge improvement in his book. He took a moment to knock on the Hokage's door, entering before they had a chance to answer. This was it. He knew it. This was going to be the moment when they would tell him he was going to the Chunin exams. He was so ready. Hiruzen watched Naruto enter and walk up to stand in front of his desk. He really had grown so much since his assignment to Guy. He had grown at least 5 to 6 inches in height, and Hiruzen could see him being as tall as Minato one day, even if he still only barely reached Guy's chest. His blonde hair had been cut short on the sides of his head, but kept slightly longer on top. He did recall the boy talking about length bothering him the last time he was in for a mission. He had kept the black trousers, sandals, and bandages, keeping them tied at the bottom on his legs, but his orange sleeveless hoodie had been wrecked on one of his patrols. It was too much to hope the genin would give up on orange altogether. He wore a bright orange t-shirt instead, with a black sleeveless hoodie over it. Bracers covered his forearms, and reinforced fingerless gloves already looked worn with use. He had heard of Naruto's tendency to destroy wooden posts in training exercises. The Uzumaki spiral was displayed prominently between his shoulder blades, hidden beneath the sword strapped across his back. Blue Eyes looked determined back at him. Hiruzen didn't know if it was easy or difficult to remember the boy was still only 11. On one hand, he was by far one of the most capable genin in the village. On the other, he still had a habit of pranking people. The threat of D-ranks had deterred the genin, but not enough to stop him entirely. It was curbed enough to protect him from more serious repercussions at the very least. Naruto-kun, it is nice to see you. Hi, Gigi, the genin said, and Hiruzen could see the expectation in his blue eyes. He knew exactly what Naruto was expecting from this meeting, and he sighed. It was time to let him down gently. Naruto-kun, you will not be attending the Chunin exams this year either. Naruto's grin fell off his face, and Hiruzen could sense him clam up. Why? He asked shortly. The exams are being held in IWA this year, Hiruzen replied gravely. I do not think I need to tell you why you should not be attending these exams. No one from Konoha will be going. I am sorry, but you will need to wait until next year. He could see Naruto's fists clench, but it could not be helped. You know, Gigi, you have never actually told me why I cannot go to IWA specifically. Is there some special reason? Hiruzen shot the boy a sharp look. He understood he was frustrated that he could not earn a promotion for another year, but he was treading into territory best left alone. He knew that Naruto knew who his parents were, but he also knew the boy would keep it to himself. It was a better-kept secret than that of the QB, and Hiruzen had every intention of keeping it that way. Konoha, and IWA for that matter, were not ready to learn the Yellow Flash had a son. He hadn't wanted Naruto to know until he was ready, but the genin had figured it out at some point. That is enough, Naruto, he scolded. That is not why I brought you here today. He took a deep breath and looked at Guy, the Jounin strangely silent during their exchange. The new class graduate next week, and I wanted to ask you if you would take on a team. Guy grinned widely at him. Hokage-sama, I already have one wonderfully youthful genin. He gestured dramatically to still sulking Naruto. I could not possibly part with him before his journey as a genin reaches its conclusion and my student flourishes in the springtime of his youth. I am not asking you to end your apprenticeship, Hiruzen reassured. Naruto will remain your apprentice until he passes the Chunin exams. You would be taking on a team alongside him. I didn't think that was allowed. Naruto spoke up, narrowed eyes boring into Hiruzen. Under normal circumstance, it would not. Hiruzen nodded, leaning back into his chair. However, you are very advanced for your age and rank, Naruto. You can undertake your patrols and C ranks alone, and I have every confidence in you as an individual operative. You will not leave the village unaccompanied, but you can operate within the village limits independently. You will still train with Guy, but perhaps not to the same extent. So, basically I'm a Chunin without the actual rank. Hiruzen ignored that to speak directly to Guy. I have seen how successful you have been with Naruto, and I feel that there are other students in the village that would benefit from your tutelage. Naruto is ready to become a Chunin, and while it is unfortunate, that cannot happen yet. That does not mean that other genin should lose out on a good teacher. The Jounin turned to Naruto. I will leave it up to you, Naruto-kun. Guy sent thumbs up to his genin. You are my student, first and foremost. You are my priority. Hiruzen watched Naruto finally melt from the sulky stance he'd taken up since being told about the Chunin exams. The genin was still resistant to teamwork and reportedly a bit standoffish on missions, but Hiruzen didn't doubt that he cared about Guy a great deal. On any given day, if someone wanted Naruto to do something, Guy needed to be the one to ask. I think you should take another team, Guy-sensei, Naruto finally admitted. You are the best teacher in Konoha. I think you would like more students. More people to spread the youth to. Hiruzen watched the tears well up in Guy's eyes and promptly decided he did not want to deal with what was about to occur. Thank you. I will put your name down, Guy, he said quickly. You may both go. Guy grabbed Naruto and pulled him into a bear hug, tears streaming down his face and mumbling about youth. He walked out of the office with the genin still firmly trapped in his arms. Hiruzen caught sight of Naruto's look of regret just as the door shut behind them. Naruto flopped down onto the grass of the training ground, dumping his swords beside him as he let out a dramatic groan. He thought he would never escape. He was pretty sure the Jounin had bruised some ribs, though they had probably healed by now, so he couldn't prove it. He made a mental note to never mention youth within earshot of Guy ever again. It was not worth it. He didn't care how happy it made the man. Never again. What are you whining about now? Sasuke's stupid face appeared above him, smirking down at him in a way that Naruto was far too familiar with by now. Guess who isn't going to the Chunin exams this year? He grumbled back, sitting up as Sasuke sat himself down beside him. At this rate, we're going to be taking them at the same time. Sasuke sniped and Naruto sent an unimpressed glare his way. They say why? It's in IWA this year. Naruto rolled his eyes. Apparently, they still have a bunch of murderous feelings about us left over from the Third War. I personally think it would be an even better test for who makes Chunin, but stupid Gigi said no one's going. So you're stuck doing the same genin shit another year? Yup. HN. What is HN supposed to mean? HN. Gods, I fucking hate you sometimes. Sasuke shoved him over and Naruto let himself fall, staring up at the passing clouds. He and Sasuke had kept to their arrangement that they'd made over a year ago now. They met up once a week to train and for Naruto receive his groceries. He would never admit it out loud, but he had sort of come to maybe not hate these meetups with Sasuke. The Uchiha gave as good as he got. He also didn't slow Naruto down. He actually picked up techniques stupidly fast. It was very annoying. He had miraculously managed to stop Guy and Kakashi from finding out too. It had been tricky, especially in the beginning, but he had settled into a routine with it. He knew it wasn't as big a deal as he was making it out to be, but after this long it had become a point of pride. Guy would have been thrilled, but Kakashi wouldn't shut up about it if he knew. It was just easier for no one to know. Sasuke was even more eager than him to keep it secret. The great Uchiha could not be found to be training with a mere genin after all, least of all the village pariah. Saying that, they'd found themselves training outside of the agreed weekly schedule. There was an unspoken rule that neither of them could acknowledge that they were hanging outside of the designated training times, and Naruto was not about to lose that game. It would ruin what they had going for them, a half-decent training partner that they could be an ass to without any real backlash. Naruto didn't want to give that up. This didn't mean they were friends. Sasuke was just slightly more tolerable than other people his age. So are you just going to mope, or are we going to do something today? Naruto sighed heavily. Maybe I will just mope, he sniped back, putting his hands behind his head in a show of getting comfortable. It's hard work being a shinobi. You academy students wouldn't understand. He closed his eyes, waiting for Sasuke to make his move. He heard the other boy move away in silence, but Naruto didn't dare open an eye. He could not show weakness. It wasn't until he felt the warmth over his skin that he realized what Sasuke was doing. What the fuck, you fucking asshole? Why are you shooting your katan techniques at me? HN, Sasuke replied with a smirk, knowing that he'd won this round. Oh, you asked for it, Naruto snarled, drawing his swords and stalking towards the Uchiha. If Sasuke wanted to train, Naruto would train. If the Uchiha got slightly maimed, then that was his problem. He started it. Naruto was not having fun. He was not. Naruto reluctantly dragged his feet to the academy building. He had no idea why this was classified as a C rank. He personally called bullshit. He didn't see how hauling all the supplies for the graduation exam next week to the building warranted the rank. He secretly thought that Gigi was doing it to punish him for something, but he couldn't think of anything he'd done lately. "It's you?" Naruto groaned. It was never a good thing when people recognized him. He walked a bit quicker, hoping they would just give up. It worked on the drunk once. "Wait, please." Naruto tightened his grip on the new target boards. This is why he stuck to the rooftops. No one bothered him on the rooftops. He turned slowly to see a tall boy bouncing towards him, smiling. That was ominous. "I have been trying to find you." The boy beamed as he stopped in front of Naruto. He was tall, with round, dark eyes and black hair tied back in a braid. Something nudged at the back of Naruto's mind, but he ignored it. "Look, whatever you think I did, I didn't." Naruto rolled his eyes. "So you are just going to have to get over whatever it is and leave me alone." "No, I wanted to thank you." The boy insisted, his large round eyes far more earnest than Naruto was comfortable with. "Thank me for what?" Naruto placed the boards on his hip, confused. He didn't remember this guy. "You are the one who inspired me to work my hardest for the exam." The boy's eyes sparkled, and he leaned forward. Naruto leaned away. "I have done nothing but work on my taijutsu since we last met, and I have every confidence I am going to pass the exam this week. I owe it all to you." Naruto racked his brain. When had he done that? He didn't even like talking to people his age, never mind inspiring anyone. The only person he even spoke to was Sasuke, and there was nothing inspiring about that. He was more likely to call the other boy an ass and call it a day. "What?" He couldn't help but ask. The boy's smile dimmed a bit. "You don't remember me?" Naruto squinted at him. Had he met this guy before? He was pretty sure he would remember someone with eyebrows like that. They looked just like guys. The academy student looked back at him with disappointment, and Naruto frowned. He was more than familiar with that expression. He didn't think it was fair that he didn't know what he'd done to cause it, though. "No," he said shortly, raising an eyebrow. The boy shook his head, forcing a smile back onto his face. "No matter. I did not introduce myself the last we met. The fault is mine." The boy bowed low. "I am Rock Lee. I cannot use chakra, and so I feared I would fail the final exam. But I met you, and you told me to stop limiting myself and to try my best regardless of my situation. That was me holding myself back, not my lack of chakra." Naruto blinked. That didn't sound like something he would say. That sounded more like Guy. "Cool. Good for you." Naruto hefted the target boards into a firmer grip. "Sounds like I gave some good advice. Now if you're done, I've got to get this done, so bye." Naruto turned and waved a hand to the boy behind him. That was weird. He was definitely sure he would never say something like Lee was describing. Maybe the academy student had confused him for someone else? But that didn't make much sense considering he didn't look like anyone in the village. The bright blonde hair, the whisker marks on his cheeks, and the orange usually gave him away. He stopped and sighed. This was Guy's bad influence. He knew it was. "Hey, if you're serious about taijutsu, you should lose the braid. It's a massive weakness. Anyone could grab it and use it against you," he called behind him. He didn't turn to look, cursing Guy in his head. He would never have said that before he was apprenticed to Guy. He had been more than happy keeping to himself, avoiding people and telling them to go fuck themselves. His teacher was a terrible influence. He made a mental note to avoid this Rock Lee in the future. He didn't need the hassle. Gamma downed the cup of coffee the minute it was placed on the table in front of him. He hated night shift. He hated the adjustment back to daytime hours even more. Radu had kicked him out of the flat, stating that the fresh air would do him some good. Gamma knew that was code for, "You are being insufferable and I need a break from you." He couldn't hold it against the older man. He was insufferable after night shift. Ebisu sat stiffly across from him, eyeing him with disapproval. "You are a shinobi of Konoha, Ganma. Have some sense of decorum." Ganma just groaned, dropping his head onto the table. He should have just canceled. He didn't know if he had the energy of meeting up with his old Genin team today. Guy was due any moment, and he already had a headache building up behind his eyes. Maybe he should pull a Kakashi and just find a tree somewhere. It had just taken ages to get the two back on speaking terms. Ebisu was stubborn in his dislike of Naruto, and Guy wouldn't hear of anything negative about his student. It had made for a stressful few months for Gunma, who had to mediate between the pair. Choza-sensei had refused to get involved, stating that his involvement in their team drama ended when they became Chunins. Gunma thought the man was being a coward, but he couldn't blame the clan head. Guy could be scary when he wasn't his normal, happy self. My fellow team, what a most wonderful morning. Gunma groaned louder, failing in his attempt to sink into the wooden table. He loved the guy, he really did after knowing him for so long, but he was so tired. He'd never seen Guy tired. He wouldn't understand the pain of the normal folk. You are usually the first to arrive, Guy. Ebisu raised an eyebrow. Ah yes, Guy boomed, his laughter carrying all the way down the street. My beloved student mastered a most challenging kata in his kenjutsu today. He is a most wondrous example of youth, and I shall strive to keep up with his shining example. Ebisu's face soured and Gunma kicked him beneath the table. He did not make that much of an effort for Ebisu to screw this up. The man should be able to keep his mouth shut at least for a little while. He didn't even get his problem with Naruto. Gunma thought the kid was pretty good. He had never really cared about the whole Kyuubi thing. He trusted Minato-sama's work, and he knew most jounin his age did too. The kid was a bit grumpy and crass, but he cared about Guy. That was enough for Gunma. That's great, Guy, Gunma yawned. Hey, can you get me, like, 3 more coffees? That much caffeine is terrible for you. Guy turned to dramatically point at him. Your vitality and youth is enough to keep your spirits up. Gunma just stared at him for a long moment. That's just you, Guy-sensei. The 3 of them turned in unison towards the voice. Naruto stood nearby, arms crossed with a playful smirk on his face. It looked identical to Kushina's. Now that was a bit of a wake-up call. He'd grown a few inches since Gunma had last seen him. He shaved the sides of his head and added a couple of swords to his back. He looked good, stronger, less angry than when he'd barged into the Jounin standby station. He saw Ebisu's shoulders rise in irritation and cut in before the uptight man could say something stupid. Thank the gods someone said it, he grinned at the genin. I think Guy is the only one who doesn't appreciate the miracle of caffeine. Naruto looked back at him warily, but he lacked the outright hostility from before. Guy had really made a big difference with him. Gunma was glad to see it. Konoha hadn't been there for the kid, but he hoped the genin was starting to see that they weren't against him. The Jounin and Chunin weren't anyway. Yeah, but can you imagine Guy on caffeine? Naruto pointed out, and Gunma felt a level of horror he'd only experienced during the war. Guy, promise me you will never drink coffee. Gunma shot up from his seat and grabbed Guy's shoulders, shaking him dramatically. Guy, you have to promise me. Promise. Guy just laughed boisterously, and Gunma felt his panic start to rise even higher. That wasn't an answer. That wasn't an answer. Anyway, Guy-sensei, I just came to say I can't make the training tonight. Naruto shrugged, as if he hasn't just suggested an idea that will haunt Gunma's dreams at least for the next month. They have me setting up the shit for the academy exams tomorrow. I have tried to get out of it, but Gigi ain't budging. That is excellent, Naruto-kun. Guy threw an enthusiastic thumbs up at his genin. You will be aiding in the blooming of the next generation's springtime of youth. That's one way to put it, Naruto huffed, rolling his eyes. I would call it the dumbest task ever. I'll see you at lunchtime tomorrow at the usual training ground. Tell Kakashi to bring some better jutsu than last time. Naruto turned and started walking down the street, waving lazily over his shoulder. Gunma let go of Guy, slowly sitting back onto the bench. Well, at least he was awake now. Tintin tried not to fidget as she waited nervously for her name to be called. She'd done it. She'd graduated the academy as the top kunoichi, and now she would be starting her journey as a genin. The thought of all the weapons she could master made her drool slightly, but she held it together. She had to find out who her teammates were first. Team 9 will be Hyuga Niji, Hagane Tintin, and Rock Lee. Your sensei will be Mado Guy. She bounced up from her seat. Niji was the top shinobi this year. He was a super strong teammate to have. Lee was the dead last this year, but she'd seen him in the taijutsu exam. He was no joke either. She'd never heard of Mado Guy, but she already had high hopes for this team. It was probably going to be more taijutsu focused going by the skill set of her new teammates, but that suited Tintin just fine. Oh, what if Guy-sensei was a weapons expert? That would be amazing. Her thoughts were interrupted by a large man slamming the door open. bounding in with a big smile and boisterous laugh. Her brain stopped for a moment as she took in the tight, green spandex, orange leg warmers, and bowl cut. What in Konoha's green earth? Team 9. Follow me to truly flourish in the springtime of your youth. Tintin shared a look with Niji at the man's statement, but she followed him out the door anyway. He did say Team 9, although she didn't know what he meant by youth. Maybe because they were genin? She had to jog to keep up with the man as he strode in the direction of the training grounds. They finally stopped in one, and Tintin stood next to her teammates, watching the man with anticipation. Welcome, Team 9. His voice boomed across the empty training ground. I will be your sensei, Mato Guy. I am blessed to be teaching such wonderful and youthful genin such as yourselves, and I look forward to working together to reach the springtime of our youth. He grinned brightly, hands on his hips as he looked down at them. Tintin smiled back awkwardly. This wasn't exactly what she was expecting from her Jounin sensei. What did the whole youth thing mean? I am honored, Guy sensei, Lee yelled from beside her, and she winced at the volume. I look forward to working my hardest and blossoming into the best version of Lee I can possibly be. Such youth, Guy cried, and were those real tears? Tintin looked desperately at Niji to make sure she wasn't the only sane one here. Niji was always a bit stoic, but even she could tell he was just as bewildered as she was. Now, Guy announced, clapping his hands together excitedly. Everyone introduced themselves. Your name, specialty, and your goals as a shinobi. I'm Rock Lee. Lee yelled before Tintin or Niji had a chance to respond. I specialize in taijutsu, and my goal is to become the greatest taijutsu master in Konoha. What a wonderful goal, Lee. Guy threw him thumbs up. As Konoha's sublime green beast of prey, I will do my utmost to help you achieve your goal and reach the pinnacle of your youth. Guy-sensei. Lee. Tintin watched the pair in horror. Is this what she was going to have to live with from now on? Sure, her teammates were pretty strong, but she didn't relish having to watch this display every day. Guy turned and pointed dramatically at Niji. You. Niji stared back, his blank, pale eyes staring back at their sensei with the opposite level of enthusiasm Lee had shown. Hyuga Niji, taijutsu, he said flatly. My goals do not matter as my path in life has already been predetermined. You're wrong. Lee pointed a finger in his face. Nothing is decided. Only our hard work can determine our future. Niji looked at him, unimpressed. With your limitations, your goal is impossible. He folded his arms. Your birth has already dictated your station in life. You would be better to give up now rather than face disappointment. Lee's face turned red and Tintin looked desperately at their new teacher, hoping he would step in before it escalated. The pair had never really gotten on in the academy either, but they'd also never been forced to really work together before. Tintin knew Niji would beat Lee with ease, and she didn't want to spend her first day watching her teammates fight. How wonderful to see the will of fire burning so brightly in you both. Guy clapped his hands, delighted. Having a rival will push you to reach heights you would never have thought to reach alone. He's not my rival, Niji snapped, annoyance bleeding through his expression. I will make you acknowledge me, Lee yelled. Tintin hopelessly looked around at her team. Was this even going to work? Her teammates couldn't get along, and their sensei seemed to be trying to make it worse. Have no fear. We have not forgotten about you. Guy grinned at her, cutting off Lee's declarations. She flinched and cursed silently. She was this year's top kunoichi. She couldn't be acting like a civilian girl. I'm Hagame Tintin, she said, trying to inject confidence she didn't feel into her voice. I specialize in weapons and my goal is to become the best weapons mistress in Konoha. An honorable goal. Guy threw her a thumbs up. I have no doubt that you will accomplish it in no time. Tintin felt a small smile curve her lips. He may be weird and badly dressed and super loud, but he did seem like he cared. Only time would tell if this team would sink or swim. As Lee lunged for Niji, declaring a practice spar to prove him wrong, she felt like they would find out sooner rather than later. Naruto blew on his ramen before he shoved in another mouthful, watching Guy's new team argue among themselves from his perch in one of the trees surrounding the training ground. The leaves rustled gently around him, and the sun lit up his surroundings in a kaleidoscope of green. It was rare that he took a moment like this to just sit and allow the world to move around him. He knew the urge to move and train would creep on him in no time, but for now he was happy to sit in this tree with his ramen, judging Guy's new Jinin. He watched that Rock Lee kid yell at the Hyuga. He'd been channeling chakra to his ears, so he could hear them even from this distance, and he had to say he was unimpressed. This predestined shit the Hyuga was on was garbage. If Naruto kept to the destiny the village had decided for him, then he would be long dead by now. A part of him wanted to beat that mindset out of the other Jinin, but the other, much larger part of him didn't care enough to get involved. It wasn't his problem, it was Guy's. Although knowing Guy, he would just let the Hyuga figure it out himself, believing his newly proclaimed rival would help him. Rock Lee had cut the braid off, but he was still way too loud. He was making challenges that Naruto knew he probably wouldn't be able to back up with his skill set. The girl was almost the opposite. Naruto could already see she was getting overwhelmed by her teammates, and that was no use. What would happen if they were ambushed outside the village? Naruto could guarantee that it would be a hell of a lot more overwhelming than Guy. He hadn't been like this when he'd graduated, had he? Guy really had his work cut out for him, and Naruto fucking knew he would be talked into training with them or helping out. Guy would ask him with that hopeful expression, and Naruto wouldn't be able to let the man down, and then he'd be stuck with these idiots. Guy was wasted on them. Thank the gods he'd never been forced onto a team. It already looked like a nightmare. Got a good seat? Naruto looked over at Kakashi as he stood on a nearby branch, eye smiling at him. What does it look like? He sniped back, gesturing with his chopsticks. Kakashi stepped onto Naruto's branch, deliberately shoving Naruto's legs over the side before looking out to the training ground. Naruto kicked out at him, but the fucker just dodged with ease, not even looking back. He'd been Naruto's bloodline and ninjutsu teacher for almost 2 years now, and they had a very different relationship than the one Naruto had with Guy. He still never called the man sensei. It wasn't even out of deliberate disrespect either. He just never felt like he and Kakashi were student-teacher material. Most of the time, it felt like he was training with an annoying older brother, or what he thought a brother would be like. It wasn't as if he had a reference. They sniped at each other, tried to wind each other up, and did things purely to annoy the other. Guy had once spoken to him about it, concerned that his rival and student weren't being very youthful towards each other. Naruto hadn't been able to explain to the man that this was just how they worked. Naruto enjoyed having someone to push back against while also knowing there would be no hard feelings. He was pretty sure the Jounin felt the same, as he would have probably said something by now. He did respect Kakashi's encyclopedic knowledge of ninjutsu, and he did appreciate the Jounin could wipe the floor with him without breaking a sweat. So he toned it down during the times when Kakashi was actually teaching him stuff. The rest of the time was free game though. Get your own branch, he growled. So aggressive, Naruto-chan, Kakashi said lightly, moving to a thinner branch to their left and whipping out his orange book. Some residual feelings over seeing Guy with other students perhaps. I was the one who told him to do it. Naruto shoved in another mouthful of ramen. Aren't you supposed to be teaching some of your own? I'll see them tomorrow. The Jounin waved a hand dismissively. You mean, you'll fail them tomorrow? Naruto accused good-naturedly. You fail them every year. You never know. This might be the year. Kakashi replied without a drop of conviction in his tone. What are you even looking for? Naruto looked away to see Guy start to fight the Genin. He was being so much nicer to them. He hadn't gotten a warning. Guy just ambushed him when he'd reached the training ground. He probably wouldn't have wanted to stand around talking anyway, but that wasn't the point. They're just out of the academy. You know they're pretty useless going in. I do remember you being particularly terrible at the tree climbing exercise. Naruto pouted. He'd gotten the hang of it eventually. He could do them all now. Guy was ruthless when working towards a specific goal like that. You know what I mean. Besides, you're avoiding the question. Kakashi remained silent for a long moment, and Naruto took the opportunity to slurp up the rest of the broth and noodles. He took out a scroll, sealing the rubbish to dispose of later. They don't know how to be a team, Kakashi finally replied, and Naruto rolled his eyes. Well, duh. He raised an eyebrow at the Jounin. The academy is about learning a list of stuff and competing against each other. Why would they work in a team? It's integral to being a shinobi, Kakashi replied with a little heat, actually lowering his book. and Naruto took a deep breath to stop himself snapping back. He and Kakashi had very different ideas about the necessity of teamwork as a shinobi. Kakashi seemed to think that teamwork was the golden rule for all shinobi despite being a fucking loner and avoiding social interaction like the plague. Naruto had been functioning as a solo genin for 2 years, and he knew that teammates were bullshit. They would have held him back if anything. If he'd been forced onto a team with anyone he'd graduated with, he would have spent his entire genin career looking over his shoulder. He didn't need to be looking at his back when there were plenty of enemies to fight right in front of him. People couldn't be trusted. They would just let him down or betray him or treat him differently, and he didn't have fucking time for it. Kakashi had entirely too much faith in people, and Naruto couldn't understand why. They'd had 2 arguments about it in the time that they'd known each other, and they were enough to show that they just should avoid talking about it. They would never agree, and Naruto did like the man when he wasn't shoving teamwork propaganda down his throat. Naruto looked out to the training ground as the Hyuga slammed down hard into the dirt. He might have the Byakugan, but that wasn't enough against Guy. He was probably too reliant on it, like the rest of his clansmen. That would soon get beaten out of him if Guy uses the same physical conditioning regime that Naruto used back when he first graduated. The girl was light on her feet and better at dodging than he expected, but she was relying on weaponry. Naruto hadn't seen her try to physically hit Guy once. Weaponry was the better alternative only if you were good at weapons in the first place. At this point, even after months, Naruto knew that in a fight his fists would be more effective than his twin blades. There would be no point in her learning all the weapons if she was shit with them. Lee was pretty good at taijutsu for genin, although Naruto would probably never say it out loud. He had some decent power, and he could take the hits Guy's dishing out. He wasn't very creative, though. It was like he thought if he did the same thing enough times he would accomplish something. He didn't try a new approach or think of anything on the fly. It limited him in a way that would be trouble later on. Any thoughts? Kakashi prompted knowingly. Naruto stood and fixed his hoodie. They aren't my problem, he said firmly. No point wasting my time when I got my own shit to work on. Kakashi gave him a look that said he knew Naruto was talking out of his ass, but he was going to let him get away with it for now. It pissed Naruto off. Just because Guy got some more students didn't mean Naruto had to talk or train with them. He didn't care how they did. As long as Guy was still there to train him, that was all he cared about, and he knew Guy would never abandon him. How has your katan been? Kakashi gave him an out, and Naruto took it. I set fire to 2 trees yesterday, he grinned back. We should test your affinities sooner rather than later. Kakashi eyed him carefully. You should have more control by now. Bold of you to assume I didn't do it on purpose. Naruto shot him a look before he started to make his way down the tree trunk. Now come on. You look like you have nothing better to do, so train me in that futon jutsu you taught me last week. I think I've figured out a way to do it with a sword. I've told you before, learn how to use the swords, then add ninjutsu. Kakashi said exasperatedly as he followed him down, his nose still stuck in his book. How many times do you need to stab yourself with your sword for that to stick? Hey, I am very close to finding a Kenjutsu teacher. Naruto defended himself. The Kyuubi took care of his wounds in minutes anyway, so it wasn't a big deal. Besides, you said we would start using my bloodline with them now. I say many things, you rarely listen. Kakashi shot back under his breath and Naruto felt a small, genuine smile creep onto his face. He walked a little quicker so Kakashi wouldn't see. No need for the man to start getting a big head. Sasuke stomped into the training ground. He'd thought that his 4th year in the academy would be different. Not that much different, it was still the academy after all, but they were less than a year from graduating. He thought they would begin to learn skills they could apply to future missions or more intensive ninjutsu or taijutsu, something other than memorizing the lists of boring facts or throwing blunted kunai at a target or beating the same lazy classmates that had been wasting his time since day one. He had thought wrong. If he had someone decent to compete against, it wouldn't have been so bad. He would still have come out on top, but at least he would have felt like he was getting stronger. As it stood, his entire class was useless. The boys were lazy and undisciplined. The only one who even bothered was Shino, and even then he was nowhere close to Sasuke's level. The girls were even worse. They called themselves his fangirls, but he wanted nothing to do with them. They were a nuisance, and if it was Sasuke's choice, none of them would be at the academy. Are we making a habit of stomping into the training ground? Naruto quipped from where he was stretching. I mean, I started it, but I want to know if it's becoming a thing. It seems like it's a thing. Sasuke could only growl at him as he started his own stretches. He hadn't expected much when he and Naruto had first started training together. He just wanted to learn the tree climbing exercise and go on with his life. Instead, he'd found a decent opponent who could not only keep up with him, but in some areas surpassed him. It was actually refreshing to have someone he could go all out against every time, and he did feel that after a year, he had truly gotten one step closer to taking down Itachi. It made the situation at the academy all the more frustrating. What crawled up your ass? He looked up to see Naruto now standing over him with an eyebrow raised and arms crossed. He'd abandoned the black sleeveless hoodie in the training ground somewhere, so Sasuke was assaulted with a full view of the Genin's awful orange t-shirt. Do you have to wear that eyesore? He snapped instead of answering. Hey, the only eyesore right now is your face, Naruto sniped back. What your fangirls see in you, I'll never fucking understand. Sasuke twitched slightly at the mention of the harpies, and Naruto grinned. Sasuke just glared. He hated when Naruto did this. For someone so upfront and direct, he was a sneaky shit when he wanted to be. So it was them, Naruto mused. Hey, I told you, just scare them or something. If you make yourself enough of an asshole, they'll back off. That would just make things worse, Sasuke huffed. The worse he tried to treat them, the worse they got. There was no winning. Well, you were the one who wouldn't take my suggestion to just beat one of them up to send a message. I am not beating up someone that fucking weak, and we can't fight classmates outside of class. I said to beat them up during taijutsu practice. It's the best excuse. Sasuke just shook his head. He'd unfortunately gotten to know Naruto quite well during their year of training. The blonde had a very skewed way of thinking, even compared to Sasuke. He was like a stray dog that bit anyone that came close, except for his chosen few. He was so averse to talking to people. Sasuke knew about his goal to one day leave the village. He'd never really had someone who could not only match him, but had goals as big as Sasuke's before. Sasuke had thought about setting Naruto on his fangirls before, but that would first of all imply that they were friends, and second of all, Naruto would definitely go too far. He'd heard of some of his exploits against his own academy classmates. He might have gone mad a while ago if it wasn't for these meetups with Naruto. The blonde had a way of trading Sasuke's anger for annoyance, but a good annoyance if it was possible. It was just nice to have someone not trying to kiss his ass. The rest of the village put him on a pedestal as the last Uchiha, but he hated it. Itachi put him there. The only reason he was the last was because he'd lost his whole clan. It wasn't something he thought of in a positive light. Naruto was an asshole, but he also gave Sasuke the freedom to also be an ass. He didn't have to watch his words or put up with bullshit. He could just punch him in the face and call him a dick, and Naruto would grin, get back up and kick him in the gut while calling him a bitch. It was a weird dynamic, but it was one Sasuke didn't want to lose. They weren't friends, but out of the entire village, Naruto was the only one Sasuke could be himself around. He would die before admitting it aloud, though. He stood, stretching his arm across his body. Taijutsu only to start. Naruto bounced backwards, grinning widely as his eye flashed silver. Sasuke had not been expecting the other boy to possess a bloodline limit, especially one so similar to the Sharingan. He hadn't been able to activate his yet, but it did mean that the blonde was nearly impossible to beat in a straight taijutsu spar. Sasuke vowed he would beat him soon, and right now. He just wanted to hit something. He moved first, and Naruto ducked, following the movement with a hit of his own, and Sasuke dodged, the rhythm of their spar soon banishing thoughts of the academy. Neji stood straight as his team waited around the training ground. It had been 2 days since he'd been assigned to Team 9, and he did not like it. Tintin was an acceptable teammate, being the only girl worth her salt in the academy, but Lee was impossible. The boy refused to understand that their paths were already formed at birth. There was nothing they could do to escape this fate. He himself was fated to be a servant for the main house, to one day die in service to them, and there was not a single thing he could do about it. Lee would soon see the errors of his ways. Someone like him did well to pass the exam, but he would not be able to reach his goals. It was not possible for someone of his ability. It was not Lee's fault that the circumstances of his birth have hindered him. The only fault of his is refusing to acknowledge that fact. He still was not sure of what to think of their Jounin sensei. He was loud, brash, optimistic to a fault, and yet exceptionally strong. Niji had not been able to land a single hit in their first battle, and he had not had an opportunity since, as Gai-sensei had started them on a training regime. He'd barely been able to still fit clan training in the busy schedule. Guy had told them he had a new opponent to test their youth against, whatever that meant. Niji was not sure who would be worth their time when they already had Gai-sensei to defeat. The Jounin had been vague about it, although Niji was able to see that he'd barely been able to keep it to himself. The man was literally vibrating with excitement. His thoughts were interrupted as he spotted what looked like another genin entering the training grounds. He was short, closer to Tintin's height than him or Lee. He had spiky blonde hair, shaved close on the sides and longer on top with no Hitayade in sight. He wore close-fitting black trousers, black sandals, and an open, black sleeveless hooded sweater with a loose, orange t-shirt beneath. The hilts of 2 katanas could be seen just over his shoulders, and he had unusual whisker marks on his cheeks that Niji had never seen before. His face was turned down into a scowl, and his blue eyes were closed off. He walked reluctantly up to them, hands shoved in his pockets as he looked them over. "You owe me a week's worth of ramen for this, Gai-sensei." The boy spoke, his voice flat and unimpressed. "Of course, Naruto-kun." Gai-sensei laughed, clapping the boy heavily on the shoulder. Niji's eyes narrowed as this Naruto didn't even flinch. He knew the weight Gai-sensei threw behind those pats. "I thought this was the most opportune moment for my wonderful genin to meet. You will be able to help each other reach new heights and truly blossom in the springtime of your youth." "I ain't helping shit," Naruto scowled. "This is a one-time thing, understand? They're your team, not mine. I don't care how sad you look next time." They were interrupted by Lee. "Naruto-kun." He grinned, eerily reminiscent of their Jounin sensei. "I am so happy to learn your name. Thank you for your wonderful advice last time we met." Naruto shrunk away from Lee, looking like he would rather be anywhere else but here. "Naruto-kun, have you already met Lee-kun?" Gai-sensei looked thrilled. "No," the blonde crossed his arms. "Whatever, we're burning daylight. Are we going to do this or not?" Gai-sensei clapped his hand. "You make a wonderful point, my apprentice." "Apprentice?" "This is Uzumaki Naruto," Guy introduced, dramatically sweeping his hands to present the grumpy genin. "He has been my diligent apprentice for the last 2 years, and you will find no one more youthful in the village. He has agreed to spar with you today." "I thought you couldn't have a team and an apprentice at the same time?" Tintin asked, speaking for the first time. "I'm pretty independent," Naruto answered. "Gai-sensei still trains me, but I do missions on my own and stuff." "So you never had a team?" she replied curiously. "Nope." Niji wondered about that. It was unheard of for a genin not to be assigned to a team, let alone be apprenticed straight out of the academy. "Naruto, I would ask that you refrain from using your weaponry, but all else is encouraged." Guy threw him thumbs up. Naruto shrugged, wandering away to stretch. Guy turned to them excitedly. "Naruto is on his way to becoming one of the best taijutsu masters in Konoha," he said without an inch of doubt. "You will learn a great deal from him. He is very skilled and hardworking. Following his example will lead you to become very strong indeed." It was the most serious Niji had seen Gai-sensei since meeting him only a couple of days ago. He had never understood the bond between master and apprentice, but perhaps he would gain more insight from this. He watched the genin stretch briefly before walking back to them, shoving his swords at Guy. He turned to them, his face still turned down into a deep scowl as if they were an inconvenience to him. Niji scoffed. He did not appreciate this genin looking down on him. He could not be that good if he had thus failed to become a chunin. "All right, let's do this." Naruto scanned them with annoyance. "Anything goes." "I look forward to learning from you, Naruto-senpai." Lee bowed, his head almost bouncing off the ground in his enthusiasm. "I'm younger than you," Naruto replied, leaning away in physical discomfort. "Wait, how old are you then?" Tintin cut it, and Niji was curious to hear his answer too. He did look young, but he carried himself as someone who had long left the academy behind. Niji had assumed he just had a young face. "Old enough," he answered evasively at the same time as Gai-sensei announced 11. "So you graduated at, what, 9? She asked, eyes slightly wide. Does it matter? Naruto sighed, exasperated. Neji may have to revise his assumptions about him. It was difficult to graduate early in an age of peace. It spoke to the skill the genin must possess, but it was curious that he was reluctant to reveal that fact. Most genin Neji knew would be boasting that information. Nevertheless, Naruto-senpai, you are our senior in experience, and I wish to show you the respect you deserve. Lee burst back in, eyes sparkling as he stared at Naruto. Such a beautiful display of youth. Guy-sensei joined Lee in his exuberance. Can we just get this over with? Naruto crossed his arms, looking at Guy-sensei. I do have things to do today. Of course, Naruto-kun. Guy grinned at him. Neji watched them carefully, cataloging their interaction. They were so different. Guy was open and happy and free, and Naruto was grumpy and hostile and closed off. He could not see how they could have worked together for what would be 2 years now. It did not make sense. He dismissed those thoughts as he prepared his stance, his teammates readying themselves around him. It was no matter. The outcome of this battle has already been decided. All he could do was follow the path placed down before him. Fate would decide the victor. Naruto watched the trio carefully. From what he knew of them so far, Lee would hit first. Neji would wait for the right moment, and Tintin would try and nail him from afar with one of her weapons while the boys distracted him. It had been the pattern that emerged from their fight with Guy-sensei, and he knew they wouldn't have changed it in 2 days. That made things simple. Lee sped forward and swung a fist, and Naruto grinned viciously. He ducked out of the way of the telegraphed move and grabbed the taller boy's arm, locking his knees and flinging him into the dirt. That had given the Hyuga time to creep up on his right and shove a palm out. Naruto dodged around that too, observing the pale Byakugan in his eyes. He'd never had the chance to get a look this close before. It was a damn good bloodline limit, but the clansmen were too arrogant to admit it had weaknesses. Guy-sensei had said anything goes, but he knew there were still limits. He couldn't hospitalize them or cause permanent damage. Honestly, if this was an enemy in the field, he would just chop his hands off. It would make it damn hard to use his clan's jutsu then. He bobbed and swayed around the Hyuga's jabs. He was fast for a green genin, but his stance was too rigid. He couldn't adapt quick enough. He led him towards Tintin, and she moved, flinging 3 kunai at him. She was quick too, but needs to work more on moving targets. He grabbed 2 out of the air, spinning to avoid Neji's next blow, and flung them right at Lee's face, allowing the third to slice through a part of his hoodie. The genin had been getting closer to their fight and was forced to duck out of the way of the sharp blades. Neji took this moment to jab at one of Naruto's central chakra points, and Naruto slapped his forearm to the side with a flat palm and kicked Neji square in the chest. The Hyuga was forced back, the air being audibly knocked out of him. The Hyuga he went to the academy with had the same issue. Straight arms were pretty easy to shove to the side if you were quick enough. He wasn't doing too badly. It was tougher than fighting Sasuke, just from the numbers advantage, but it was a whole lot easier than Guy-sensei. His teacher had never once gone easy on his during their apprenticeship, and Naruto was delighted to see the results of this finally coming through. Lee flung himself into the opening and threw a punch at Naruto's face. He was just barely able to raise his arms, taking the punch on his forearms. It actually stung a little, and Naruto had to admit that Lee might be physically stronger than him. Lee. The boy jumped back, and Naruto turned in time to see a wall of shuriken coming his way. His hands flew through the hand signs automatically. Futon, Bofu Kyuzu no Jutsu, he called out, feeling the wind swirl up around him and push outwards. The many shuriken were swept up in his technique, scattering them across the sky haphazardly. Most fell to the ground without any issues, but some were knocked back into Tintin herself. She dove to the side to avoid her own weapons as the wind started to die down. Naruto was lucky that Kakashi liked to test his grasp on ninjutsu by ambushing him. The Jounin had pulled the same kind of trick 4 months ago. It hadn't gone as well. He faced the 3 genin, grinning. They all faced him, having come together in a group in the wake of his technique. Each of them looked a bit ruffled, and Naruto considered them for a moment. He could probably overwhelm them with ninjutsu, since it was apparent none of them knew any themselves. On the other hand, he much preferred to beat them with his own 2 hands. It would be more educational anyway, and it wasn't like he was Guy-sensei. They would get much worse from him as his students. He would know. You're so strong, Naruto-senpai. Lee called out to him, beaming. Or you're just weak, he called back, grinning as he saw the other two Genin bristle. Lee was unfazed. We have much to learn from you, senpai. Lee laughed. Let us continue our battle and push ourselves to new heights in our training. The outcome of his battle has already been decided. Neji spoke up. You're right, Naruto folded his arms. You're going to lose. Despite his fate bullshit, Naruto could tell Neji was getting angry at him. Naruto was a little annoyed at him too, so he kept pushing. Why bother to fight at all, he taunted. Just lie down and die if that's what fate has in mind for you. Fate has decided your path too, Neji snapped back. We cannot escape the circumstances of our birth. Naruto narrowed his eyes. This asshole was really starting to annoy him now. Fate can go fuck itself, he retorted. I make my own path. You should not try to exceed your natural limitations, Neji sniped back. You should know your place. Something snapped in Naruto at that phrase. That fucking phrase that people have been using against him his whole damn life. According to the village, it was Naruto's fate to fail and die, taking the Kyuubi with him. He'd been fighting what others had decided was his place his whole life, and this green genin had the gall to tell him to know his place. He looked at the newly formed team, having eyes only for the Hyuga. He lunged forward, throwing a punch at Tenten. She blocked with one arm and retaliated instinctively, but Naruto grabbed her fist and drove it into the ground. He spun and brought his leg up, slamming it into the side of her lowered head, and she crumpled like a leaf. The other two stared at him for a moment, not expecting the quick and vicious attack. Naruto ignored Gai-sensei's voice announcing Tenten's defeat as he channeled chakra into his hands, grabbing a chunk of earth to hurl at the Hyuga. He deflected it easily, but it kicked up a cloud of smoke, which is exactly what Naruto wanted. He dove towards Lee and managed to land a kick to his side before the taller genin started to fight back. Naruto blocked each blow, knowing it probably bruise, but he couldn't feel it through his fury. He needed this idiot out of the way. He cursed as he activated his bloodline limit. He wanted to beat them without it. Lee was too good, and Naruto needed him out of the way before Neji found the opening he was looking for. He danced back a few steps as Lee gained on him. Then he saw it. He moved, and Lee automatically followed, eyes widening as his feet got tangled up and he lost his balance. Lee managed to recover into a backhand spring, but Naruto had accounted for this. He slammed his foot into Lee's exposed back and genin went down. He stomped on his arm and felt the bone giving away beneath his foot. Lee called out in pain, but Naruto didn't even register it, turning to face his true foe. Gai-sensei called Lee out, and Naruto ducked beneath Neji's outstretched arm. He dances out of reach of the Hyuga and stares at him with burning eyes. I don't need them, the Hyuga said coldly. They are weak. They would not have changed the outcome of this fight. You're a coward. Neji narrowed his eyes, the pale Byakugan still activated. What? I said you are a fucking coward, Naruto said back slowly, venom dripping from his voice. You are a coward who blames fate when things are shit. You don't take responsibility for your own life. You act like this poor victim of fate and shove that into everyone else's faces, but the truth is you use it as an excuse for your own weakness. Neji couldn't hide his own rage at Naruto's words. He lunged forward, and Naruto met him blow for blow. He was careful to make sure Neji's glowing hands didn't touch him, and his own bloodline limit was singing. He could see each of Neji's movements in perfect clarity, and since he was faster than the Hyuga, he could actually do something about them. It was a big change from constantly losing to Kakashi. He landed a punch on Neji's face and forced the genin back. He twisted to avoid Neji's retaliation and swept his legs. Neji just barely avoided going down, but Naruto gave him the time to recover. He wasn't done with him yet. This happened again and again. Naruto stole the advantage but allowed Neji the space to recover. He could see the frustration in the Hyuga's face, but he was uncompromising. The rage had refined itself into a sharp fury, and Naruto didn't just want to beat this boy. He wanted to destroy him. He wanted to take his stupid ideas about fate and smash them until they were unrecognizable. Fighting awful hard for someone who thinks this battle is already decided, he sneered as Neji panted before him. The genin was covered in dirt, and his once impeccable uniform was torn and rumpled. His long hair was tangled, and his pale eyes were burning with rage. He didn't know what he himself looked like, but he didn't really care. He heard Guy-sensei say his name, but Naruto ignored him. He couldn't stop now. Why bother training? Why become a genin? If your entire life is predestined, why bother? He pushed. I was born to the branch family, Neji spat. I was born to be servant to the main house. I'm better, stronger than half of them, but that will never matter. I am bound by my birth, as are you. So what if you were born a servant? Naruto shot back. If you're not happy with that shit, then change it. I can't. Neji screamed at him, tearing off his Hitaite to reveal a seal on his forehead. I have been branded with my destiny. 1 foot wrong, and they can tear me right back down. I cannot fight my destiny. If they tear you down, build yourself back up faster. It doesn't work like that. Have you even tried? Yeah, you were born with a shit lot in life, but guess what? So are loads of people. Naruto yelled. What are you going to do when they brand the next person? Watch and tell them that they just have to suck it up. This question seemed to stop Neji short, but Naruto just continued. My destiny was to die, he raged. Everyone in this godforsaken village have been telling me that since I was born. Did I roll over and die? Fuck no. I'm going to become one of the strongest fuckers in this hellhole, and all of them will have to eat shit. He took a deep breath, muttering Keton, Injiki. Orange flames flashed into existence over his closed fists. He sped forward and Neji was unable to block in time, fatigue dragging his limbs down. Naruto landed a fist square on his jaw and Neji hit the deck. He let his jutsu go as he stared down at the Hyuga. You don't like the way things are, he said, his volume lower. Then do something about it. Whining isn't going to change anything. He doesn't look at Guy-sensei as he stomps out of the training grounds. Kakashi entered the training ground to find Naruto punching his favorite log. The genin ignored his presence, and Kakashi waited patiently, bringing out his book to flick through as he waited for Naruto get fed up with being watched. What? Naruto finally snapped, twirling around to glare at him. Did you have fun yesterday? The genin's face soured immediately. Of course you were watching, you bastard. He turned away and resumed hitting the log a little harder than before. Kakashi just continued watching him. Naruto had changed since they met 2 years ago, in more ways than one. Skill-wise, he was growing at an incredible rate, which could be attributed to his endless stamina and single-minded determination when it came to training. He would be a force of nature when he was older, especially if he learned to handle his swords properly. Kakashi could see him as an elite jounin one day, and he had no doubt Naruto would make it happen, hell or high water. He could probably take the Chunin exams tomorrow. He was also less resistant to ninjutsu. He preferred to incorporate it into his taijutsu, but they'd made a lot of progress. He was very good with wind techniques in particular, although fire wasn't far behind. His control over his bloodline limit too had come on leaps and bounds. He was just about fast enough to keep up with it now, and he knew that both the bloodline limit and Naruto's speed would only keep increasing, like it did for Minato-sensei. The biggest area Kakashi had seen the change was in his attitude. He was still grumpy and a contrary little shit, but he wasn't so rough around the edges now. He wasn't as angry and had stopped lashing out over the little things. He poked fun at Kakashi, but not maliciously, and Kakashi gave as good as he got. He was avoidant of the villagers, but he also hadn't seen him clash with any of them in ages. Guy had softened the boy, not that Naruto would ever admit that. It was pretty funny to see their dynamics sometimes. Overly positive, rambunctious Guy with grumpy, vulgar Naruto. The thing that made it funnier was that it was clear how much Naruto adored Guy. He would tell everyone else to go fuck themselves, but if Guy asked, he followed instructions perfectly. One word from Guy was enough to stop Naruto in his tracks. Kakashi knew he and Naruto got on, in their own way, but nothing came close to the loyalty Naruto had for Guy. He was the only adult that he trusted. It had been a while since he'd seen Naruto snap, like he did yesterday. The fact that he had ignored Guy was an even bigger deal. He'd overheard their battle and knew there wasn't much that could have been done to prevent the outcome of the fight. Neji and Naruto would have clashed over their viewpoints at some point, and he honestly hoped that he'd manage to knock some sense into the Hyuga. That kind of attitude would not fly as a shinobi. Kakashi suspected there was something deeper to this, though. He'd known the minute Guy had been assigned a new team that there would be the risk of Naruto becoming jealous. He'd had Guy all to himself for 2 years and was extremely attached to the Jounin. Now he had to share him with people around his age who he didn't like on a good day. It didn't seem like it was an issue yet, but it might be something he'd have to talk to Guy about. Naruto didn't trust adults, and he couldn't afford to lose the only one he did. I have something for you. Naruto let loose one final hard punch and turned back to him, waving a hand for him to get on with it. Kakashi smiled and held out a piece of paper. Naruto took it, frowning. I promised you chakra paper, he explained. Fucking ages ago, Naruto shot back, turning over the slip in his hand. Late for fucking everything. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. He was in a very foul mood today. Channel your chakra into it. Naruto did as told without further comments, and the page split cleanly down the middle. Wind, Kakashi announced. As I suspected. Are we done now? Naruto scowled. Are you still angry about yesterday? Kakashi asked directly. They're all fine. The hospital didn't keep them. They're all healed up and on D ranks with Guy as we speak. Naruto's face darkened. They don't deserve him, he muttered petulantly. Irrelevant, Kakashi answered flatly. Guy isn't earned, and it's not a matter of deserving. Can you tell me that they are not going to better off for training with him? Naruto's silence was deafening. Do you think Guy is mad at you for yesterday? Naruto glared at the ground in response. Guy knows you're an asshole, Kakashi said, trying to lighten the mood a little. He doesn't hold it against you. Look, you don't have to lie to me, Naruto snapped. I know I went too far for a spar. Kakashi looked at him for a long moment. Was Naruto feeling guilty? That was something he'd never seen from the kid before. You did. Naruto gestured helplessly to the air. I know he wanted me to stop, but that Hyuga needed a kick up the ass, he said, a little quieter. True. Kakashi agreed, not commenting on Naruto's surprised expression at his response. I also think there was a better way to go about it than losing your temper and stomping on some green genin. Naruto scoffed, but Kakashi could tell he was listening. How long are you going to avoid Guy? Naruto clicked his tongue in annoyance and turned back to his log. Kakashi took that as his answer and made his way out of the training ground. Guy and Naruto would be fine. He would give it a week before Naruto got over himself enough to apologize. Naruto ran across the rooftops, not sparing a glance for the bustling village below. It had been 2 days since he beat Guy-sensei's new genin, and the awful, twisty feeling his gut hadn't subsided. He'd never had this before, and he hated it. He'd never worried about effect of his actions before, since it was mainly directed at people who deserved it or it was a necessity at the time. He didn't feel guilty about taking Lee and Tintin out of the fight. He was a little ruthless about it, but they were trying to be shinobi. That was nothing compared to what would be waiting for them in the future. He also didn't feel guilty about his actions towards Niji. He needed to get a clue, and Naruto wouldn't have even bothered if the prick hadn't told him to know his place. He didn't do it to help. He just wanted to knock him down a peg or two. It was every time he thought of Guy-sensei that the discomfort began. He hadn't listened when Guy-sensei had said his name to stop, and he did enough damage that they needed the healers. He felt dread at the thought of having disappointed Guy-sensei, and he had no idea what to do. It was something he'd never experienced before, so he had taken to just avoiding them all. He missed his training session with Guy early this morning, sending a hawk to inform him that he was too busy with missions to attend. It wasn't even a lie, since he'd gone to the mission assignment desk and asked for every single C rank going. He was on his 4th, and it was only midday. The distraction helped, but he felt stuck. This would never have happened if he hadn't told Guy-sensei to get a team. He slightly regretted agreeing to it now. He couldn't argue Kakashi's point that they would benefit from Guy-sensei's teaching, since he was the best taijutsu teacher in the whole village, but they would have been fine with any Jounin sensei. Naruto only had Guy. No one else would have treated him fairly. He bounced across to the next rooftop, rolling to break his fall. Since he was apprenticed to Guy, he couldn't leave the village on missions without him, but there was plenty to do in the village itself. Guard duty didn't start for another 2 hours, so Naruto had taken all the delivery missions available. He was almost finished, though. He might have to see if he could start guard duty early. As he bounded across the next roof, he caught a glimpse at the road below. He spotted a man in a Jounin uniform walking along, talking to a purple-haired woman. The thing that caught his attention, though, was the katana strapped to his back. Naruto stopped in his tracks and peered over the edge of the roof at the pair, deciding that his client could wait a couple of minutes. He was pretty plain, wearing black shinobi clothes and an olive green jounin vest. Floppy brown hair hung out of the navy bandana that covered his head, but Naruto couldn't see his face from here. He was a little taller than the woman, but his body language was weird. He seemed tired, and he kept coughing like he had a bad cold or something. He might not be active if he was sick. The woman was dressed in the same black shinobi clothes and jounin vest. The only difference was her shirt was sleeveless, replacing them with black gloves to her biceps. Her long, straight hair hung down to her waist, and she seemed better, not coughing at all. Naruto hadn't seen them around before, but he tended to avoid everyone, so that wasn't new. He followed them as they walked towards the edge of the village, away from the busy marketplace. Naruto had thought he'd managed to get away with it when the guy looked up. "You going to tell us why you're following us?" Naruto walked down the side of the building until he faced them on the road. Now he was closer. The guy looked even worse. His skin was pale, and the bags beneath his eyes were dark. His cheeks were slightly sunken in, and even as Naruto looked at him, the man coughed into a handkerchief. The woman was watching him with curious brown eyes, much more tan than her companion. "Do you know how to use that katana?" Naruto asked, straight to the point. "I like to think so," the man replied easily. Naruto debated with himself for a moment. He didn't want to ask for help, but he wasn't getting very far with the scrolls he'd gotten from the capital last year. He followed the katas and images on the pages, but he had no idea if he was doing it right. He wanted to master his ancestors' techniques and combine them with his bloodline limit, but that required a teacher. "Would you teach me?" he said reluctantly. "Are you a dual wielder?" the man responded, gesturing to the sword strapped to Naruto's back. "I want to be," he confirmed. "I have a bunch of scrolls about my clan Kenjutsu, but I need someone to teach me the basics. You're the first person I've seen that actually carries one." "Do we get a name?" the woman interrupted, amused. Naruto was sure they already knew his name, but if he was even going to start convincing them, he should at least try to be polite. "Uzumaki Naruto," he stated firmly, watching them carefully for their reaction. They shared a look, and Naruto prepared for the worst. "Guy's student," the man confirmed, and Naruto blinked. That wasn't usually people's first thought. "Yeah," he said slowly. The man nodded. "I can, but not very often." He stopped to cough. "I can teach you for a couple hours a week, but a lot of the work will still be done on your own. I'll also need to look at those scrolls you mentioned." "Sound good?" Naruto didn't reply at first, just staring at the jounin. It couldn't be that easy. Nothing was ever that easy, especially for him. This guy had to know who he was, what he contained. He couldn't even buy groceries without a world of hassle, yet he gets a Kenjutsu teacher like that? He was expecting to have to fight tooth and nail to convince this guy to even consider it. "You all right?" the woman asked in a gentle tone. Naruto mentally shook himself. He could wonder about this later. He would have to keep watch for ulterior motives or the usual bullshit, but even if he got one lesson out of this, that was one more from where he was right now. He would never get strong enough if he let chances like this pass him by. "Yeah," he agreed. "That sounds good." "I'm Gecko Hate," the man introduced himself. "Just call me Hate. This is my girlfriend, Yuzuki Yugao. She's also a Kenjutsu user, so you might be able to pry a few tips out of her now and then." Yugao rolled her eyes fondly. Naruto could tell the pair of them were close. "I have to go." He gestured to the bag on his back. "What day and time?" "Sunday noon should work for me." "And what do you want for it?" Naruto couldn't stop himself from asking. Hate gave him a long, measured look that Naruto didn't know how to read. "Don't worry about it," he smiled, turning to cough into his handkerchief once again. Naruto would do nothing but worry about it. People didn't do things for free. There was always a price. Guy-sensei was the only person he knew that was the exception to this rule, and he hadn't met another since. He nodded anyway and gave them a small wave, walking his way back up the side of the buildings to the rooftops. He would worry about it later. Right now, he had a Genin team to avoid. Tintin pulled the weed from the ground, dumping it into the bag next to her. Durank were not nearly as exciting as they'd been described at the academy. Painting fences, fetching groceries, and weeding gardens made it feel like she was just doing chores rather than real missions, but they made up for it by training a lot outside of them. It had become apparent during their fight with Guy's apprentice that they still had a long way to go. She'd been taken out first, but she hadn't been knocked out completely, so she was able to hear what Neji and Naruto were yelling about. She'd always admired Neji's strength. It was hard not to when he was the strongest person in their class by a huge margin. His taijutsu was so smooth, and she was amazed that he could be so good at their age. He'd always seemed more mature too. He was just really cool. She knew he believed in fate and stuff, but hadn't really thought much of it. Most of the time in the academy when he'd brought it up, it had been to tell others they would lose to him, and it had come true every time. She hadn't realized how deep it went. No one had ever challenged Neji on his philosophy before, and Naruto had stomped all over it. Guy had gathered them round after their visit to the healer and gave feedback on their fight. He'd finished it by saying that Naruto would be the best person to tell them what they needed to work on since he was the one fighting them, but they would need to wait as Naruto was on missions. He'd said it much more dramatically and with several references to youth, but Tintin was slowly learning to speak Guy. Neji had been quiet since the fight, and Lee had gotten even more intense about everything, but Tintin was more concerned about herself. Looking back at the fight, she hadn't done anything. Her weapons had been so easily swept aside by jutsu, and she hadn't even landed a hit on Naruto. She'd been taken out first. She was supposed to be the strongest kunoichi of her year, and she prided herself on her proficiency with weaponry. It was something she'd worked so hard at outside of the academy, and to have it so completely swept aside, it was frustrating. She'd always felt like she had to go the extra mile to be considered as good as the boys. There weren't many girls at the academy, and it was obvious that they were expected to specialize in different areas to the guys: healing, jinjutsu, poison, seduction. Tintin had no interest in any of them, but it had always felt like no one would take her seriously when she talked about becoming a weapons master. Konoha had never had a female one, and Tintin wanted to change that. She'd worked hard at the academy, and she knew that while she was top kunoichi, she was better than most of the boys there too. When she proclaimed her dream of becoming the best weapons mistress in Konoha, she meant the best out of everyone, although no one saw it that way. The fight with Naruto revealed just how far away from her goal she really was. She may have been good enough for the academy, but being a genin was a whole other level. Naruto had spent 2 years with Guy. Would she be that strong in 2 years? It also wasn't going to be enough to just be good with weapons. She needed a backup in case something like that fight happened again. She'd thrown herself into the physical conditioning and taijutsu practice, keeping up with her male teammates despite the exhaustion and pain. Tintin was going to be the best. She didn't care how hard she had to work or long it took. She was actually grateful to Naruto. He may have been ruthless about it, but he'd shown her the way forward. She'd been shown her true ability, with any false pretense torn away, so she could now start building a true foundation. She was just getting started. Naruto stopped short when he saw Guy-sensei waiting for him in the training ground. He felt his heart drop to his stomach, and for a moment he debated just getting out of there. He really didn't want to do this. Then Guy-sensei smiled at him, and Naruto froze. Naruto-kun. Guy-sensei bounded over to him. You are so youthful, working so hard on the behalf of Konoha. When I was informed about the number of missions you have undertaken this week, I was so moved. Your will of fire is burning so brightly for all to see. Naruto blinked. Guy-sensei had to know Naruto had done it to avoid him, not for the village's benefit. Why was he playing dumb? Team 9 have been working even harder since your battle. Guy-sensei continued cheerfully. Your shining example of youth have moved them too, and they are striving to blossom in their own springtime of youth. He couldn't stand this. Why wouldn't Guy-sensei just get it over with? I know you're mad, Naruto sighed. You don't have to pretend to be happy or whatever. Guy-sensei raised a bushy eyebrow at him. Why would I be angry, Naruto-kun? I went too far, he admitted reluctantly. I beat up your new team and yelled at them and stuff. You fought them honestly, Guy-sensei replied seriously. You fought them to the best of your abilities, and while your anger was strong, you did not let it take over completely. Your words to Neji-kun may have been born from anger, but they were not intended to hurt. You wished to expand his perception of himself and others around him. But I didn't stop when you told me to. Naruto snapped back, unable to believe that Guy really wasn't mad. I do not recall asking you to cease fighting. Guy-sensei placed his hands on his hips. Naruto stopped short. But you said my name. I was moved by the depth of your feelings. Guy-sensei smiled at him, softer than his usual manic grin. Naruto-kun, you are a very passionate shinobi. When I asked you to fight our team, I knew you would push them beyond their own limitations so that they can continue to flourish into strong shinobi. You did your best and did not hold back, which is all I can ask of my students. Naruto was at a loss. Guy-sensei wasn't mad at him. He didn't go too far. He knew Guy valued him as student, but he'd been his only student. He doubted that with the addition of new, non-pariah genin that Guy-sensei would see him the way he did before. Everyone favored other people over him, and he wasn't usually bothered by it, but this was Guy-sensei. He didn't want to lose his teacher. I believe they learned valuable lessons from you. Guy-sensei grinned, his usual energetic demeanor returning. The strength of your feelings made it through to them. Naruto felt himself relax. Guy-sensei really wasn't mad at him. He hadn't fucked this up. He knew he was a bit difficult, but Guy-sensei had never cared before. It appeared that the only person that had thought things would change with the new team was Naruto. Guy-sensei was still there for him and cared about Naruto for exactly who he was. Thanks, Guy-sensei. He smiled genuinely up at his teacher. Guy-sensei beamed back at him. Anytime, Naruto-kun. You are my precious apprentice, and I will always be here to help you reach the peak of your springtime of youth. Naruto just continued smiling, hoping that Guy-sensei would never change. Naruto frowned as he waited for the Hokage to finish with his papers. He couldn't think of anything he'd done recently to get into trouble. He made up with Guy, and his new genin were no worse for wear. He'd done all his missions and hadn't spoken to a single civilian. He'd even done his reports right. He really couldn't think of a reason why Gigi would want to speak to him. Naruto-kun, Gigi finally looked up. How have you been? Fine, he answered quickly, still suspicious. What do you want, Gigi? The Hokage leaned back in his chair and observed him. Naruto hated that. People just needed to come out and say the shit they wanted to say. It's why he liked Guy-sensei and even Sasuke. They didn't beat around the bush. Kakashi did it on purpose just to mess with him, but not when it mattered. I just wanted to catch up with you, Naruto-kun, Gigi smiled. I have heard good things from my shinobi about your conduct on missions. I have also heard you have started to train your kenjutsu. Naruto still didn't get it. Gigi never called him just to catch up. It was always because he'd done something wrong or that he couldn't go to the Chunin exams or he needed to be nicer to the civilians. He couldn't remember the last time he'd seen Gigi just for the sake of seeing Gigi. He also couldn't remember when he'd stopped trusting the old man. He never saw things from Naruto's point of view, never took his side. It was always Naruto's fault. Yeah, he said, purposefully not elaborating. The Hokage didn't answer him, just looking at him with a considering look. They were interrupted by the door to the office slamming open and a young child stomping forward to point a finger at the Hokage, holding a kunai in the air above his head. Today is the day I become the Hokage, he screamed at the top of his lungs. He was tiny, can't have been more than 5. In a yellow t-shirt with the leaf symbol on the front and red, gray shorts, and a weird cap that allowed a tuft of brown hair to emerge almost like a ponytail, he stuck out. He immediately tripped on the far too long blue scarf he had wrapped around his neck, and Naruto didn't suppress his grin as the child landed heavily on the wooden floor with a thud. The kid looked up, a red mark on his forehead and tears starting to well in his dark eyes. His gaze locked onto Naruto, and he sprang to his feet, directing his attention to him instead. You tripped me. Naruto looked back at him, unimpressed. Did I fuck? Naruto-kun, please watch your language, the Hokage admonished. This is my grandson, Konohamaru. Naruto rolled his eyes. This kid was going to grow up to be a shinobi, which meant he was in for a lot more than a few curse words. Hell, he'd already heard way worse at this kid's age. Hey, you tripped me. The kid stomped his foot in anger, crossing his arms in a huff. I want an apology. I didn't do anything. Naruto crossed his own arms, glaring down at the kid. You tripped over your scarf. You totally tripped me. Oh, Naruto was not getting blamed for this. Knowing his luck, he would actually get punished for this to make the kid feel better and would be expected to just suck it up for the Hokage's sake. Not today. He was not doing any D-ranks today. A look of realization crossed Konohamaru's face, and Naruto braced for the new pile of shit this kid was spitting. "You're trying to take my grandpa down before me," he accused. "I won't let you steal the hat. I'm the one who's going to beat him and become the next Hokage." Naruto couldn't help it. He laughed, and once he started, he couldn't stop. Every time he took in a breath to try and control himself, the giggles burst out of him again. He clutched his stomach, getting a stitch. Gods, he couldn't breathe. That was the funniest shit he'd heard in a while. He straightened out from where he'd been hunched over, finally getting some control over himself. He wiped the wetness off his cheeks as he tried to resist bursting out laughing all over again at the sight of the kid's indignant expression. "Kid, I cannot express to you how little I want to be the Hokage," he wheezed out. "Gods, that is the funniest shit ever. Me, Hokage." Just the thought was enough to send him into another fit of giggles. Him, voluntarily choosing to not only stay in the village, but actually help and protect its citizens. Like, forget his entire upbringing, instead defend the very people he was trying to escape. It's not funny. It appeared the kid had never had this reaction before. "Look, you are welcome to it," he waved a hand. "The old man could use a good fight." He grinned over at the Hokage, who didn't seem to be as amused as Naruto thought he would be. They were interrupted again by a man sweeping dramatically into the office. "Honorable grandson," Ebisu cried. Naruto's good mood soured immediately. He fucking hated Ebisu. He knew he was Guy's Jinin teammate and all, but the man hated him right back. He was so far up his own ass that his sunglasses had shit smeared on them. He never missed an opportunity to make Naruto feel like crap, and Naruto could tell the man shared the opinions of most of the civilians. He thought Naruto was lesser, that he shouldn't be a shinobi. He hadn't even done anything to the man to deserve this. He was glad Guy-sensei stood up for him, but there's nothing to be done. Assholes like Ebisu were just an unfortunate part of his life. "Hokage-sama, I apologize most profusely for this interruption," the Jounin simpered. "Come, honorable grandson. Let us leave Hokage-sama to his work." "This guy tripped me." Konohamaru pointed to him, and Naruto could actually see the disgust behind Ebisu's glasses as he spotted him. "It's not your fault, honorable grandson," Ebisu reassured the kid. "You don't want to be associated with his kind. He's bad luck wherever he goes, the wrong example of a shinobi. You must avoid him in the future." Konohamaru gaped at him with this new information, but Naruto just looked away. The Hokage's silence was deafening. "Come, honorable grandson." "He has a fucking name," Naruto couldn't help but call out. "You cannot use that sort of language around the honorable grandson," Ebisu snapped back. "It may be befitting of someone of your station, but it is not for the rest of us." Naruto bit hard down on his lip to stop himself from retaliating. It wouldn't do anything. He would be the one to get in trouble. If they hadn't been in front of the Hokage, things would be different, but he had no faith the old man would choose him over his own flesh and blood, even if he was in the right. "Can I go?" "Of course, Naruto-kun." The Sandaime nodded, features blank. "We can catch up another time." Naruto left the office and started down the opposite corridor than the other pair. He knew things were going to wrong, but at least he now had official confirmation that the Hokage was no longer to be trusted. He wasn't Gigi anymore, if he ever was. Niji reluctantly followed his team towards the Hokage Tower to report for a D rank. It was unfortunate, but these asinine missions were a part of being a shinobi. Since his loss to the Uzumaki a few days ago, Niji had been deep in thought about his beliefs, the Uzumaki's words, his clan, his father. His father had been sacrificed in place of the clan head, and Niji had been convinced it was because his father was a branch member. It was their destiny to serve the main house, and this was only reinforced by the power of the cursed seal. He had seen too many occasions where a branch member was forced to submit under the pain of the activated seal. It was like having a chain around his neck, and the main house had the end of it, ready to suffocate him at any time. He could remember his father crippled in pain, his own brother standing over him, activating the cursed seal. He hated it. He hated other people having so much control over his life. He hated having to limit himself in case someone thought he was trying to rise above his station. They could all be proud of how strong he was, but he knew for a fact that they didn't believe he was a real threat. He was just something to be shown off to the village. Within the walls of the Hyuga compound, He was just like any other branch member. He knew he could be stronger than them all, but he was restricted. He wasn't allowed access to all the Hyuga clan's techniques. Weak little Hinata got that privilege. He knew she hadn't chosen the circumstances of her birth any more than he had, but it was still frustrating. She had everything he didn't, and she couldn't even find the courage to take it. He hated to admit it, but Uzumaki had a point. Niji had accepted the path in life the main house had laid out for him as much as he had resented it. He had accepted that there was nothing he could do in his position and hadn't fought it, blaming fate and his birth. He had never actually tried to go as far as he knew he could. He had channeled his frustration into tearing everyone else down like he had been, thinking that if he had to accept his fate, that everyone else did too. He'd been holding himself back just as much as the main house were. The main house had put him in a cage, but he had never tried to escape. The Uzumaki seemed to come from the same place he did, with people trying to stop him becoming as strong as he could be. He had asked around after their fight and found that public opinion was very much against the younger genin. There was so much hostility, and although Niji didn't get why, he did have to acknowledge that Naruto knew what he was talking about. He had been torn down by others around him, but unlike Niji, who had accepted it as his fate, he had fought against it with everything he had. It was admirable, even if Niji still thought he was infuriating. He was a decent fighter too. The Uzumaki was the first person Niji had fought his own age who could actually beat him. He had known that Naruto was purposefully allowing him to recover so they could continue fighting, and it was shameful. He had not expected to be outmatched, but it did bode well for his assignment to Guy. He may not like the Uzumaki, but he had Niji's respect. Lee was talking about something in a volume unsuitable for public spaces, and Tintin was nodding along. He still thought Lee was fighting a losing battle, his limitations too great to overcome, but he now saw that he did not need to tear the other boy down further. It would be up to Lee to fight his own battles. He also still thought Hinata was pitifully weak for a member of the main house. He may be changing his mind on the finality of fate, but she had no excuse. Fate favored her, and she still fell short. Naruto-kun. Niji looked up to see the menace in question. The boy was looking back at them, seeming to be unpleased by this development. He looked the same as he had last time Niji saw him. Orange t-shirt, black sleeveless hoodie, absent Hittite. His blue eyes were as stormy as before, and his face was turned down into a scowl. The only time Niji could remember him smiling was when he was taunting them during their fight. Guy-sensei, he replied flatly, a stark contrast to their teacher. It was a strange juxtaposition. Guy was so happy and energetic while Naruto was grumpy and snappy. He did not know how they had managed to work effectively for the last couple of years with such different outlooks, but he supposed he would find out. Do you care to join us on our D rank? Guy grinned. Over my dead body. Guy was unfazed. Such passion, Naruto-kun. He boomed, clapping the boy firmly on the shoulder. Niji was now starting to see how this arrangement worked. Guy might be the only person that could deal with the sour genin. Naruto-senpai. Naruto did not even look in Lee's direction. I'm working on ninjutsu today, he said. Are we still on for after dinner? Of course, Naruto-kun. Guy threw him a thumbs up. We shall reach the springtime of our youth for all of Konoha to see. Naruto rolled his eyes, but Niji could see the fondness there. As Naruto looked at him, it abruptly vanished. Still on your fate bullshit? He asked directly. Niji looked at his teammates, unwilling to discuss it in front of them. He may not see them as hindrances anymore, but that didn't mean he trusted them yet. Naruto seemed to get the message. Hey, go get the mission, he told Guy. I'm borrowing the Hyuga for a sec. I'm so moved, Guy cried. Two of my wonderful students bonding. The most beautiful friendship is sure to bloom. Naruto made a face that Niji knew mirrored his own. Guy did leave them alone, entering the Hokage Tower. Tintin stared curiously over her shoulder as Lee loudly proclaimed that he would win Naruto's friendship before Niji. Niji was happy to let him win that one. Naruto crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. You may have had a point, Niji admitted reluctantly. I may have been too focused on my destiny. You let yourself be held back by other people, then got all mad about it, Naruto said frankly, and Niji scowled. Yes, he ground out. You gonna continue with that? No, Niji answered firmly. I am in control of my destiny. I may have more limitations than others, but that will not stop me. Not anymore. Naruto surveyed him for a long moment, his blue eyes unreadable. Niji did not like it, but he felt like he owed the other genin. He felt like they had an understanding. Naruto came from the same place he did, with others trying to keep them in their place. He knew the main house would not allow him to grow as strong as he wanted to, but he was ready to fight them now. His birth would not hold him back anymore, not like it did his father. I am choosing to become strong enough that I will never lose again, he continued, staring into his eyes intently. Naruto broke out into the smallest grin. Good luck with that, he said. You'll be losing to me a lot. Niji glared at him, but it was missing the anger from before. I still do not like you, he felt like he had to add. The feeling is mutual. They stood, staring at each other for a long moment. Niji was unsure where they went from here, but he felt confident about the path he had chosen. He would show both the main house and the branch members what a caged bird could really do. Tintin adjusted the sack of flour on her shoulder, making sure it wouldn't slip out of her grasp. If she dropped it, she would then have to spend time cleaning it all up and fetching another, and she would much rather spend that time training. She'd been working on her own outside of their team training. She was a lot stronger than she had been when they'd fought Naruto a short time ago. She couldn't have lifted this sack of flour back in the academy. It was gratifying to see her hard work pay off, but she knew she was still a long way from where she was trying to go. She couldn't beat either of her teammates, yet although she got in way more hits than she used to, she'd convinced her father to increase the intensity of her weapons training too. It was slow, but she was getting there. She shoved a strand of hair that escaped one of her buns out of her face, just wanting this mission over with. She was pretty used to D ranks now, but that didn't make them any more interesting. Almost there, my wonderful students, Gai-sensei encouraged. The bakery will be able to make the best goods in Konoha with your youthful contribution. Tintin thought it was a little much for delivering sacks of flour, but she'd learned to let most of Gai-sensei's proclamations wash over her. It had taken a while, but she had learned to speak Gai. There was usually some sense buried under all that talk about youth, and he knew what he was doing in terms of training and missions. It had been a little weird to have every little thing celebrated, but she secretly liked all the positive reinforcement. She really felt like Gai-sensei did believe in them. Naruto-senpai. Tintin's head snapped up at Lee's voice, and she saw the genin in question heading in their direction. He looked as grumpy as ever, stomping through the street with his own luggage in tow. She wondered if he ever looked happy. They'd seen him a few times in the past week, always looking angry or miserable. They'd asked Gai-sensei, but the man had just said Naruto was assigned to D ranks for the week. Naruto spotted them, and his expression didn't change.